Stein, Robinson, no matter what got you to the polls, it is all about the decision now. Tonight, we're going to see how your voices will reshape the
Welcome
leadership
back to
of our
CBS News
country
Election Headquarters in New York. It is
I believe that
7:30
this
p.m. in the
high
East,
time
and
this
polls
state
have
has
just
someone to go
closed
into
in
office
3 more
who
states,
understands
including
the
one of the
challenges
7
of the
key
people of
battleground
North Carolina
states
and ready
we
to
are
answer those
laser
challenges.
focused on. You
I
can
love
see
North
them all
Carolina.
right
Grew
here
up
in
here,
purple
and I
in
believe
North Carolina.
in the promise of North Carolina, which is that if you work hard, where you come from should never limit how far you can go.
All eyes are right here on North Carolina. Of course, it's a battleground state, so it plays a crucial role in the race for president. Voters will be looking at policies on economy, abortion, and immigration. They'll also be looking at which candidate is going to represent them best.
The whole world is laughing at us. 5 years ago, we were respected. Your president was respected, and our country was respected.
This election is about two very different visions for our nation. One, Donald Trump's, who is focused on the past, and ours that is focused on the future.
Presidential polls have remained tight. Each vote could mean the difference between a candidate winning. Tonight, America decides. WFMY News 2 is bringing you the latest election results. We have live, extensive team coverage, and it starts now. Well, thank you for joining us on this election night. I'm Tanya Rivera. With me right now is Ben Briscoe, as well as UNCG's Tom Little. We are here for the evening.
It is 7:30, meaning polls just closed. We should start to see results come in any moment now. It's going to be a long night, though, because we don't expect those results to come in immediately.
Correct.
All right, so what we're going to be doing is we are going to be doing live team coverage for you tonight. And so we want to show you the team that will be facing you tonight, bringing you all of the latest coverage. Of course, Ben Briscoe's on that board, as am I. But we have the rest of our colleagues as well. Amber Lake, Kevin Kennedy are following opposing sides in the governor's race. Sydney Moore is looking at what voters will decide for the Guilford County sales tax referendum, helping Guilford County schools, and how it will impact the district. Plus, of course, we're keeping an eye on who the new superintendent of North Carolina schools is going to be and what their stances are. We're going to be bringing you the latest results right here, all, of course, throughout the night.
You know, we saw record early voting this year, and it was massive turnout. One shift this year, though, is that we saw a lot more Republicans early vote than we have in the past. What do you think that says about the results tonight, Tom?
Well, you know, if you recall 4 years ago, things looked really good for the Democrats early on because they overwhelmingly voted early. Trump made a big issue of telling people not to vote early, don't trust early voting. What's interesting, though, if you go back, say, 10, 15 years, Republicans traditionally led early voting. We're going back to normal now. This is what it used to be until Trump kind of discouraged it. So I think we'll have a lot more balance out of these votes. Democrats won't be running it up like they did 4 years ago in the early voting.
So it was slightly more Republicans that early voted. Then we had Democrats right under that at about 32%.
Yeah.
And then this was this unaffiliated chunk, another third of voters.
Big chunk.
Who makes up the unaffiliated voter?
A lot of young people. A lot of the young voters in particular don't identify with one party or the other. And I think that's the big thing. If you look at those under 45, over half are probably unaffiliated. And it's interesting, those numbers actually mirror the overall distribution in North Carolina. I ran the distribution yesterday, and it was something like 35% Democrat, or some 37% independent, 32% Democrat, and 29% Republican.
Okay.
So we really can't tell, you know, who's in the lead. It's just everyone who's registered to vote is voting, it seems like.
Seems like, yeah.
I mean, the early voting numbers were crazy. What, 57% or
was
so?
massive.
Of all registered voters. So you figure, even if a third, let's say a third do it now, that's going to put us at 80, 90% turnout, which I don't see that, but wow.
It could happen. It could happen. All right, so it's 7:34, which means that the polls have closed here in North Carolina, except for 2 counties. There are 2 counties in the state of North Carolina, and I'm trying to find my notes here. It was Burke County and Wilson County. So they opened at the right time today, but then something happened when one of the polling folks turned on their laptop and there was an issue. So the North Carolina State Board of Elections voted to allow them to stay open until 8. So there are 2 counties right now that are still running in the state of North Carolina.
And it's possible there's even more than that, because if you were in line at 7:30, you do get to vote.
Sure.
So we don't know exactly which ones are closed yet, which precincts are still open. But we're trying to get that information.
My
for
guess
you.
is there are a lot that are still open, because if turnout was what we're thinking, there are a lot of people, excuse me, that were still in line.
So just so you know, when we start to get results in tonight, here's how it's going to work. The first thing that we're going to see are absentee ballots from North Carolina. Those are all the mail-in ballots that they've been sitting in for days, that a lot of them have already been counted by the machine, ready to go at this point. Early voting will come in next, and then we'll start to see the day of voting numbers.
And I wanted to kind of show people, so, you know, the absentee ballot, right? They started this out as soon as the polls opened this morning, right? They were able to look at all of the ballots because they had to physically take them out, right? They had to physically look for the photo ID. They had to physically look for all of the information here, and then they took the ballot out. So it's like a painstaking process, and it took most of the day today to be able to do that.
Some counties are still working on it, from what I hear, because they had so many come in,
Large counties.
especially in western North Carolina. Because of the issues with the storm, a lot of people there were encouraged to early vote by absentee, because they might not be able to make it to their polling place today.
And they voted at a higher rate than the rest of the state, which is amazing, given everything that they're going through right now.
All right, so we know that the polls have just closed, especially here in our area, barring those 2 different counties, right? We want to see what's going on in Guilford County right now. Nixon Norman is standing by at one of the polling places.
Yeah, that's right, guys. I'm still here at the First Friends Meeting Precinct in Guilford County off Friendly Avenue, and I'm here with Chief Judge Sharon Francis. Sharon, tell me, we are about to, well, actually, things have closed here. It's 7:30. It is 7:36 on the dot. What happens next?
At this point, we compare and make sure that all of the number of ballots match the number of authorization to vote forms, the tapes. We make sure that everything matches up and that we account for everything, and then we wrap everything up and get the ballots where they need to be.
So, because this is maybe a misconception, I was talking with some of the folks that work here at this precinct or did work here today. You guys don't actually hand count them here. Y'all actually transport them. Tell me about that.
We have a strict procedure for that, a seal that's signed and all that, and we drive them down to the Board of Elections, and they have a checkoff list. They make sure that everything that happens is accounted for.
And now, tell me about this. We saw a line early when y'all opened at 6:30, but tell me, you said things have remained steady throughout the day.
Pretty steady. We had a few come in at the last minute. This happens, and they were in here by 7:30, so they voted.
That was kind of exciting to see, actually. There were some people here that came in right at like 7:28. How does that make you feel, being the chief judge here?
The energy is great, and we do everything we can to make sure that their vote counts too. Every vote counts.
And there was a man, one of the fellows you're working in with here, saying there were certain things like provisional ballots that still need to be counted. Tell me a bit about those kind of different ballots.
Those ballots are accounted for, and they, by the time that the canvass day, the 15th comes in, there's a group of people that goes through them, and they compare them with records and make a determination whether those ballots count. And each voter that votes provisionally has a code that they can follow and track and find out if their vote counts.
And this is my last question. How are you feeling? I'm sure it's been a very long day and it's not done yet.
Well, we still have a lot of work to do, but I'm excited, I'm energized, and I just want to encourage everybody to vote often and keep your registration up to date that way. And you can vote early, you can do mail-in. We do everything we can to make it easy.
Yeah, that's right. As she had just said, you know, if you haven't been able to vote this year, there's 4 years that will pass for you to get that registration in place. We are here in Guilford County. We're about to head to Davison County to watch a watch party for the election, and we will be covering it all there here on WFMY+. I'm Nixon Norman in Guilford County. Sending it back to you guys.
All right, so we're going to be doing this all throughout the night. We're going to be going out to some of our live crews. We are going to be telling you when certain states are called. we're going to be showing you this board over here that Ben has that is kind of like a magic board.
If we can actually, in a second, get the board ready, we're starting to get a few results in. These are very, very early numbers. In fact, just 0% of precincts are reporting right now. That means it's still just those absentee ballots that were coming in. Estimated 2% of the vote. That's it, just 2%. So don't take too much from this, right? But it is looking like right now, out of that 2% that's in, Harris is leading with 68% of the vote. That will change dramatically over the night.
Yeah, but what we wanted to show you was the technology that we're able to use to show you not just how the state is voting, but how each one of the counties are voting.
Yeah, if we can go back and look at the board, I want to show you here Mecklenburg County in particular, because this is one that we know will probably change dramatically. Right now, if you look at it, Trump is up with 40% of the vote there. Last time we won about 31% of the vote in Mecklenburg County, so that will probably change. Out of the triad, nothing has been sent into the state yet. While we're here too, let's hop over to the governor's race and just look at the numbers coming in. Stein, 74% of the vote to Robinson, 21% of the vote. Again, this is early, just 2% of the estimated votes are in right now, and those are absentee ballots.
But notice how much more better he's doing than Harris. I think that's what we're going to see for the night. Even with just 2%, his margin's going to be larger than Harris. I think that's notable.
That is a North Carolina trend. For years, we've had a governor and a president that were different.
Yeah.
All right, so we also are going to make sure that you know that there's the ticker that's at the bottom of the screen that is going to be continuously updated all throughout the night so that you're able to see what the latest results are. So we're all going to work in tandem here to give you what the latest is going to be.
You know, early voting did shatter records for this election, and it appears to be the preferred method for voting, with over half of the voters casting their ballots early during this time. If you take a look, it's different than COVID when it really picked up. Early voting was huge back then, but it spiked due to COVID, becoming the second most preferred method. Now it's even higher.
Yeah, and you said you thought that was due to COVID, that people saw that it was so easy to do?
Yeah, I think it was due to COVID. People saw it was easy to do. They like getting it done and not having to perhaps stand in line on election day. And I think a lot of people in this particular election are so passionate, they just want to get out there and get that thing put in. They want to get their voice heard.
Well, you know what's interesting about that, because we hear all the time how voters are apathetic, right? People don't want to go. I don't like either of my choices. What does my vote really count? Well, let me show you what some of the numbers are for the presidential elections, because that doesn't coincide with that kind of thing that you're hearing. Voter turnout has increased over the past presidential election years. So you look at 2020, 75% of voters went to the polls. That was up from 68% in 2016, 68.4% in 2012. So you're seeing that it's continuing to increase, even though people say, does my vote really count?
Yeah, I think this particular election, you've got two candidates that people are passionate about. You're really passionate. If you go back and you look in 16, Clinton voters were not that excited. Biden voters not that excited. This time, I think Democrats there was an enthusiasm gap in those two elections. There is not this time. Her voters are just as enthusiastic about voting for her as Trump's are voting his, and I think that's what we're seeing.
And it really does appear to be the presidential race driving this turnout. I mean, we had some issues with some of the other elections, but you didn't hear that much about the North Carolina races, really. Everything has been about riding the coattails of the presidential race.
We'll see. What's going to be interesting to me is, does Stein have some coattails? Or we could look at it as Robinson have negative coattails, however you want to look at it. I think that's going to be a big issue.
And when you say coattails, you mean going down the ballot, like are they doing the governor and then are they just going with whoever they voted for governor for?
Yeah, or are some of them just saying, you know what, Robinson, we're just going to stay home and not vote. Because if they're Republicans, well, I'm not voting for Stein, but I can't vote for Robinson, do they stay home? I doubt there's going to be a lot of those, but I do think that the Robinson scandals may be enough to bring the Lieutenant Governor and Attorney General Democrat candidates across the line. We'll see. I don't think it's going to help Harris that much. I don't think you see what I call up ballot support, but down ballot, I think you're going to see some impact.
Hey, if you guys see me looking over to the side, by the way, I just want to let you know that's because I'm checking the latest numbers to get you the latest information. We do know that there was a change this year.
Oh, yeah,
to
the absentee
ballots when they have to be in. If your absentee ballot is not in right now, I'm sorry, it's not going to be counted under the law now.
Right. That was a new thing, but I think they were talking about this from the very get-go, right? That it was no longer that it was allowed to be postmarked by today, and that they could get it 2 or 3 days
It was
later.
3 days. It was as long as it was postmarked, it could be counted within 3 days, and they changed that.
So it had to be actually in the office today. And I know a lot of people who said, you know what, I just want to make sure that I actually hand deliver it, and so they did that at early voting.
Yeah, a lot of people just took it in. Yeah.
A lot of people, too, I think, were confused by the voter ID on the absentee ballot. We got a ton of questions about it, and I've heard from some polling officials that that's part of the reason people came into early voting with their absentee ballot, to make sure that they did it correctly.
I have the absentee
should,
ballot,
yeah.
so I can kind of show you. This was the thing. You had to put a photocopy of your driver's license in here. And if you didn't have that photocopy, then you had to fill out that form that told you why you weren't using that. So we had like some pushback from people saying, well, then that means that you don't actually have to have a photo ID. And that is not necessarily true.
On the other side, there were a lot of senior citizens who are shut in their house and said, how am I going to make a photocopy?
How do I
of
go to
this?"
FedEx for this?
So what happens with that? If you said, you know what, I can't make a photocopy of my ID, the way that they got around it to make sure to authenticate was you gave your last 4 digits of your social security number so that they were able to match up the voter.
So there was a way to do that.
There was a way to do that. And so, you know, the people that were saying, oh, you really didn't need that, they weren't going to audit that, they are auditing that.
And guys, I'm going to be hopping back and forth between WFMY Plus and WFMY News 2 all night long. So I got to go over to the other side now, but I can't wait to get more results when I come back.
Sounds good.
We appreciate that, Ben. All right, so when we're looking at the state races, we have the opportunity to possibly have a whole sea of new faces when it comes to the state council.
Yeah. It's not even a possibility. It's a
It
reality.
is. It
Yeah,
is
it's a
happening because
reality.
there's not incumbents in, 7 races?
7 of the 10 council of state races are going to be people who aren't currently holding those positions, because Lieutenant Governor and AG are running for governor.
Right.
Dale Fall, who was treasurer, ran for the Republican primary for governor, opened that one. Superintendent of Public Instruction was defeated in the Republican primary. And Labor,
Which was
did
a
not-
surprise.
Was a
We
big
were
surprise.
not expecting that during the
That was the big
primary.
surprise of the night. So all of those seats are going to be open. Basically, it's just Insurance, Secretary of State, and Commissioner of Agriculture that are incumbents. So you got 7. So it's going to be a lot of new faces.
And we're wondering like how all of that shakes out, and wondering if, like you said, there will be
Some down
coattails
ballot.
there.
Yeah, I think, and again, I don't know that the coattails stretch all the way down to Commissioner of Labor, since most people have no idea what that, other than that they see the picture on the elevator and they all know who
for
Sherry
sure.
Berry was.
Correct.
But the current one, people couldn't tell you who it is.
Right, and she was the one who was doing a lot of the ads.
Right, and she was the one that first put her picture on. That had never been done before. It was just a signature.
Oh, interesting.
So
I did
she
not
was
know
the
that. And
first
that's
one
how
to
we
do
all
that.
grew to know and love her, right?
Yeah, and there was actually a song written about Sherry Berry based on that.
All right, so when we look at the governor's race, this was one of those races that you knew it was going to be really back and forth. You knew that there was going to be a lot of negative campaign ads. But was it more negative than you thought it was going to be?
I don't know if it was more negative. There was a lot more come out about Robinson than I expected, that I didn't know. Because if you look there's only 12 governors elected in a presidential year. So we're one of only 12 states that do this. And this was to be the marquee race. This was to be the dogfight race. And it never really turned out that way, because I think Stein did a very good job of defining Robinson even before the CNN story, with some of his quotes regarding abortion and some of his quotes regarding women. And so I don't know that race, initially, before the ads started, Robinson was ahead in some polls. But by June, I don't know that Robinson has been ahead in any poll since June. And again, this was to be a marquee race. And it was a little bit of surprise, I think, for a lot of people that it wasn't closer than it was. Because, you got sitting lieutenant governor, sitting AG, so they both have statewide name recognition and constituencies.
All right, so we actually were able to sit down with both Mark Robinson and Josh Stein. Now, and I'm saying this because this is on WFMY Plus, and we're streaming right now, so this is a little bit more fluid. I'd like to run the second package when they talk to each other about each other. We did 2 different stories, one of which we asked them a lot of the same questions. Why do you want to be governor? What about the economy? That kind of stuff. But the second story that we did with them was, what do you say about one another? And then also we asked them something about an issue that they wouldn't normally probably be versed in, okay? So let's take a look at what that is, what they said about each other, and what they say about the issues that they wouldn't normally be talking about.
I support the Second Amendment. People have a constitutional right to bear arms, to own a gun. But we need to keep guns out of the hands of dangerous, violent people. People who have criminal records, people who are abusing their spouse. We need to have comprehensive background checks to do that. And it frustrates me to no end that this legislature refuses to enact laws to get guns out of the hands of dangerous, violent people. We need red flag laws so that family members can petition the court to temporarily remove a gun from somebody who poses a risk to themselves or to others. So there are some basic safety measures we can take. They will not solve the problem. We won't have an end to gun deaths, but these measures are shown to reduce the number of unwanted gun deaths.
One of the biggest problems that those folks have right now is wages. They are struggling to compete with places like McDonald's and Chick-fil-A and other fast food restaurants that are paying anywhere between $15 and $20 an hour, and they're only able to afford to pay maybe 10 or 12 at the most. I believe as a legislature and as a governor in this state, we need to put our heads together with those folks and others to figure out a way where we can help those small businesses be successful. Because let's make no mistake about it. If you have, great to have the Toyotas, and it's great to have the big companies, but when folks go to work there, they're going to need daycare.
We knew he was singularly unfit to be governor. He says the most awful things about people. He says women are not called to lead, that they only have abortions because they can't keep their skirts down. He called public school teachers wicked, gay people filth. This summer, from a church pulpit, he yelled that some folks need killing. But it's not just what he says, it's what he would do.
Well, I'd want them to cut through all the stuff that they've seen on television. I mean, I'm not shy about saying this. My opponent has been pretty nasty in the things he's said about me. He has cut and pasted my words, he's cropped my words, he's cut out part of speeches and not played the entire quotes that I've made. The most infamous one, the one about the keep your skirt down, which is one that I take high exception to because, you know, it's funny to me, it's never been reported that right after I said keep your skirt down, I said keep your pants up. In the same breath almost.
It was interesting sitting down one-on-one with both Mark Robinson and Josh Stein. Very different in the recovery. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to also bring in Janae Adams from Debt Sucks University, and we have you here to talk all things economy.
Yes.
Okay, so we know that the polls just closed. We've seen a couple of states go for one candidate or the other.
Yeah.
What are you looking for tonight when it comes to that whole money aspect in voters?
So I'm looking for voters. They are going to be voting on, of course, the pocketbook issues and so forth, and really seeing is the inflation issue really an issue, or is it something else? And so that's what I'm going to be looking for tonight.
Okay, what are you thinking when people say, you know, I don't have enough money to, you know, pay all my bills, and so this person is going to solve it, but then you hear something else that says this person's going to solve that.
Yeah, and so it makes me think, is it really the economy or is it something else? And you're masking it with the economy, because what we look at with the interest rates, it went from 9% down to almost 2%, which is the actual goal for the Federal Reserve, and they're talking about cutting it again in their next one. So I mean, bacon was $8 at one time. Now it's down to $3.99 and sometimes $2.99. So does it really match what people are saying as far as the prices are concerned, especially in North Carolina?
What are your thoughts when you hear that?
I think you're absolutely right, but the perception is, it's all about, perception is reality, and the perception is it's higher than it was when Trump was president.
Yeah.
And it was, you're right, inflation rate was 9-10%. Now you're right, it's down to the target of just over 2%. And the last report had wages almost double that. So wages are keeping up, but people, when they go in that grocery store, right or wrong, they're going, well, I used to buy eggs for $1.29, and now I'm paying $2.29, and that's what they're comparing. You know, you're right. The inflation rate's 2%, but they do year over year. People's mind is doing 5 years ago, 6 years ago. You and I both know that's not reality, but again, the perception is it's higher than it was.
Yeah, and you also have to think about it's not about the government. A lot of this is greedflation with companies as well. It's not really, it has nothing to do with the government. A lot of this has to do with corporations. And of course, you know, gas used to also be 75 cents. And it's not anymore. So these wages have went up. We've seen Boeing win, the union workers win again. So people are going to continue to make more money, and they have been over the last couple of years. And we are seeing these prices go down. I go to the grocery store all the time, buy the same things. And I know exactly what eggs used to be, what bacon used to be a few years ago, and now it's completely down. The same thing with meat. Like I remember the chicken wings were $20 a pack, and now they're down to $10 and sometimes $8. So it's about vibeflation. Like they call it vibeflation.
Right.
What you're feeling is not actually real. Like if we really went in there and looked at the prices, they're down for sure.
And I know you look at men, women, the economy.
Yes.
Does the money kind of spark one more than the other?
It doesn't really matter. They tend to be on the same page. I mean, people are working the same jobs and they're getting more money. The wages have kept up and some have outpaced, especially with those in the limited income area as well. They're the ones who have really seen gains the last couple of years for sure, more than the people in the upper income. So those who are in unions, they have been definitely winning the last 2 years, and they're getting the money that they should be paid because they were the ones who worked through the pandemic. So you look at the hospitals and the nurses who went on strike, you look at the ones in the different transportation went on strike, they were working through, you know, people like me were sitting at home, but they getting their money now for sure.
And I think you made a great point that some folks are using that as an excuse.
Yeah.
Because there are people who are going to support Trump. They don't want to say it's because of his other positions, or so they say, well, it's because of inflation.
The economy or whatever.
I think that's a really good point.
Yeah, for sure.
And I know you travel the world, you do conferences all over. What is the global aspect of what's happening here?
I won't say that one. I've been to Dubai, I've been to South Africa and so forth, and to them it's a little interesting what's going on here in America. And by the way, because we live in America, we can afford things. So when I went to Johannesburg and Cape Town, South Africa, the steak is $8. A T-bone steak is $8 because that's what their economy can hold that threshold. Here it'll be $40. So it's completely different as far as the price is concerned. You know, they can never be able to sustain $8 bacon. That just would not sustain itself in other countries. Even Spain, Barcelona is the same way. Everywhere I went overseas, it's a lot less to live there than it is here because guess what? They know Americans can pay it and they're going to put it up to that point.
And my understanding is that Europe is looking at us as the economy is the envy of the world right now. You know, our economy has bounced back faster, as I understand it, than any other developed country in the world. And so, and even Bloomberg has said our economy right now is the envy of the world. And so it's ironic to hear people say, I think we're in a recession. But again, you know the difference in a recession and a depression. A recession's when you lose your job. A depression's when I lose mine.
Exactly.
So when they're feeling it, that's what matters. Again, the perception.
It is the perception, and the economy is better here in America because we were the first ones to start raising interest rates, and that's what happened. They waited a little bit a while, and they lost out on it. So as long as the dollar is strong, then the rest of the country, the rest of the world, is weaker with that. So.
And, you know, there really wasn't any talking about jobs, right? Because unemployment is so low. It's like a non-issue at this point.
Yeah, and that's what people are seeing. But I know also there are also the ghost job openings. And that's something that people aren't talking about. And that has to do with companies, too. It's not a government thing. It's just companies not fulfilling spots that they have laid somebody off from. Or the silent firing. That's the new thing in the last month as well. Yeah, the silent firing. So things are happening and it's not being exactly reported like the big numbers and so forth. So it's just something to watch probably in 2025.
I know some of my students are telling me that, you know, they're applying for jobs that they believe that companies are posting jobs that they're not really filling.
Yeah, and that's something that's happening. They're kind of waiting to see how the economy is going to turn at the beginning of the year.
I had a student tell me, she said, I've applied for 45 part-time jobs, and I'm not getting a call back. But then, you know, we hear at all these openings.
Yes.
And it makes you wonder, are there really openings?
Yes, and I just think with students and anyone else, you have to go about the job search a little bit differently. You have to start meeting people on LinkedIn, start to tell people what you're looking for, and get your foot in the back door, not just applications all the time.
Who you know helps.
Yeah, it does. You're knowing people who helps, exactly.
All right, so with us right now, we have Janae Adams from Det Sucks University. We've got Tom Little here from UNCG. We are here for the long haul. And so we are going to be updating the ticker that's down at the bottom. We're going to be showing you on the big board everything that's happening. You're watching us on WFMY Plus. Harris, Trump, Stein, Robinson, no matter what got you to the polls, it is all about the decision now. Tonight, we're going to see how your voices will reshape the leadership of our country and our state.
I believe that this is high time that this state had someone to go into office who understands the challenges of the people of North Carolina and are ready to answer those challenges.
I love North Carolina. Grew up here, and I believe in the promise of North Carolina, which is that if you work hard, where you come from should never limit how far you can go.
All eyes are right here on North Carolina. Of course, it's a battleground state, so it plays a crucial role in the race for president. Voters will be looking at policies on economy, abortion, and immigration. They'll also be looking at which candidate is going to represent them best.
The whole world is laughing at us. 5 years ago, we were respected. Your president was respected, and our country was respected.
This election is about two very different visions for our nation. One, Donald Trump's, who is focused on the past, and ours that is focused on the future.
Presidential polls have remained tight. Each vote could mean the difference between a candidate winning. Tonight, America decides. WFMY News 2 is bringing you the latest election results. We have live, extensive team coverage, and it starts now. All right, welcome back to WFMY News 2 extended election coverage. We are here for the long haul, and we have a whole lot of company to do it. I'm Tanya Rivera.
I'm Ben Briscoe, and we've got Tom Little and Janae Adams here. We're so excited you guys are with us.
I'm glad to be here.
Absolutely.
We're talking political, we're talking economy, we're talking everything in between. The polls closed at 7:30. Things are starting to trickle in.
We have 4% of the vote in right now. This is mostly our absentee ballots that are starting to be counted. It's going to be a long time before we get the rest of the numbers in.
Yeah, and a lot of people were wondering, why is that, right? So the absentee ballots, they started counting them all day today. They had to undo all the ballots and stuff like that. Then early voting, right, is in there. And then they have to physically drive over the ballots and the tabulation machines to the Board of Elections office to start tabulating.
And then those county offices will start to put it in. Again, some of the precincts could still be open at this point because anyone who is in line at 7:30 is able to vote, and they have to get all those votes in before they can drive those ballots over.
Mm-hmm. All right, so what's happening is we're going to start first with the governor's race, okay? So you had Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson against Attorney General Josh Stein vying for the governor. And so Kevin Kennedy is there in Raleigh.
Guys, good evening from downtown Raleigh, where, as you can see behind me, the Democratic Watch Party has certainly begun. This watch party kicking off about 30 minutes ago, which basically means the campaign, as it comes to North Carolina's next governor, is basically over. Set aside all the talking points, set aside all the campaign stops, all that is history. It's now really up to North Carolina voters in regards to who will be our next governor. I spoke with Josh Stein's campaign earlier tonight. You could certainly tell that there was an air of optimism and confidence, and why not? They've been leading in the polls pretty much from the very beginning, and those numbers have only increased over the past couple weeks, ballooning in most polls to double-digit leads. Now, as for Stein himself, he is expected to be here at some point tonight. He is expected to take the stage behind me. When he does, we will, of course, bring that to you live. For now, though, we're live in downtown Raleigh. I'm Kevin Kennedy, WFMY News 2.
All right, so we're going to be, of course, checking back in with Kevin and everyone else as we go through the night tonight. We were talking at the table about does the economy really make a difference for the state elections? And Janae, you said what?
I said I didn't think so. I think it doesn't matter who wins. It has nothing to do with the economy.
Not for the governor.
Not for the governor. But I was thinking about the superintendent. That is where the issue will be as far as the economy is concerned, because depending on who wins is where the money flows. And so when you think about kids in school, in K through 12, if money is taken away from public education, then there are a lot of parents who are limited income who can't afford a tutor to kind of keep their child up, and that's a money thing.
Yeah, the state Republican Party really been pushing those opportunity scholarships and getting more kids into private schools and charter schools.
And the issue there is that there's not enough money to do that, so a lot of children get left behind, which is also problematic.
And so you've got the board there showing what some of the public instruction numbers are.
Yeah, so actually this race, again, just 6% of the vote is in right now. It's a very, very little. But this race is one of the closest we're watching right now. Michelle Amaro has 45.6% of the vote compared to Mo Green's 54% of the vote. Now, just to give you some perspective, compare that to the presidential race right now. Harris has 55% of the vote, Trump at 43%. So the Republicans are not doing quite as well now as they were a second ago in this race.
Now it's back up. It's interesting to me. I did not expect Harris to be running ahead of Green. Now if you go back, the numbers has probably changed. Let's see.
It keeps
now
changing.
he's ahead of her. But if she runs ahead of Green, Green's in trouble.
Okay, so right now we're getting kind of like the list of what states have been called and for who.
Yeah, look at the map. It is totally changed here. We've got a lot more colored in this time. Right now, Trump is leading with 96 electoral votes compared to Harris's 35. Now, all of these calls, just so you know, are calls that either the AP or CBS has made. We're taking those two today because they have the statisticians there. They're crunching all the numbers to make the best predictions possible.
It's interesting that Florida's already been called, because there was a period about 2 or 3 weeks ago that was saying Democrats think they might have a shot in Florida because Senator Scott's numbers were down. He was like up by 3%. I never expected, but it's interesting that the difference is big enough they've already called. Although Florida, for a large state, gets its votes in really fast. I don't know what they do different, but they get them in very, very quickly relative to, say, a California or a Texas, the other big states. In fact, when Republicans say, why is Pennsylvania so late, they say, well, Florida's big, and they get it in. So I don't know what they're doing different, but, well, one of the things they're doing different, Pennsylvania waits to count those early ballots. They can't even open them until the election day. Florida can open them and start counting, and I think that's the big thing.
And a reason a lot of states made that change is so that we don't see that red wall or that blue wall, the mirage, that then changes throughout election night. That way people don't believe that and distrust the process as much.
And nobody has been able to explain to me the logic of making states wait until the polls close to even open the early ballots. And nobody's been able to explain a reason. I mean, I guess the reason could be if somehow it leaked out. If you had all the numbers in the morning and it leaked out that Trump's ahead by 20 points in this state.
A flood to the polls or whatever.
Yeah, but I can't imagine it would leak out. I've never understood, and maybe somebody can explain to me that. Maybe somebody will send a note in to explain to me why the few states that do that, I don't understand why.
Well, former President Donald Trump actually addressed that in one of his rallies I was at, and he said they don't want people tampering with the ballots. But again, the election officials are very trusted people. Yeah. They've been doing this for a long time. I mean, they're nonpartisan.
Well, and what, I mean, why couldn't they tamper them on the day of? I mean, tampering doesn't have to happen early if you're going to tamper. I find that to be not a particularly compelling argument.
Going back to the state race, we were talking about the state superintendent. This is one of the most closely watched races in our state. Mo Green right now leading with 57% of the vote, but only 7% of all votes are in right now. This could change as the night goes on.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see, how Guilford County votes because, of course, Mo Green was the superintendent here for Guilford County Schools. And so I'll be curious to see if that vote followed him or not.
Also used to be the deputy superintendent down in Mecklenburg County Schools.
Right.
2 areas where he was expected to do well anyway, though. So I don't know that will really help him in tonight's election.
All right, but let's take a look. We're going to take a closer look at that race for the public instruction.
All right, folks, by all accounts, this is a big job. The superintendent of public instruction oversees 1.5 million students, 2,500 schools, and a budget of $13 billion. This tweet from 2020 is one of a few that got Republican Michelle Morrow in hot water. On Barack Obama, she wrote, "I'd prefer a pay-per-view in front of a firing squad. I don't want to waste another dime supporting his life. We could make money televising his death." She called it sarcasm, appearing this week on WCNC's Flashpoint. Why shouldn't parents be worried about that? You're asking them to trust you with their kids and talking recklessly like that.
Well, let me share with you what people are really concerned about. The serious voters of North Carolina, they are concerned about the fact that our current school system was hiding from parents the fact that children wanted to change their gender and be called different pronouns.
Morrow is a nurse, conservative activist, and homeschool teacher. Her priorities, making public schools safer and higher performing. And she says she plans to take politics out of the classroom despite her own social media activity.
Of course, I am discussing where I stand on political issues. But does that mean that I am going to be forcing that into the classrooms? Absolutely not.
She supports the expansion of school vouchers passed this week in Raleigh, using taxpayer money to pay for even wealthy families to go to private or charter schools. Democrat Mo Green says that money should go to public schools.
Public schools would do better if the resources were provided to public schools. We find ourselves in North Carolina in 48th position compared to the rest of the nation with regards to funding.
Green is a former CMS administrator and superintendent of Guilford County Schools. As a Democrat, he faces an uphill battle if elected. He'd likely have to win over a Republican General Assembly skeptical of his call for more resources.
The way that I operate is to spend time with folks, listen to what their concerns are, try to bring people along on particular issues, and then put together a plan that everyone can buy into.
All right, right now we want to go to our live crew. And right now Amber Lake is in Raleigh. She's covering Mark Robinson, his bid for governor.
From Josh Stein's watch party. We are expecting Robinson to make an appearance here in the next little bit, but we have seen some supporters kind of trickling in. They have put some hats on the table out here that say Women for Robinson, Mark Robinson. Some people are outside holding up some signs. Now, a big talker this election season has been the CNN report claiming Robinson posted several sexually graphic and racist comments to a pornographic website nearly 10 years ago. Robinson filed a defamation lawsuit against the network. The report sparked pressure for Robinson to withdraw from this race, but he refused to do so. Today, we're able to hear from Robinson's general consult, Matt Hurley, says since this report, Robinson has talked to former President Donald Trump on multiple occasions and still has his support. As of right now, Robinson is losing, but remember the numbers rolling in are mainly absentee and mail-in ballots at this time. Hurley told us that Lieutenant Governor is ready to accept whatever the results are tonight, but says it's all going to come down to those undecided voters. Hurley says Robinson has put up an amazing fight this race and has stayed resilient since that report came out. It'll be interesting to see what happens later this evening, guys.
All right, thanks so much, Amber. We appreciate that. We just got in so that you'll know that we're keeping you up to date. It says South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Alabama, Mississippi, all Trump wins. When it comes to Harris, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Maryland.
No real shockers at this point, though.
Not even close.
Not called are the 7 battleground states.
Correct.
That will decide this election. North Carolina, one of them. In fact, we still don't have a lot of North Carolina votes in. Right now, we just have 8% of North Carolina votes in. If we can go to the board for a second, though, I want to hop back over to the governor's race and show you something really interesting because we're starting to get some triad numbers in. I want to take a look at this. When was the last time that you saw rural triad counties go for a Democrat? Again, this is just 8% of the vote in so far.
You're talking Rockingham and Davidson, yeah.
Yeah, but that is something that's pretty shocking to see on the map.
Yeah, it's going to change. It's 8%. Like you said, I'm not putting a lot of faith in it, but it is interesting to see it blue even for a minute.
seeing how that changes. Okay.
I mean, Rockingham's still burger country.
For sure. All right, so we were talking about before we went to our live cruise and stuff like that about economy-wise. We were talking about how Janae said that the race to watch for economy was school superintendent,
Yes.
right? And then you said something afterwards about how people you think are going to start saving differently
Yes.
after the election.
Yes, even now they are starting to put money away, and I think it's because they've been overspending for the last couple of years. So when we came out of the pandemic, everybody had been saving, not really places to go, and they have just been overflowing with the spending the last couple of years, and now they're starting to save. And I see 2025 as a way to save even more. The bad part is that those high saving yields have started to go down because they're starting to cut the interest rate. So they should have been saving these last couple of years, but anything is good right now.
And so do you think the spending is overspending because inflation is high, and we've talked about that, or that you just think people are just spending more money, period?
It was fear of missing out. They missed out from 2020
Okay.
to almost 2022.
Booking all those
They
vacations.
booked every vacation they could, and then they only stopped when they really realized that flights were a little bit overpriced, and so were hotels and everything, and they realized, you know what? And jobs are starting to come down. Like, we're starting to see that unemployment go up a little bit, and so people are a little bit afraid of their jobs. So when we started seeing people with the great migration away from jobs, they were trying to jump to the new ones. Now you're starting to see them stay.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, they're holding on because they're like, wait a minute, I
Okay.
need this money.
So much uncertainty right now, too. I've talked to some realtors who said the housing market has just kind of come to a standstill
Yes.
until next week, and they know who wins.
Well, and I think they're also waiting to see if the interest rate, if they're going to cut again.
Exactly.
And we sold our house 2 days before the interest rates dropped. We'd been on the market 2 months and not really seen any action. As soon as that interest rate dropped, bam.
Seeing
So
action.
they're looking at it.
All right, well, let's stay on the subject of money, and let's talk about the sales tax referendum that was on the ballot for Guilford County voters. Our Sydney Moore is live in Greensboro on the sales tax referendum.
And voters could vote either for or against a sales tax increase. If taxpayers voted for the increase, it would help increase pay for teachers as well as frontline workers within Guilford County schools. Right now, we are at the old Guilford County courthouse where ballots are about to be counted. Right now in Guilford County, folks pay a combined state and local sales tax of 6.75%. For example, that means $6.75 on a $100 purchase at a store. But if voters vote for the 1/4 cent sales tax increase, that would bump that $6.75 to $7. Now, Superintendent Whitney Oakley spoke about the benefits this would bring to the district. She says if residents vote for this increase, it could mean fair compensation for our teachers and frontline workers like HVAC workers, which would help them have repairs done in a timely manner. Now, if residents do decide to vote for the increase and this boost, it could also mean $25 million a year within Guilford County schools. Live in Guilford County, Sydney Moore, WFMY News 2.
Okay, so she's waiting for when that sales tax referendum to get more votes in and talk about that. So we were just talking about that, and you said that people were saying, what is this even for?
Yeah, I don't think most people knew what the sales tax for that is for education. There were yard signs, there were signs, but it said pay teachers more, and then the sales tax thing was in really small letters. Unless you were walking, you couldn't read it.
Right, so when we talked to the Guilford County School Superintendent, she said we were able to put it on the ballot, but by law they wouldn't let us say that that is what it was going to go for.
Well, but you would think at least in the advertising they could.
Uh-huh.
Whoever's behind it, and they did. But again, everybody agrees to pay teachers more, but we're going, well, how do we do that? Because you couldn't read that it was a sales tax. I think it may be in trouble. I haven't seen the numbers yet, but I would be surprised if it passed, simply because most people didn't know what it was going for.
Well, and this is not the first time it's been on the ballot. I mean, we've had a couple of times it's been on the ballot and it has failed every single time.
And I would be surprised, given people's fears about the economy right now, I'd be shocked if it passes.
Mm-hmm. And then we also had that constitutional amendment. And so we were having conversations about this, a group of us not too long ago, and someone was like, well, I thought that it was already a law.
It is. It's just wording. the law as it currently.
Okay, so this is what we're hearing right now, that CBS News has called Josh Stein as the winner for governor. And so right now we're kind of like in a holding pattern as we wait and see if Josh Stein is in fact going to take the stage and talk about that. But CBS is calling Josh Stein as the winner for the race for governor. We're going to continue to keep you posted on that, okay? All right, back to the constitutional amendment.
Yeah.
The people who went to the polls, they were kind of like, well, of course I want that or whatever else. But they thought to themselves, isn't it already?
Yeah, so it was just wording. The way the current Constitution reads, it says, in order to vote, you must be a born citizen or a naturalized citizen.
Right.
And the new wording will be negative. You can't vote if you are not a citizen. It's just the wording, but taking the word naturalized out of there may make some people think, okay, do I have to be born here? Does it count if I'm naturalized? Now, technically, the way it reads is citizen. As a naturalized citizen, you're treated just like anybody else.
A naturalized citizen is a citizen, plain and simple.
Yeah, exactly. But if you don't know that and the word naturalized, you might not vote. You might be afraid to go vote. This was a very political amendment. Again, it doesn't change the law at all. It's just the wording that might discourage some people from voting.
And was there, like you said, a political component to it? Because we were not the only state that had this on their ballot this time around. Was it so? And most of them had a Republican lawmaker base in the state.
Yeah, and I mean, even in Congress, they're trying to pass the same thing in Congress. It was one of the things that Trump was pushing for. And again, it's not necessary. They already can't vote. But again, this was a way, I think, to mobilize a lot of those anti-immigrant voters to get them a little extra push to get them for the polls.
Just to make sure that they were there.
Yeah, just, little, and if it only meant you got an additional 1%, as close as these races are, 1% can be the difference.
Okay. And so we did just learn not too long ago that CBS News has called Josh Stein as the winner for the governor of North Carolina. Now, we're in a holding pattern to see if AP is calling it that way, what's happening, on the ground floor in Raleigh as well. If this holds to be true, a surprise to you?
No.
Yeah.
Given the way this race has played out, somebody told me that they saw a poll. The last poll had him up by 20. I had not seen that one. Right now, I've actually got the Secretary of State, so he's up by 21 right now. But again, it's 89 precincts out of 2,600 reporting. But no surprise here. And interesting, as you and I were talking about earlier, this was initially going to be the marquee race. There's only 12 governor's races this year nationwide. This was going to be the marquee competitive race. And Josh Stein did a pretty good job coming out the gate of defining Robinson in a negative way. And then, of course, the CNN story didn't help.
It did not help, yeah. And that really broke late. And then that caused, a lot of money to not be spent on this race.
Right, yeah. And, some people pulled their endorsements. People moved away from him. Democrats, I laughed. If you were running statewide, I don't care what office you're running for, you were running against Mark Robinson the last month. You watched ads for Jeff Jackson, ads for Jennifer Hunt, ad for even Secretary of State Marshall, who's been Secretary of State since 1996, even mentioned Mark Robinson.
Yeah, they tied their wagon, or, the opposite, camp tied their wagon to that to help.
Yeah, it was more like tagging to a weight, not a wagon, because they were hoping to slow him down. Yeah. He was an albatross around the necks of these other statewide Republicans. Now we'll see if it makes a difference at the polls today.
And we had talked earlier about whether there would be a coattail effect. Yeah. So explain what a coattail effect is.
Yeah, coattail effect is if the person at the top of the ticket, in this case statewide, is Josh Stein, if they're doing well, does that mean that some people who might not have voted for the lower will say, okay, I'm voting for Stein for governor, I'm just going to go ahead and vote down ballot. And again, as close as a lot of these races are, if it just means 2 or 3%, that may be enough to make a difference. There was some question, will it help Harris to have Stein doing so well? I call that up ballot. I don't think it helps Harris much, but I do think those races, if you look at the ballot, right under governor is lieutenant governor, then attorney general. I do think there's going to be some down ballot pull there that might be enough to get a Democratic lieutenant governor and a Democratic AG.
Okay, well, let's kind of talk about that. Let's switch to the Attorney General's race. Let's take a look at the candidates that we have.
Progressive Jeff Jackson, a well-known congressman here in Charlotte, famous for his social media presence. What would you say is your biggest priority?
Biggest priority, the day one priority, has to be fentanyl. We're losing an average of 9 people a day in our state. It's this big problem.
Facing off against another local congressman, Dan Bishop, known as a staunch defender of Donald Trump, his number one priority, he says, law and order.
That's the first and top priority, so that we can restore the effectiveness of the criminal justice system in North Carolina and people can feel safe and feel that their families are safe.
Despite their differences, the two say they view the job in similar ways. Jackson saying he'll work across the aisle with Republicans in the General Assembly.
You are the people's lawyer, but you are also the lawyer for the state, which means it would be my duty to represent the General Assembly or state agencies, even if I personally disagreed with them.
And Bishop disputing critics who say he'll work to ban abortion. Do you support the current 12-week ban as it stands in North Carolina?
This is extremely important, and it's consistent with every answer I've given in this conversation so far. The role of the Attorney General is to respect and enforce all law. So that would include the legislature's choice to do that 12-week position.
Bishop would be the first Republican elected Attorney General in more than 100 years.
Okay, so that was something that we didn't realize, that he would be the first Republican Attorney General to be elected in 100 years, if that happens.
Yeah, I did not realize that, because Republicans have won, I think, every other statewide office at least one at one point. Wow, I had no idea.
All right, and Jeff Jackson, his name should be familiar to folks.
Yeah, he was a member of Congress. Republicans drew him out of his district. They may rue the day they did that, because I think he would have been very content to stay in Congress. And maybe one of the few people with enough name recognition to win the Attorney General. If he wins, Republicans may have shot themselves in the foot by drawing him out of his district.
Okay, so we told you that CBS had been calling for Josh Stein to be the winner for the governor. And so a lot of people might be wondering, all right, how do they know that? How can they call that when there's only 9, maybe 10% of the precincts reporting?
A couple things. One is they look at the size of the margin. Even with just the 10%, he's up by 21 points. But the other thing is they do exit polling. They're looking at exit polls. So not only do they know what those 10%, but they can look at the exit polling and say, we did exit polling at, maybe 20 different precincts around the state that's more diverse. And in those 20 precincts, he's averaging 20%. So I think it's a combination of the exit polling and the large number of that 10%. So they're not calling president because that's only 5% difference right now.
Right, it's way too close for them to be able to call that.
20%, you feel comfortable, even with 10% of the vote in, if that 20% matches what you're seeing in the exit polls, you're pretty comfortable.
And the exit polls, you are relying on people to say, this is who I voted for.
Yeah, and
you're relying on them to be truthful.
Right, and there's always this theory that some people will purposely lie. I don't really find that being that much. I don't find that a real compelling argument. There may be a few, but I don't see it to be enough people that are going to throw things off.
Okay. All right. So what we're going to do now, we are going to go out live to Denise McMiller. She's here in Greensboro. She's covering the North Carolina State Superintendent's position, public instruction. We talked about how Mo Green, who is a name that you know very well here in Guilford County, is up for that job. Denise, what can you tell us? So we are having a little bit of technical trouble with that microphone for Denise. We're going to get back to her. We are live with you all through the entire night. We've got the ticker down at the bottom so that you can see all of the different races and see how they are panning out. Ben Briscoe is going to be coming back here shortly as well. He's going to be using that big board, and we can kind of give you a look at the big board and just put it full screen for you so you can kind of see what we are able to see technology-wise with the different precincts reporting. So this is showing you that 9% are reporting right now. This is for the state of North Carolina, and it's giving you like what the percentages are, and it's also letting you see which counties are reporting and which way they are leaning at the moment. and we saw Rockingham and Davidson leaning blue, what, 10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
And you said that
Not
won't
gonna
last
last.
long, and right now you can see that Rockingham and Davidson have now turned red, which is what we normally see for those counties.
Right, yeah. So again, just the handful of votes are in, and as you said, those are probably the absentee ballots, which maybe were a little more heavily Democratic. Well, I mean, we saw it in those early numbers. The initial numbers had Harris up 68% to 30-some% for Trump.
Right.
So it tells you those early ballots were heavily Democratic ballots, and that's not gonna hold.
All right, every single time that we have a presidential election, we have this conversation, and the conversation is the popular vote versus the electoral vote. So we have a story about the Electoral College and all of that kind of stuff. On my list, it's A57, and I'm just letting all of the folks back there know, or maybe it's A51, whatever it happens to be. But we want to be able to play that story for you, and then you and I are going to come back out and talk a little bit about popular vote versus the Electoral College.
Why does the United States use the Electoral College to pick the president? The Founding Fathers were split. Should Congress choose the president, or should it be left to the people? The use of electors was the solution. When you cast your vote for president, you're deciding which electors will represent your state. The number of electors in each state is determined by how many seats in Congress that state has, and that number is based on the state's population. So, for example, let's look at California. Every state has 2 senators, so right off the bat, that's 2 electors. California, the most populous state, has 52 representatives in the House, so the Golden State gets 54 total electors. Whichever candidate wins California will get all 54 electoral votes. There are 538 total electoral votes, 535 for the states and 3 for the District of Columbia. 48 states are winner-take-all. Maine and Nebraska give 2 electoral votes to the statewide winner and 1 for the winner of each congressional district. A simple majority of 270 electoral votes is needed to win. If neither candidate gets to 270, the House of Representatives will determine the president, but each state delegation, regardless of the number of electors, must vote as one. So there are only 50 votes up for grabs. The Senate will determine the vice president with a simple majority vote of all 100 senators. The popular vote winner has lost the Electoral College in 2 of the last 6 elections, and that has prompted calls to switch the popular vote system, but that requires a constitutional amendment.
All right, so are you okay?
Yeah, I'm putting my ear back in.
Gotcha. Okay. So we were just looking at that story, seeing how the electoral votes kind of like shake out why each state has how many on all this kind of stuff. And you mumbled underneath your breath, well, it could happen. And what could happen?
It takes 270 to win.
Right.
There is a very real possibility that one candidate get exactly 270. Because oddly enough, every state, with the exception of Nebraska and Maine, distribute them the whole one. So if you win North Carolina by 1 vote, you get all 16 electoral votes. Mm-hmm. Nebraska does it differently. If you win statewide, you get 2 of the votes, which is their Senate votes. There are 4 congressional districts, and they're distributed by who wins the congressional district. So if you win 3 congressional districts in Nebraska, you get 3 of those electoral votes, but the other candidate gets 1 in the one that won. Same way in Maine. And right now it appears that each of the presidential candidates are likely to pick up 1 electoral vote in each of those states. Mm-hmm. So doing the math, and if you distribute what we call the swing states the right way, it is a very real possibility. Let's say, and if I remember correctly, this would be what it was. If Harris wins all the ones she's predicted to win, and of the 7 swing states, if she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, and I think Nevada, I'm not sure, and the one that she would win in Nebraska, the 1 additional vote, she would have 270.
Okay, let's talk about those swing states, and let's talk about how those states have shifted back and forth over the years. So for the folks back there, I'm looking at B1 and B2, how the states have shifted, the battleground states. So I want to put up this graphic that we have so that you can see. So of course you see the 7 battleground states, right? Mm-hmm. All right, so you've got Arizona and Nevada and Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Okay, so let's take a look at how they have shifted over the years. So we're going to start with Arizona and Georgia. They were both red for every presidential election up until 2020. And that is when they turned blue for President Joe Biden. Now, we got Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. They have been blue every single year, except in 2016 when it turned red for former President Donald Trump. Now, Nevada went red in 2000, 2004. But it's been blue ever since. And then, of course, here in North Carolina, we've had a red state for every election except for 2008 when we went blue for Barack Obama. Interesting how so many of those swing states have kind of aligned themselves and done the same thing.
Well, and they used to not be swing states. 20 years ago, swing states were Ohio. Ohio was for almost ever the bellwether state. If you won Ohio, and there was, I'm going to say, 5 or 6 straight elections that if the winner won Ohio, that was the bellwether. If you won Ohio,
then you knew
and
that
Florida
was it.
Florida and Ohio used to be the swing states, and they have now gone heavily Republican.
All right. So what we want to do now, I think we're going to toss it over to Ben Briscoe. He is at the big board, and he's going to be showing us the ins and the outs of what's happening. Ben?
Well, the battleground state we care the most about, of course, is North Carolina. I want to show you this right here. It is down to a difference of 16 votes. 16. That's like less people than you went to high school with, right? This is North Carolina's race right now with 14% of the vote in. When it first started, we saw a sizable lead among Democratic candidate, vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris. But that has slowly been eaten away. And part of that is because we've seen more Republicans do early voting this time than we did last time. So we're not sure that that says anything yet. It could just mean that some of those early votes are starting to come in. We're going to track it all night long for you. I do want to point out, though, that some big Democratic strongholds are not in right now. If we zoom into our area, you've got Guilford and Forsyth with no votes reported at all right now. And if you take a look at last time around, those were big Joe Biden areas. He won Forsyth County by 56%. He won Guilford by 61%. So those are areas where Kamala Harris is expected to gain some votes over Trump. But if we look at the rest of the state, you can see there's a whole lot of counties not in right now. We've got a bunch of rural areas too that aren't reporting yet. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with those. On the other big races, CBS News has now called that Josh Stein will win the governor's race against Mark Robinson with 56% of the vote right now. You're saying, how in the world are they calling this so early when there's all these blank spaces on the map? Well, I want to zoom into the triad to show you exactly what's going on here. Robinson really needed to do well in the rural areas to cancel out the Democratic vote in the cities. If we take a look at Rockingham County right now, he is not winning. It's actually Stein that won Rockingham County at this point, and Davidson County as well. These are rural areas where traditionally the Republican candidate would do gangbusters, not quite doing as well for Mark Robinson in that area. Some other big races we're watching tonight. Attorney General. Right now, Jeff Jackson is leading Dan Bishop with 51% of the vote, but you can see this is getting closer and closer as the night's going on too. It just changed moments ago. I also want to show you State Superintendent. Mo Green, the former Guilford County Superintendent, is barely leading Michelle Morrow right now, 50.6% to 49.4% of the vote. But again, all of this is really early still. There's just 16% of the estimated vote in for our state. We still don't have numbers for Guilford or Forsyth County. Hopefully we will get those soon. You know, one of the things they had to do is wait for everyone in line to actually finish voting, and then they had to drive all those ballots from the precinct over to the county elections office, and then they could start counting those votes. So hopefully we'll get those in pretty soon. One other race we want to check in on is Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt just barely edging out Hal Weatherman here. This is pretty much the story right now. The Democrats barely edging out the Republicans, but the leads are getting smaller and smaller as the night's going on.
All right, thanks so much, Ben. And so we were just talking about the Department of Public Instruction, and so that is where we have one of our live crews right now. That is Itanese McMiller. She is there in Greensboro.
We're here at the old Guilford County Courthouse, where we're hoping that some folks will start to trickle in here and watch some of the results come in for some of the races. And one of the top races here in our state that folks have their eye on is the superintendent's race, the superintendent of public instruction. And the two candidates in that category is Democrat candidate Mo Green and Republican candidate Michelle Morrow. A little bit of background on both of these candidates. Mo Green has a background in education. He was the superintendent for Guilford County Public Schools for 7.5 years. And before that, he was the deputy superintendent for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system. And Morrow, she has a background in homeschooling. She's done that for a while. She also was a nurse for 30 years, but she is a political outsider. Some of her key issues is to focus on improving safety in schools, cutting down on bullying and getting drugs out of schools. And Green, his top priorities are getting more funding for students, as well as getting more funding for public schools, as well as elevating educators. I spoke with both of them about how they both plan to handle the public school system's $13 billion in both state and federal funding.
I taught for 9 years. I've been a nurse for 32 years. I think that all of those things, whether it's the mental health crisis, whether it's just the drug issues, the lack of safety in our schools, whether it's just getting back to some excellence in education, I feel like I've run the gamut.
I know what to do. And so it's just a matter then of elevating that to an entire state level. And being sure that we think about the sorts of things that are necessary to improve student outcomes, which includes certainly trying to request more funding for our public schools, elevating our educators, certainly engaging those parents and other community members in this work.
Both Green and Morrow support raising teacher pay, literacy instruction, as well as improving school safety. Now, later on tonight, we'll talk about what differs between the two and how this race garnered national attention.
Thanks so much, Denise. We are all back here at the table. Janae Adams is joining us once again. And so with that whole Department of Public Instruction, your view really was that's the economy race, really.
That is the one that's going to affect families across the state because of where the money may be shifted for public instruction, pretty much. So that is something that if it's all moving to charter schools or all moving to private schools, then where does that leave K through 12 public education?
Mm-hmm. The other thing that we were talking about the economy was you didn't think that the economy was what was driving people to the polls.
No, I think that was just masking it, what was driving people to the polls. Because we can look at that on both sides, honestly, that they had different objectives other than the economy, but that's what came out of their mouths.
Well, part of the hard thing is the economy was either good or bad depending on who you asked.
Yes.
I mean, the stock market was doing really well, but prices were still high.
Yeah.
It's really confusing to know.
It is, and the economy has been doing, the economy has been doing well, but the stock market's been doing really well. They are really happy.
Yeah, those of us my age, liking that 401k.
You're liking that without us right now.
Looking good.
Real good.
All right, what about the voters that have like student loans?
Yeah, so those are the ones that are kind of sitting, trying to figure out what's going to happen tonight. Because depending on what that is how it's going to move forward. So I was actually at a higher education conference today, and they were like, Janae, so what's going on? Because some of them have gotten their student loans forgiven after they've actually paid more than they borrowed. And then also some of them are still waiting. I told them, I said, the issue that you all have right now is the lawsuits against the SAVE program, also FAFSA issues. So the Department of Education is overwhelmed right now. So you all are kind of taking a back burner till that gets
the federal Department of
yes.
Education.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? Student loan relief has really been a driving factor for the youth vote. I've actually seen some college students for the first time talk about not only do we need to win the president, but the House and the Senate
yes.
To get that student loan forgiven, which is something you don't typically hear them talk about. You hear them talk about the president, but that's about it.
Yeah, and you'll be surprised it's not just youth. It's people in 30s, 40s, 50s, 80s. Because some of them have student loans still today. An 86-year-old just got her student loans forgiven, and actually was a private one. And she had been trying for years to show them her disability at 86 years old, and they finally
Was that? And I read about a lady. It was her daughter. She had co-signed
on it, and I always tell people don't co-sign.
Both of them were disability.
I tell people all the time, please don't co-sign on student loans.
And you don't age out of loans.
You do not student loans.
Kind of like you don't age out of taxes either, right?
Not at all.
But people think that all the time.
Yes, no.
Hey, we're just getting some new numbers in. I want to show you the state superintendent race. Michelle Morrow has taken the lead right now. She's 15,000 votes ahead of Mo Green in this race. Let's hop over to the presidential race in North Carolina. There's a big boost for Trump coming in here. But take a look, Guilford County still not reporting anything at all. This is really early, just 21% of the statewide total in at this point.
So, and they told us before, you know what, don't be surprised if you're not going to get some kind of election result within an hour, 2 hours after the polls close. And it is now just after 8:30, right? So just an hour after the polls closed, because they have to physically drive over from each one of the precincts, right? And I know you think to yourself, is there not a different way to do that this day and age? But that is the way it is done.
And that's in large part because we did switch to paper ballots.
And that has to do with the security. You know, you can't, I mean, unless you stop the car, and take them, it's not like transmitting them over the internet. And this is more of a security issue.
And the slogan tonight among election officials is get it right, don't worry about being fast. So I know we all want results right now. We're checking refresh every 5 seconds, but it's more important that it is correctly counted.
Yes, for sure, because any of the backtracking never is good. Never is good. Okay, let's talk about some other numbers, and I want to talk about some electoral vote numbers. When we look at the swing states, so I don't know if you can bring up those swing states on that main map.
Here.
Okay, so Pennsylvania has 19, but they may not always have 19, and especially with the next coming years, they may not have that 19. We may get something.
Yeah, I think the census in 230, with the growth here and the declining population in the Rust Belt, I think Pennsylvania loses maybe one, maybe two, and we're going to gain at least one.
I mean, California lost one this time, and no one thought that was going to happen.
First time ever, California lost one. But the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are all shrinking, which is not bode well for Democrats because that's their blue wall. But I think North Carolina will easily get to 17 after the 230 census, and maybe 18, and Pennsylvania's going to lose at least one. So it may be, if these same states are swing states in 2028, well, it'd be 32. In 2032, we might be the big guy.
It means we also get more representatives in Congress, too.
And it also means we'd have a whole lot more ads.
Okay.
I was in Pennsylvania 2 weeks ago.
Speaking of ads, the ads you saw all over our state were for the governor's race, right?
Lots of them.
Right now, we are hearing that Josh Stein has been called the winner by CBS. Our own Kevin Kennedy is in Raleigh at the Stein camp. Kevin?
Hi guys, good evening from downtown Raleigh, where as you can see behind me, this Democratic Party watch party has certainly kicked off, and it has certainly become a bit electric. About maybe 30 minutes ago, there was an audible kind of a roar in the crowd. That's because of those big monitors back behind me. They announced the projected winner. A number of media outlets, including CBS News, are projecting that Josh Stein will in fact be the winner of this race for governor. It's really not a big surprise, I think, but certainly it's what the crowd here at least was hoping for, is to actually see that Josh Stein is the projected winner. He'd been leading in the polls pretty much from the outset, and that goes back 22 months ago when he first announced that he was going to run for governor. And then recently with some of those CNN stories that came out as it relates to Mark Robinson, those poll numbers only jumped, going up in some situations to double digits. So again, CBS News projecting that Josh Stein has won this race to become North Carolina's next governor. It is history as it relates to that. He will become our state's first Jewish governor. Now, I just spoke with the Josh campaign a little bit ago, or the Josh Stein campaign, I should say, a little bit ago. They said the program is about to get started. They wouldn't provide a whole lot of details. Expect a number of people to be speaking, but at some point here, hopefully within the next 30 to 45 minutes or so, Josh Stein will most likely be taking the stage, and obviously he will be greeted by a pretty loud contingency here. We're live in downtown Raleigh. I'm Kevin Kennedy, WFMY News 2.
All right, so Kevin there at the Stein camp and saying he believes that within the next 30 to 45 minutes that we're going to see Josh Stein on the podium there. Again, not surprising to you.
Not a surprise at all. But I'm looking at the numbers. You know, he was up by 20 points. Now he's up by 10 because these latest dumps have definitely been Republican counties and precincts. So that I suspect will get larger. And well, right now, Lieutenant Governor, every other race for Council of State that had a Democrat that's not an incumbent is running within 2 points of each other. They're all tight, but that's going to open back up, I think, because they say Guilford hasn't reported. Mecklenburg, it's only a small percentage. Wake, a small percentage. Asheville, those are the areas where Democrats are looking for the votes to come in.
Those are big ones.
I know, and we continue to just kind of look around and see what all the different races are doing and what the numbers are for each one of those things. And we're going to kind of see if there's going to be some coattail effect, which is like, does that mean that there will be more Democrats that will win or not after Josh Stein and Mark Robinson's race, and how all that works? And we're looking at the numbers at the bottom of the screen there, right? And you just said, oh, because you just saw numbers change, right? And jump,
like switch completely back around in a big gap.
Yeah, and we're going to be watching that all throughout the night because we looked, and it looked like Mo Green was not winning.
And then he was winning.
And then he was winning.
And now he's not winning again.
And now he's not winning again. Okay, so we're going to be continuing to take a look at that. We do have team coverage all over so that we can bring you live views of each one of the different races and key things that people voted on, like the sales tax right here in Guilford County, which we've had a sales tax referendum on the ballot, I think the last 4 times that it's been a major election, and it's never passed. But we'll see. We'll see what happens this time.
We'll see, but I don't hold out a lot of hope because most people didn't have any idea that the sales tax was for teachers' raises. There were all these nice signs that said pay teachers more, but the fact that you're voting on this initiative was so small, unless you were walking, you couldn't read it. They were very ineffective signs.
And so, and when we talked to the school superintendent here in Guilford County, she made a big thing about how by law they weren't allowed to put on the ballot that that's what it was for. And so that kind of really had a really hard time getting the information out.
They would have needed to have a good ground game for sure.
To be able to do that. To be able to do that. All right, so we are looking at races all across. We're waiting for those swing states. So let's take a look at, we've got the big map up here, and I want to bring that full screen because it's showing you the electoral map, and it's showing you the numbers, and it's showing you who's gone where. So we can all kind of look at that. And we're waiting, of course, for the North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Georgia, right? Michigan, Wisconsin to be called. We know that like Nevada, Arizona, that's going to take a while. Their polls don't close for several more hours. I mean, ours just closed, an hour and a half ago. They don't close for several more hours. So we're looking to see if any of those other ones might, Georgia, they said, would have been one that might turn earlier than any other state on the East Coast.
Yeah, because they close, I think at 7. I'm not sure. I don't think it's 7:30. I think they close at 7. And Trump, of the swing states, I think he was doing better in Georgia. That maybe Arizona he was doing better, but Georgia was looking better for him. But I remember 4 years ago, you said Georgia was going to flip, and I was like, no, it's not. And you were right.
We were just talking about that. How did you know? How did you know?
You kept saying, I was like, no. She kept saying, no, Georgia might flip. And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
And you nailed it. So what's your call tonight?
It's a different feeling as far as the people who are voting. It's a lot more younger people who are going out there, and I've been seeing a lot of things from Georgia. I think they had a really good ground game 4 years ago, and I'm just thinking that they're rinse and repeating. So it'll be interesting to see which way it goes.
Was Abrams involved in the ground game this year?
Yes, she was. Okay. And she had a book she had a book that she was going, but it wasn't just her then in 2020. It was 3 other groups. You just got Stacey Abrams because she was the most popular one, but it was 3 other women-led groups that really got out the vote. And
Are they out there this year?
And they are as well,
Okay,
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll see what happens there.
Yeah.
Okay, so a topic that has been on the mind for many North Carolinians, of course, is the response after Helene damaged most of western part of our state, as well as future relief aid there as well. Many voters actually came out in western North Carolina.
Oh, wow.
They came to the polls. I mean, they opened it up and said you can go anywhere that you need to make that vote, and so they did. And they said that it was more important than ever to make their voices heard this election season. The presidential candidates, they both visited the destruction in western North Carolina. Voters have been looking at the actions taken and also the plans for future action when they cast their ballots this time.
That money of the federal reimbursement will also help with emergency services that are now being provided by the state, so that they can be reimbursed and then have the resources to keep providing those emergency services. Also, we will be covering the local government costs for food, water, and shelter. Again, resources that are desperately needed by the members of this community.
We will not forget about you. We will never forget about you. We're going to be working with you for a long time to come to get it back together. When I'm president, I will stand with you until the communities are fully rebuilt. Every single inch of every property will be fully rebuilt, greater and more beautiful than it was before.
And you saw both of them with their interviews there, and you saw all of the damage behind them.
Yes.
I mean, so much mud, all the debris. I mean, there's no making sense of all of that stuff that's happening. Even with all that, those voters in those 25 counties affected by the hurricane, they outpaced the rest of early voting and the state voter turnout, 58.9%.
Wow, wow.
Yeah, and there was this big fear that they weren't going to be able to get there. And you got to give credit to the Secretary of State's office and Board of Elections. They bent over backwards to make sure they had polling places in tents.
Yes.
So they bent over backwards. You got to give a shout out to the Board of Elections and the people overseeing the western part, because they really bent over backwards.
Well, and especially since it happened so close, right, to the election time. It's not like it happened 6 months ago and they had to make contingency plans. They had to get that solution done now.
Yeah, and they did it. So give credit to them as well as to the voters who said, I'm going to be counted.
Yes.
Right, yeah, for sure. So hurricane relief played a role in the governor's race as well. Elon poll found nearly half of voters, 49%, said Stein would provide better leadership in North Carolina, 27% that Robinson would have better leadership for that.
Which is interesting, because Trump tried to make a big deal, and some of the Republican candidates tried to make a big deal that FEMA failed and the government failed. And so it's really interesting. It didn't seem to matter, at least at the state level. Now, maybe it cost Harris. I saw a Trump ad that one of the things they said that she didn't care about North Carolina because they said FEMA failed, which my sister lives up there. FEMA didn't fail, but that was the story. And a lot of the Trump supporters believe that. And so it may help him a little bit, but apparently it didn't hurt Stein.
It did not hurt Stein. Again, CBS has made it, the thing that Stein has won the governor's race. We have not heard anything from Robinson's camp as of yet. We're not hearing any rumblings or anything like that, so we'll keep you posted on that. And of course, we'll be bringing you to Josh Stein as soon as he decides that he's going to take the podium there and talk about that. With the economy not being the big ticket issue this year, although it was the last time around, right?
It definitely was.
Why do you think such a big shift, especially since you've seen prices rise?
Yeah, and I think because last time you were coming out of the pandemic, and the stock market had stopped on one day. It was pandemonium going on in 2020. So just coming out of that, you can tell that the economy was going to be the #1 ticket. It didn't matter what anything else was. But since then, a lot of different type of issues have come up on both sides that have nothing to do with the economy, and that's what has been driving people to the polls on both sides, and not as much as the economy.
And I have been kind of surprised, I think, that people haven't been tightening their belts more before the election, like waiting to see what happened.
Yes, and so now it's starting to get into that notion. Like I said, a lot of more people are keeping their jobs. They're not trying to jump like they were before, and so it's kind of what are they seeing in their workplace, and what's making them a little bit afraid, or have they exhausted all of their savings because that could be a lot of issues of why they're starting to stay, because that money has kind of run out, and now they're like, I really need this job. It doesn't matter what they say to me, I'm going to stay.
Okay, and then, you know, for a while, wasn't it like last year or so that they were like, recession's coming, recession's coming, recession's coming. Recession never happened.
The recession didn't happen. I think it didn't happen on a grand level, but some people face their own personal recessions. And so that's maybe the people who had said stuff about the economy, because they felt it on their own personal side. But as a whole, the economy is just going.
Yeah, because it still was the _1 issue. It just wasn't dominant.
No, and in the past, yes. In the past, it's always pocketbook issues.
Yeah,
that's the key word.
The Dobbs decision changed that for women's rights.
Yes.
And immigration issues.
And those were the two on each side that is driving. Yes.
Yeah, economy was still important, but it wasn't the dominant
issue. Yes, it wasn't what brought new people in.
And the thing too with, we talked about perception, that gap between who can better handle the economy, Harris closed that in the last couple of weeks with the really good jobs report a month ago.
Yes.
That closed a little bit, so that was a huge advantage for Trump, and in 2020 it was a huge advantage for Biden.
Yes.
This time it wasn't as big an advantage because of the stock market and the other things that you referred to.
Yes.
All right, so do you think that we are then out of the woods for a recession, or does it still just like loom in the back somewhere?
What I think all of us need to understand, we've never ever been in this kind of territory. We have never been through a pandemic where everything, and that's something that the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, has said over and over again. We are in new territory that we've never seen. And so that's why they have been a little bit more cautious about these cuts. Yeah, it was a surprise last time, but this time it's going to be more of the normal cut, which probably is 25 basis points. They're going to keep it steady. They're not going to listen to the stock market and everybody saying, go big, bring it down. No, we're not going back to 0% interest rates where debt is cheap anymore.
We're not.
We're not going there. No, we're not.
And you said too, this was the other thing that made my ears perk up. You said the high yield savings accounts.
Yes.
You think we're going to start seeing that go down?
Because it was going up with the interest rate hikes. And so as it gets cut, then they started to go down. So if you were someone who was trying to get into those high yield savings account at that 4%, 4.7%, you need to get into it before they cut it again.
You better lock them CDs in.
Lock them in.
Yes. I see. Okay, gotcha. So that's free advice, right?
Yeah, free advice. Yes.
Free advice right there. All right, let's talk about balance of power. So we have a balance of power issue change, possibly not only North Carolina, but possibly on the U.S. front as well. So North Carolina, we got the supermajority. Does it stay?
I don't think so. I mean, Democrats just have to pick up 1 seat in either chamber to break the supermajority. Given how well Stein is doing, I think the chances are very good they pick up at least 1 seat. The bigger question is going to be nationally, who is the House. The Senate is going to go Republican, as there's no doubt in my mind. There's just too big a hill for Democrats to climb.
Okay.
They've already lost. They could only afford to lose 2 seats. West Virginia is going to go, and I suspect Montana and maybe Ohio. But the House, I looked at 138. They had, the House was, the Democrats won the House 503 times, the Republicans won 97. So literally 50-50. And if you push them, their count was 218 Democrats, 217 Republicans. 1 seat.
Okay.
Now, again, but it's going to be, if that flips, and I heard, and I don't know if this is forever, but in some certain time point, no president has ever gotten elected when the chambers both flipped.
Okay.
I don't remember how long ago that was, or maybe
because right now the House is GOP, the Senate is Democrat.
And I would say chances are pretty good they're both going to flip, and that
and
where
switch.
They've switched. That there's
never happened before.
I don't know if it's never or how long. I should look that up, but. Yeah. It has been a long time if it's ever happened before.
Okay, Ben, you are back.
I am back, and I've noticed something really interesting on the board. If we can hop over to the state numbers here, I want to show you as soon as my mouse starts working. So we've got 36% of the votes in right now statewide, but we don't have a lot of the Democratic urban areas in right now. For example, Guilford County has 0 votes reported at this point. The county board told us that they are inputting the early voting in right now, and it should be to the State Board of Elections very soon. They are still working on the day of voting too, so it's going to be a while before we get all the numbers from them. But take a look at like Mecklenburg County. Only 6% of votes from Mecklenburg County are in right now. When you go over to Wake County, we finally got a big chunk from them. 74% of them are in. You can see that Trump pulled about 34% there. If you compare that to last time, it's a little bit lower than he did last time. Okay. He was hoping to really gain in that. As a matter of fact, he had a rally in Raleigh this weekend trying to get the last minute vote out in Wake County. So what this tells us, though, is that we're going to expect to see a lot more Democrats come in, and that we're seeing right now in this 38%, a big group of rural voters.
Okay, Mark Robinson, we hear, is at his podium. Let's take a look.
To look. There we go.
We love you too. We love you too. Well, as always, very first thing we're going to do is do what? Thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And we thank him a double portion tonight. Because I can tell you this right now, the window of opportunity for us winning this race is closing quick, folks. We realize what we're up against. We realized what we were up against from the very beginning. We knew that we were ordinary, just an ordinary person getting in this for the right reasons, to fight for the people of North Carolina and to make effective change. You know, it doesn't seem like it's going our way tonight. But it's always going our way. Because it's going the right way. Whether people want it to or not, people of faith know it's going to go the right way, because we've read the back of the book and we know how this all comes to an end. Those who would promote evil and promote wrong and call it right, they do not win. They may prosper for a season, but in the end, we win. So I'm standing here now and I'm not sad one lick. I'm a little disappointed. I'm disappointed for you, because I wanted this so bad for you. I wanted this for the people of North Carolina, not for me. I wanted it for them. I wanted to represent them. I wanted to take their issues before the folks of North Carolina and really have those issues addressed. Not for the purposes of climbing a political ladder, but for the purposes of fighting for the people in the state that I love. But it was not to be, it appears. And I can tell you this, we're not going to stop here, folks. We don't stop here. We've got a lot of work still to do as Lieutenant Governor. We've got a lot of work to do in Western North Carolina to continue to help those folks to get back to full normal. We've got a lot of work still to do in the sphere of education in these last 2 months. We've got a lot of work to do still for the people of North Carolina. We're going to do it with great energy. We're going to do it with the same intensity that we've been doing it for the last 3.5, almost 4 years. You know, I'm standing here now, folks, and guess where my head is? My head is held high. And the reason why my head is held high is because I ran a race where I did not have to lie. I did not have to tell half-truths. I did not have to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars demonizing anyone. I simply traveled this state and told people about my vision and told the people of North Carolina that I have an unabiding faith in them, and told the people of North Carolina as well, it will not be the government that will build this state, it will be you. That is the message that we deliver to the people of this state, a true message of real hope, a real future, where every single solitary North Carolinian can make a great living. My wife and I will now take our time. I'll work these last 2 months as Lieutenant Governor. I'll continue to do what I need to do for the people of the state of North Carolina. And after the beginning of the year, I'm going to spend some time with my grandchildren. They are getting older, and so am I. So we'll spend some time with family and we'll assess and we'll move forward from there. But, you know, I want to leave you with a quote from an often demonized politician who said something quite profound as he was resigning from office. He said, we think sometimes when things don't go good for us when we lose an election or someone dear to us dies, that all is ended. It's not true. It's only a beginning, always. Because the greatness comes, not when things go always good for you, but the greatness comes when you're really tested, when you take some knocks, some disappointments, when sadness comes. Because only if you've been in the deepest valley can you ever know how magnificent it is to stand on the highest mountain. Folks, I have stood on the highest mountain. Going from being a factory worker to being the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina has been the honor of my lifetime. Now I'm proud to stand in front of so many supporters and have so many votes cast for me by people who have confidence in me. It's not about the lies. It's not about the half-truths. It's about the people who believe in you. And it's about the state that you love, a state that I fully intend to continue to serve for the next 2 months. And who knows, maybe in the future once again, somewhere in office. Who knows? I don't know. But we're going to take our time. We're going to assess. We're going to spend time with family. Before I leave this stage, though, I want to say to each and every person I'm looking at right now, I see so many faces I can't name them all. I love each and every one of you. Not only have you added value to this campaign, you have added value to my life as friends, as supporters. The one thing I have not done this entire time in this campaign is shed tears. And I will not shed tears tonight because I stand here strong and proud, glad to have run a race that was upright and decent while others around me refused to do so. So we leave this place tonight with our head held high. And the only disappointment that I have inside of me is the disappointment that you all feel. Because I know so many of you want it so bad to see nothing but victory tonight. But remember, victory is pleasing God. Victory is pleasing God. And sometimes in order to please God, you have to lose in the sight of man. So God bless you all. Thank y'all so much for everything that you've done for me. We love y'all. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right, so what you just heard was Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson giving his concession speech for the governor's race. And he talked about how he wasn't as much disappointed for himself as he was for the state of North Carolina and what he thought he could do for the state of North Carolina. And I want to just kind of take a look at what folks were looking at when they cast their ballots, okay? So the top North Carolina concerns maybe that drove people to the polls and drove them to vote in the way that they voted. So let's take a look at this. When casting their votes for governor, North Carolinians were looking at specific policies. According to the Associated Press issue, tracker voters care most about crime, followed by Social Security, abortion, and then the economy and immigration came in last, according to that tracker poll.
But of course, what's not on this is that CNN report that shocked this entire race. CNN came out and said that Mark Robinson made comments on an adult website more than a decade ago, saying things like, quote, "I'm a black Nazi," that they should bring slavery back. Robinson has denied that, filed a lawsuit against CNN, but that had to have played a big role.
I mean, numbers were showing him behind 6 or 7 points already because, as we've talked about, Stein did a really good job of defining him. Whether those words were taken out of context, like Robinson said, but he had already defined him and was doing well. But that really changed the race. I find those issues interesting to see immigration and economy behind the others. Everything I had been reading was that those were going to, at least nationwide, those were number 1 and 2, and abortion was 3. That is shocking to me, and that's got to make Harris have some hope. Were those North Carolina numbers, or was that nationwide?
Yes, that was just for the governor's race.
Oh, that was just for the governor. Okay.
Right, yes.
And I'll tell you, at Robinson's stop, he really did focus on crime a lot. And he talked about the need to secure our communities and how too many families are dying from gun violence and that we need more law enforcement officers on the streets.
It was his gun rights speech that got him fame and got him lieutenant governor's position.
But I do want to point out that you said he was already about 6 points behind. That was before the CNN article broke. Take a look at the numbers right now. He's behind Stein at about 13% right now. Again, this is early. We're still expecting a lot more Democratic votes to come in. Yeah.
But the race has already been called, and he has already conceded. And so that means that Josh Stein will be the next governor of North Carolina, making some history there as the first Jewish governor for the state of North Carolina.
Now, both these men currently had other jobs in our state. Let's take a look and see who might replace them. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, that is a hot race right now. This is one of the few races where it is extremely, extremely tight. Right now, Hal Weatherman leading Rachel Hunt by just 2,400 votes. But we are hearing that Roy Cooper's on the stage with Josh Stein's camp. We want to go there right now.
Out there. What a night it has been so far, but we have just elected the next governor of North Carolina, Josh Stein. And more returns are coming in every minute. Some good signs for Democrats up and down the ballot. It'll be a long night. I'm so glad to be here with the First Lady of North Carolina, my wonderful wife, Kristen. I'm so grateful for her love and her partnership and service to the people of our state. We've had a great run, and we have been so honored to serve. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We also hold next to our hearts the people of Western North Carolina. We're going to work hard. We got a long night ahead of us. I know everybody's watching closely for the rest of the results because we know our country must make the right choice, and we have important elections across the state. But we need to take a moment right now. We need to take a moment for our beautiful home state of North Carolina because we have done something important here with this victory in the governor's race. You know, every election gives us choices, and there's never been a wider gulf between the choices in this race. And so tonight, with this victory, I ask you, North Carolina, did we choose progress? Did we choose experience? Did we choose reproductive freedom for women? Did we choose support for our public schools? Yes, we did. We chose all of that and more. I've known our next governor for a long time, and North Carolina is better because he's been an amazing public servant and attorney general. And now it's time for his new job. And Kristen and I can tell you, it's a job that truly matters in the lives of everyday North Carolinians. Serving as your governor has been the honor of my lifetime. And by working together, we've expanded Medicaid. We've recruited a record number of good-paying jobs. We passed clean energy legislation to get us to carbon zero future, appointed the most diverse cabinet and staff in the history of our state. And we've stopped a lot of bad legislation. And so much more. I know what it takes to do this job. And I knew that to keep our progress going forward, we needed to write the right person to take over when it was time for me to leave. We needed a person with integrity and grit. We needed a person who will work with anyone to get the job done. We needed a person who will never back down from doing the right thing. We need a person who will blaze his own trails, and we got that tonight. He is ready to do this job and to do it right. He has the steady hand, the clear-eyed vision, and the servant's heart to make North Carolina stronger than ever. So North Carolinians, I present to you the next governor of North Carolina, Josh Stein. North Carolina! Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is a treat to be with you. Thank you, Governor Cooper, for that very generous introduction. And thank you, North Carolina. Tonight, the people of North Carolina resoundingly embraced a vision that's optimistic, forward-looking, and welcoming. A vision that's about creating opportunity for every North Carolinian. We chose hope over hate, competence over chaos, decency over division. That's who we are as North Carolinians, and I am so honored that you have elected me to be your next governor. Thank you. I've got an easy question, and I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask y'all anyway. Who here, like me, loves North Carolina? North Carolina is home. Home to remarkable natural beauty. Home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies. Home to some of the finest universities and one of the best community college systems in the nation. And we are home to the best people. As we celebrate tonight, our hearts are with the folks of Western North Carolina who are still struggling. Hurricane Helene swept in devastation, destruction, and darkness. But the goodness of North Carolinians shone through. Neighbors helping neighbors, people dropping everything to lend a hand. And by the way, none of those folks cared whether the person they were helping was a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. They just showed up because that's who we are as North Carolinians. And we will show up for the people of Western North Carolina to help them rebuild safer and stronger than ever before. I ran for governor because I love our home state, and I believe in the promise of North Carolina, that where you come from should never limit how far you can go. That our kids and grandkids should enjoy a better and brighter future than we've had. That every North Carolinian should have a fair shot at success, starting a small business or getting a good paying job everywhere in this state, including small town North Carolina. To deliver on that promise, we must invest in our people and their futures so that together we build a safer, stronger North Carolina where the economy continues to grow and works for everyone. Where our public schools are excellent and our teachers are well paid. And where our neighborhoods are safe and women can make their own decisions about their own bodies. Just like rebuilding Western North Carolina, these issues, good jobs, strong public schools, safe neighborhoods, and personal freedoms are not partisan issues. They are North Carolina issues. We have big challenges ahead, But we have even bigger dreams to realize. We can cut taxes for workers so you keep more of your own money. We can pay teachers what they deserve and open up doors of opportunities for our children. We can expand career and technical education because you shouldn't have to go to college to provide for your own family. To build this brighter future, we must put aside our differences and work together. We must reject the politics of division, fear, and hate that keep us from finding common ground. We will go further when we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work, and thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna. Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady. We are blessed to have our 3 kids here today, Sam, Adam, and Leah. Mom and I love you very much and are incredibly proud of you. Fundamentally, this campaign is about you and all of the young people of North Carolina. We want all of you to want to call North Carolina home the same way we do. Friends, we are so blessed to be of this place. And while nowhere is perfect, I firmly believe that whatever may be wrong with our state can be repaired by all that is right. After all, North Carolina is where the Greensboro Four sat down and the Wright brothers took flight. It's where my father joined Julius Chambers and James Ferguson to form North Carolina's first integrated law firm to fight for equality and opportunity for all. It's where people come together to solve tough problems and believe that our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. This is our North Carolina. This is our home. Tonight, let's celebrate this hard-fought victory, and tomorrow we will get back to work to building a North Carolina that is safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
So you have been watching Josh Stein in his acceptance speech as the next governor of North Carolina, defeating Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. This was one of the races to watch all over the nation. All eyes really were watching what was happening between Stein and Robinson.
Oh, yeah. Again, at the beginning of the year, 6 months ago, this was considered to be a marquee race. It was going to be tight. Then the scandals broke, and then people were watching it for a different reason.
Just for the what's going to happen next reason.
Is there another shoe to drop? How's Robinson going to respond? Is Robinson going to resign? All of those things. So it became more interesting for a different reason. But at the beginning of the cycle, this was the marquee governor's race in the country that was going to be close, and it turned out not to be.
So we know that Stein is the next governor of North Carolina. Now we need to see what happens with the balance of power. It was a supermajority, Republican supermajority there. We're wondering if that happens, we're wondering if that dissolves.
Yeah, we'll see. For those of you, supermajority, as you know, means that there's enough votes to override a governor's veto. Right now,
and that's what happened a lot with Governor Cooper.
Exactly. Republicans have a 1-seat supermajority in each chamber. A loss of 1 seat in either chamber changes that. Given Stein's performance, I think there'll be some maybe short coattails. I suspect that at least one of the chambers will lose that supermajority. We'll see, but I would be surprised if they did not if they were able to maintain supermajority, given what's going on now.
And Ben is just getting back as well.
Hey,
He's
Ben.
doing cut-ins for TV, and so this is, of course, on WFMY Plus and YouTube and on the web. And so, with that said, you must have been listening to Stein's acceptance speech as well.
Yeah, you guys were just talking about the General Assembly. One other thing I want to point out is that House Speaker Tim Moore has won his congressional race, so that he's out at the state General Assembly. That's a big leadership vacuum for them in Raleigh, and it'll be interesting to see who replaces him.
Yeah, there's a front runner whose name I can't recall. I'll look at it in the next break. We believe we know who it's going to be. There were 3 interested, but it seems like it'd come down to one. I'll have to look it up.
We're going to look at that. While we look at that, what we wanted to do is we want to send it out live to our own Nixon Norman. She's in Lexington, and so she's at a place called Smoke and Oak in Lexington, where people from all different parties are watching the election results come in. All right, Nixon.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Smoke and Oak is a bourbon and cigar lounge that's been here in Lexington for 3 years, but this is the first time they've hosted an election night party. Now, owner of the place, Courtney Croson, was telling me their mission is to love everybody and to promote unity. He wanted to create a place here in Lexington where there was no judgment, political or religious affiliation. And that's the goal here tonight. People from both sides, Republican, Democrat, people of every race, of any economic background and life experience. But what I want to show you is just how far this thing goes. What you were just looking at is the main room here at Smokin' Oak. This is another bar type area, but it leads out to kind of a backyard space where there are more people in here also enjoying the election night, watching as they get the results. Hey, everybody. And then two, even up here, we're going to turn around real quick. There's upstairs. Where are my folks upstairs? Oh my, that's okay. There was plenty of people up there earlier. All of this to say, this is a place where unity is coming together on a night that can be very controversial for many people. All of these people are here enjoying the election and the results from a place that's comfortable with people they love, just like many of you at home. To the owner of this place, Smokin' Oak, Courtney Croson, who's going to tell me more about this mission and why he felt it was necessary to host this party tonight. For now, live in Lexington, Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
Great place to be. Tom, I want to take a look, if we can, at some of the numbers now coming in from the suburban areas. If we can take up our map here, that'd be great. We are really focusing on suburban areas in this election because that is where
she's got to do well.
She's got to do really well. So let's take a look here at some of our suburban areas here in the Triad. Randolph County, for example, last time around, Trump picked up 77.7% of the vote. Right now it's 76.9%. Not a lot of change there. No. When we zoom out to other areas across the state, I'm noticing that there's a little bit of a difference though. Carrabas County, Trump right now at 51%. Last time around he had 54%.
Okay.
But counter that, let's look at Guilford County, where right now Trump has 38%. Last time 37%. Is it all washing out to be about the same right now?
Yeah, but especially with Guilford, we don't know what part of Guilford. If that's southern Guilford, that's a whole lot different than if it's in downtown Greensboro. We don't know which precincts yet, so we will see which parts of Guilford that is. That will make a difference.
The other big thing we're watching too is some of our rural areas, like Mecklenburg County just has 15% of the vote in right now.
You mean urban areas.
Urban areas. Yes, thank you. It's been a long night already, folks.
And going to get longer.
Hey, we have Janae here. What do you think people are voting on today?
I think they're voting on a few different things, but like I said, I think it's less of the pocketbook issues as it is the social issues this time around. And for as long as I've been voting, it's always been pocketbook, pocketbook, pocketbook. If you can win the pocketbook issues, you win everything. And I just think this time it's a mixture of the two. And a lot of the newer people are coming in because of issues on both sides.
We heard so much talk about the economy going into this,
yes,
and how some people were happy with it, some people weren't.
Yeah.
Why do you think that's not playing as big a role?
I think, and you have that, it depends on who you ask. And I think it was like whoever's the incumbent that's in there, if you ask someone who's a Democrat, they're like, the economy's going great. If it was someone that was going for with Trump, the economy sucks. And so it makes you wonder if it was changed, would that change what the answer was?
It really is almost like people look for data to support their beliefs.
Yes.
And part of that is because we've seen such an increase in polarization over the last few years.
Oh, yeah. We're looking for confirmation, not information. We want to confirm what we already believe. We're not looking for information. We're going to pick and choose what supports our narrative.
Do you think that polarization is also driving more voter turnout because people kind of dislike the other more?
Yeah, I think that's part of driving turnout but I do think this election, in particular in 2020, there were a lot of Biden voters who were just voting against Trump. And there's some of that, but there's more enthusiasm for Harris. There is a much higher percentage of Democrats voting for, they're voting against Trump, but they're also voting for Kamala Harris. If Biden had stayed the nominee, there would have not been that enthusiasm. There would have been a whole lot of people maybe voting against Trump, but there would not have been a lot simply voting for Biden. And Harris has closed that gap.
Yeah, let's head over to our electoral college map right now and see. At the moment, Trump is up 178 electoral college votes to Harris's 102. But it's not looking like there's any big surprises on this map so far. One thing that could be really important, though, is in Nebraska.
Yeah, I want to look and see which district they think was going to go.
Oh,
it wasn't 3.
You know what? I just unclicked it here on accident. We'll double check and get that back to what it's supposed to be here in just a second. Other things that are expected to take a lot of time to get are those battleground states coming in. As people were still trying to decide this election, there was a lot of undecided voters.
Yeah.
What do you think those people were looking for?
I honestly don't know what what else you were looking for, and I think it's just maybe the unknown, what they thought was unknown. But I think Kamala really put out all her ideas there, but you never know what their thoughts were overall leading up to it.
Yeah, well, and part of the problem for her was she had 100 days to identify, to find herself because of the way this played out.
Yes.
She didn't have an entire primary season to define herself. She literally had 100 days.
100 days.
And for people to get informed in 100 days is tough.
A lot of people still struggle to say her name, for example.
And some of that's intentional, but that's a different thing that my wife tells me is very important.
Yes, for people's names, for sure.
Well, one of the biggest races in our state is the Director of Public Instruction, the Superintendent, and IT Smith Miller has been following that very closely. Let's get over to her and check in.
The superintendent's race is a pretty big race here locally. We have done stories that we have talked about how there have been challenges in the public school system when it comes to funding, and that is one of the many roles that the superintendent will hold. They will be in charge of administering the $13 billion in federal and state funding. And tonight we'll find out if it's Democrat candidate Mo Green, or if it's the Republican candidate, Michelle Morrow. And both of them have different views when it comes to how they plan to handle public schools. I spoke with both of them about their plans on how they want to improve the public school system. Here's what they had to say.
One of the first things I will do as superintendent is I'm going to reach out to all of the teachers and the staff and the families that have actually left the traditional school system, or right now we have over 70,000 families that are on a wait list trying to get a school voucher or an opportunity scholarship. We need to ask them, what can we do to improve the traditional school system to make you want to send your student back?
Of Guilford County Schools as an example, we did full school turnarounds, where we removed the entire staff from teacher to principal to custodian to cafeteria worker, saying, look, we love you, but it's not working for our kids. The result is, I can point to instances where, for example, we raised student achievement from 25% to over 70% in a couple of years.
And Green and Morrow have different views when it comes to funding for public schools. Green has a plan to put a team together to advocate for more funds for public schools, while Michelle Morrow says that the public school system needs to utilize the funds that it already has. She plans to do some auditing and looking at some of the programs and seeing where cuts can be made so funding can be used more effectively. I did take a quick look at the polls or the precincts that have been reported so far. Michelle is in the lead at the moment, but there are still so many precincts that have not been reported. So we are waiting as the results continue to come in. It is a tight race, and political science experts say it likely will come down to partisanship, and where there will be Republicans who will vote Republican down the ballot, and Democrats will likely do the same. So we'll be keeping an eye on the race.
And Denise, those numbers changing moment by moment. Just a second ago, Mo Green went in the lead with 50.4% of the vote. He's ahead about 29,000 votes right now, but only 56% of Guilford County is in, and only 15% of Mecklenburg County is in, two areas where he worked in the past.
He's going to do well there.
And you heard how when she talked to them that they had two different sides of how they were going to deal with schools. One was going to audit and cut programs, right? And the other was going to see how we could expand, right, the spending for schools.
Very different approaches. You've got one candidate who's never been involved in the school system, which is bizarre.
You know, the other big issue throughout our state for years has been teacher pay. And in Guilford County, they had a sales tax referendum on the ballot to try to increase teacher pay, where Sydney Moore is on top of that.
And if taxpayers vote for the sales tax increase, Guilford County would join 46 other counties who have already implemented this, including counties such as Forsyth County as well as Randolph County. Now, we are here at the old Guilford County Courthouse where ballots are being counted. Residents have rejected a sales tax increase in the past 4 election cycles. This marks the 5th time the county has attempted to get residents to vote for it. Guilford County residents pay a combined state and local sales tax of 6.75%. That means, for example, $6.75 on a $100 purchase at a store. But if voters vote for the 1/4 cent sales tax increase, that would bump that $6.75 to $7. Now, if voters do vote for this sales tax increase, it would help boost teacher pay as well as for frontline workers. It would also help increase pay for HVAC workers so that they can get repairs done much sooner. Live in Guilford County, Sydney Moore, WFMY News 2.
All right, thanks so much, Sydney. And while we're on the subject of money, let's talk money, let's talk economy, let's talk trends that you think we're going to see coming up after this election.
Yeah, I think the trends are people will definitely be saving more and investing more going forward. I also think that, unfortunately, maybe, we might see a bubble burst with the buy now, pay later programs.
Oof.
Because that has been, the debt has been rising on those, but they don't report it as much of the missed payments. Now, we've already seen the credit card debt hit $1 trillion. And so the debt part is a little bit worrying to me for 2025, 2026, for sure.
You talk about a bubble burst, and I immediately go back to the housing crisis. Is it going to be that bad?
It will not. The housing crisis was in the trillions. The buy now, pay later is a little bit trickier and deeper because it's people's personal lives. And because people have been doing buy now, pay later, not just on travel, their flights, but also on groceries. So
on
groceries? Yeah, so that's where the real issue is that's underlying that kind of keeps me a little bit worried is when that comes to the surface because the buy now, you can do buy now, pay later on anything.
So they put it on a credit card and just
it can be buy now, pay later can be Klarna. So it's not even the credit card, and they don't have to report missing payments. So it is an underlying belly that I'm a little bit worried about going forward.
If people are having to use buy now, pay later for groceries and basic staples, how much does that play a factor in the election as a whole? I mean, people are worried about prices, obviously.
Yeah, and I think that's what you were seeing. It's those people where the economy was the #1 issue. And you also say, they're having to do that. Some are choosing to do that too. It may not be have to. I mean, I drive by, every restaurant's full, every parking lot's full,
And one thing you also, that was an issue, is the cost of housing that went up. People's rents were going up. Yes, and so that is something that maybe legislation needs to be looked at in 2025, 2026, not to let people, raise people's rents $800. That causes the buy now, pay later on food and medication because it's hard to live on that, and you can't afford a house because the interest rates were too high. So they unfortunately, the landlords in these apartments, who are a lot of times owned by hedge funds, knew that people were stuck and knew that they had to pay that.
And so we have talked to the Greensboro mayor about that several times because people always ask whenever we have her in for Q&A, why can't we put like a cap on how much, that they can only raise it by so much percentage or whatever else. And she says that is not a city or a county thing, that is a state lawmaker thing, and they have not said that they will allow any kind of cap.
And it is actually something that former President Donald Trump pitched towards the end of the election, but there wasn't much press about it. It was just kind of mentioned in a couple of speeches here and there and moved on.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those. I mean, he was throwing out, tax, not going to tax this, not going to tax it. He was
not your overtime, not your.
Yeah, we're going to see what hits. Throw it out and see what sticks. And I think that was just among that list of trying to get those last few undecided voters. And it still have to go through Congress, and that's not passing Congress. Not the Republican Congress.
Okay, so I just want to put a plug in. You're going to be on the 5:30 on Friday for Q&A for folks, and it's all about debt.
Yes,
And
for the
'tis the
holidays.
season for to be spending and how not to do that.
Yes.
And
Merry
so,
Christmas.
I mean, if economy was your thing that drove you to
Yeah.
the polls, you're going to want to tune in on 5:30 because Janae is going to be answering some things there.
And again, if you missed that, it will be on WFMY Plus. You can always go back and watch it later.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk about this. In September, after the presidential debate between the vice president, right, and the former president, celebrity endorsements, they really became a big conversation.
Absolutely. One of the biggest ones was from Taylor Swift. There was a lot of debate with her new boyfriend in the NFL who she was going to support. President Trump actually sent out a artificial intelligence
Right,
generated
yes, the
post
AI,
claiming that they had her support.
Which they didn't.
After that, she came out and said, like many of you, I watched the debate tonight. If you haven't already, now's a great time to do your research on the issues at hand and the stances these candidates take on the topics that matter to you the most. She went on to say she was the childless cat lady supporting Kamala Harris.
Okay, so other celebrities, of course, taking to social media and hoping to get more people and generations involved. So Sammy Selena is going to take a look at how celebrities help get people to the polls.
Why should you care about TikToks and memes? Well, experts say it can fire up voters. For example, brat. It is not a bad word. It is a popular Charlie XCX album, and it means not caring what other people think. What does that have to do with the presidential campaign? Well, Charlie XCX posted, Kamala is brat. So the Harris campaign decided to just go with it, and that immediately put her in the young voters' orbit. The same kind of thing is happening with her running mate, Governor Walz. The internet says he is giving major dad energy.
So social media is essentially the medium of choice for younger people.
April Eichmeyer is an emerging media professor at St. Thomas.
But I really think when campaigns are thinking about this, they're really thinking about their campaign as a whole. So social media being a big part of it, particularly with Gen Z outreach.
We all know Donald Trump posts on Truth Social. He also has twice as many followers than Harris on TikTok. And of course, supporters on both sides constantly meme the candidates.
It is in a way a democratizing force.
Eichmeyer pointed out there's also a lot out there that is not in the campaign's control, making it sometimes difficult to predict what will catch and what won't.
All right, so lots of celebrities doing all kinds of things. This is a normal thing.
Yeah, it's a normal thing, and I have to wonder. I worry about somebody who lets their voting decision be made by somebody they don't know, who's a celebrity that they like. But, you know, people do it. I don't know that it makes a big difference. But Taylor Swift is, you know, world phenomenon, a lot of young people. Maybe she made a difference for a few.
Well, but I mean, that's why, I mean, you saw that at all the rallies and stuff like that, the different, you know, A-list names that came out for the rallies too. Beyonce, right?
Yeah,
Kid Rock. I mean, whoever was there.
I think, you know, particularly for Harris, she's bringing out people that she's hoping will motivate young voters, the folks that are hardest to get to the polls. And, you know, hopefully the Swifties will come out or Beyonce's fans will come out. And you wonder how many of them came to the rallies not so much to see Harris or don't even care, but say, hey, I got a free concert to see Beyonce, which would cost a lot of money.
Right, although they didn't get that free concert.
Yeah, they didn't sing.
they were a little probably
disappointed
by that. Okay, what we want to show you right now is what's going on the big board over here. We're going to bring the big board full screen so that you can see, because another race has been called in our area, and that is Virginia Fox, winning with 61% of the vote right now over Chuck Hubbard. This also not a surprise.
Not a surprise at all. What is strange to me is I've lived in the same basic neighborhood for 25 years, and I've never been a part of District 5. Look at this map. I mean, it's all red except it goes all the way to the Tennessee border and still has Greensboro in it.
And yeah, how is that possible? And so that is one of the many discussions that we've had about how people have been, you know, configuring these.
Yeah, redistricted, the gerrymandering. I mean, Greensboro's been split into, you can see it's split into 3 districts. Guilford County is now part of 3 districts, which politically it makes sense, but
politically it makes sense.
Only politically.
I think we do have a soundbite from Kathy Manning, because we had interviewed her because, of course, we do not. Is that what you said?
Yeah, she was drawn out of her district.
Okay. She was drawn out of her district, as was Jeff Jackson.
Right. Yeah, you know, again, I think if Jackson ends up winning, Republicans may rue the day, because I think he would have been very content to stay in Congress. And he may have been one of the few with enough name recognition to win that race. And so Republicans may lose a very important attorney general. I would argue is the second most important statewide office behind governor. And that going to another Democrat, if Jackson holds, you know, they may rue the day that they drew him out.
All right, speaking of someone who's also been in office for a very long time, Mayor Alan Joynes from Winston-Salem. He wins again because he didn't have anybody, you know, going against him. Now, he did have somebody during the primary who went against him, but he has been the longest serving mayor in that spot. And so we talked to him just briefly about what he's looking forward to for his next term.
Well, we've got a lot of work to do over the next 4 years. We've got an aggressive housing development program. We have a need to create about 13,000 new housing units over the next 8 to 10 years, and I want us to get a really good start on that, create the infrastructure to move it forward. We've made progress on addressing our violent crime issue here in the city, but we've got to continue to push on that and not get complacent with us. And of course, we always got to continue to create jobs here, recruit companies in, help existing companies expand, and create a infrastructure here for entrepreneurship, so that I want us to be one of the top places in the country for individuals to start and grow businesses here.
Okay. Hey, we're back with you. Can you hand me that? Thank you. All right. So Ben right now is on TV doing his, you know, TV part of the jobs. But what we want to show you is some of the races that are super, super close. Okay, so if you want to take this board full screen, we'll be able to show this to you. And so the first one that we're showing to you is the lieutenant governor's race. And so Hal Weatherman up 48.9%, but look at Rachel Hunt, 48.4%.
Yeah, so she's dropped behind 18,000 votes. Again, we're still waiting. I think that closes when more of Mecklenburg comes in, but we'll see.
Okay, let's take a look at Attorney General. And so Jeff Jackson now with 50.2%, Dan Bishop 49.8%.
Yep, 13,000 votes.
I mean, these are just super close.
Skin-tight races right now. Again,
Okay.
You know, Democrats are hoping that 35% is a lot of urban voters. We'll see.
Department of Public Instruction there, we were just talking about Maurice Green, 50.1%. Over 49.9%.
5,000 vote margin.
Okay, so a lot of these are going to be ones that, I mean, it is going to take a little bit longer for us to be able to call any of these. Rachel Hunt, that's the name that you know.
Yeah, for those who know, it's former Governor Jim Hunt's daughter. Hunt was governor 16 years out from lieutenant governor 72 to 76, governor 76 to 84, then governor again 92 to 2000. And we were talking earlier, her campaign signs look a lot like his. I'm old enough to remember what they looked like, and same print style, same font, same shape letters, same colors, look a lot like her dad's campaign signs, hoping to maybe recapture some of his magic.
Okay, and so as we take a look around again, I just want to see if anything is changing so far.
Could you click on Mecklenburg and let's just see what percentage?
For like Attorney General?
Yeah, just we can see the percentage of votes that's in is what I'm interested in. See, there's still only 15% in Mecklenburg in. So you got 85% of Mecklenburg to come in, and that's where Democrats are expecting to do quite well. Because if you look, of the 15% that's in, Jackson's up by 30 points.
Right, and I just want to see in
Wake,
Raleigh how we're doing.
Wake hadn't changed. They spent that 74% for a long, long time. Move over to Guilford just to see. Guilford is 56%, so over half of Guilford is in now. Jackson's up 63. That's probably not going to change a lot, but again, you're talking about a big chunk of votes in those areas.
Okay, so what we were going to do is we're going to head back out to one of our live crews. You know, it's interesting that we've seen people from the Democratic Party together, people from the Republican Party together, right? Well, where Nixon Norman is in Lexington, they're all together, which is really interesting, Nixon.
Just as I mentioned earlier, I'm here at Smokin' Oak in Lexington. It's a bourbon and cigar lounge. It might not be exactly what you think of when you think of an election night party, but there is one going down here for the first time ever. I'm actually here with the owner, Courtney Croson. He wants to tell me a little bit more about the mission of this place, and we want to hear about it. This is a place of unity. Courtney, tell me more about that.
Yeah, Nixon, thank you for being here. It's just an honor to have you here. So our mission, basically from the jump, whenever we established this company a few years ago, it was just to love people, love everybody that walks through the door. I'm a Christian, and I believe in treating other people the way that I want to be treated. And so in and through that, we established this place. And that mission carries on by bringing people together. It doesn't matter what you look like, doesn't matter how much money you have, what religion, what political preference, it doesn't matter. We just love everybody. We have 2,700 members, which is an amazing thing for a small city in Lexington. And the whole goal was to unify our community, and we've done that in and through this lounge.
And it comes at an interesting time. This has been a historic election. People on both sides feel very strongly. But tonight, it seems there's a sense of unity, harmony here at Smokin' Oak. I mean, why did you feel it was important to put on an election night party here?
Absolutely. When you come through these doors, you see something that doesn't happen on the outside. There's a lot of division in our world today, and so we created this spot to bring people together. And the reason we wanted to put on an election countdown party was to bring our lounge patrons together to show it doesn't matter if you're Democrat, Republican, tomorrow you're all going to wake up as humans. And that's the whole of the gospel wrapped up, in what Jesus taught. And we're all here together on this earth. And so we're just trying to do things together, and that's about unity, bringing the community together.
How long do y'all plan to be out here tonight until everything's said and done?
Probably until the last person leaves. We want to see who's going to win, and we just want to see what happens, so we're excited about it. Thank you for bringing the energy that you've brought in here. I want to give a shout out to my daughter, Ansley, too. I love her. She's amazing. She's watching, so thank you so much.
Absolutely. You guys heard it here. We are in Lexington at Smokin' Oak. There is an election night party going on here until, like he just said, until the last person goes home. We're reporting live here in Davidson County. Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2, sending it back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Nixon. And so the whole thing there with all the different people in the different rooms of that house watching together is that, even though we're on different sides, we're on the same side, right? We're living in the same state. Our kids go to a lot of the same schools. We go to church together, whatever it is. It doesn't mean that we can't talk to each other even though we're on different political sides.
True. It's getting harder. You read about families splitting up and stuff. You hope that doesn't happen because, as he said, tomorrow we're all Americans. And, no matter who wins, we're all North Carolinians, we're all Americans, we're all living the same, country, going the same churches, doing the same things. So hopefully, and I love what they're doing. Because what you hope is in those environments, people start talking to each other and saying, okay, you know what? We do have something in common. Yeah, I liked her, you liked him, but at the end of the day, we want what's best for our country, we want what's best for our state. And that's what you hope those conversations are happening.
You hope those conversations are, and maybe after the election they can happen, correct?
Yeah, and there's a lot of places that we now get so tied to our silos that we only listen to, we talked about earlier, we're looking for confirmation, not information. We're listening to news sites that are just what we want to hear. We're reading only things that reinforce what we believe. And people don't talk to each other like that. I think that was one of the results of the pandemic. People don't get out and talk to each other. I see it with my students. I'm coming into class, and instead of talking to each other, they're all on their phones. They're all, maybe they're talking to each other on their phones. I don't know.
Maybe so, but that's one of those things where you're just kind of like, okay, we need to do some face-to-face talking.
Yeah, I can pose a question in the class and get no answer. If I put the same question online, I get great answers. It's a little scary.
We need to be able to talk to each other. Okay, what we want to do is we want to talk to you about what we're seeing on the big board when it comes to the race for president. And so we've highlighted Greensboro right now, but that's only...
Was it 56% of the votes in Greensboro? So let's.
All right.
We go back to statewide.
I'm just. Oh, okay. Statewide.
Don't you go up to on the right hand side, that little thing up on the right?
Maybe.
Yeah, there.
Let's see if we can do that.
State. There we go.
All right. So statewide, here's what we are looking at. There's a difference of 187,000 votes. Right now, Trump is leading.
Yeah, Trump is leading. We still got 34% of the vote. That's a lot to overcome for Harris. It's possible mathematically because we've said Guilford is only 15% reported. She'll do well there. Greensboro, Guilford still has 34% to come in, or I think 50-some percent, 40-some percent, like 44, Raleigh 25. So the big urban areas still haven't come in, but 187,000 votes is a lot to overcome.
Yeah, and what we're talking about here in North Carolina, not as surprising, just for the pure fact that in North Carolina we have gone red every year except for 2008 when we went blue for Barack Obama.
Yep, and then before that it was Jimmy Carter in 76, so it's been a long time. I guess Clinton may have won it once, but yeah, she's climbing a hill if she wins North Carolina.
And once again, it looks like our state of North Carolina is going to split what they do, right? We're going to vote red, right, for the president, and we voted blue for the governor.
Yeah, again, don't write it off completely yet, but
Just
I'd say the trending in that direction. And this gap will close. Even if Trump wins, he's not going to win by 5 points, which is what that is close to right now when those urban votes come in. It's just a question, can she make up enough in Mecklenburg, Guilford, and Wake to offset all the red that you see there?
Because when we look at that, that's
Mecklenburg's
what
up
that
to
looks
20, so you still got 80% of that vote to come in. And if you just do the quick math, there's that's 40, right at 100,000 votes that are in. And if that's only 20%, that means 400,000 more votes got to come in.
Right.
Or something like that. So if she holds the same percentage, she could make up 100,000 just in Mecklenburg. But
Gotcha.
We'll see.
Okay, and when we look at it on the state, this is the difference that you're seeing at this moment.
This is the 5%. Yeah, and that's again 187,000. Let's say she makes up 100,000 in Mecklenburg, and then she's got to make up in Guilford and Wake. And again, that's a pretty steep hill to climb.
Okay, I want to talk about this because I'm looking at the ballots, right? And so this is one of the training ballots that we got from Guilford County so that people could kind of see like how to do things and whatever else. And so we had some questions about why is Donald Trump so far down on the ballot?
And just looking at it, I'm going to say it's alphabetical.
It is alphabetical, okay. But so I want to be able to play this story for folks at home. And that is like, I think, A101. A101, Trump being on the bottom of the ballot, and why is he in that specific case? And they're wondering what's going on with all the other names stuff too. So let's play this one about why Trump is on the ballot where he's on the ballot.
Our sources, North Carolina law, the North Carolina State Board of Elections, and Mecklenburg County Elections Director Michael Dickerson. The North Carolina State Board of Elections is required to randomly determine the order of candidates on the ballot. It's a two-step process where a ball with a letter on it is drawn from a bingo machine, and then a coin is flipped to determine if it will go in alphabetical order or reverse alphabetical order. This was done on December 15th, 2023.
D. The letter D. So I'm going to flip the coin. Hopefully we can see this on the camera. It is heads. See heads. So that means candidate order will proceed in alphabetical order.
Because of this, you will see Harris and Walz first. Since Harris is the next letter following D, Trump and Vance will appear second to last on the ballot.
This is something that the legislation requires that we do so that you randomize the not having Democrats or Republicans on the ballot.
This is something that is done before every primary and general election in North Carolina to determine the order of names. With your Verify, I'm Megan Brown.
I mean, I think it's interesting because people always kind of come up with their own thing of, oh, this is what happened. No, what happens is we do this every single time, right? And we either do it in alphabetical order or reverse alphabetical order, and it's decided, you know, a year beforehand.
Yeah, he said long before we can. There's no conspiracy here. We're making sure Trump's at the bottom of the ballot. If you want to be at the top of the ballot, his first and last name should have started with A.
Unless, of course, it went reverse that year, and then you'd be at the bottom anyway.
Yeah, and he would, you know, if it were reversed, Connell West would be first, and then it would be Trump. So.
All right, so we've got several races that have been called. You know that Josh Stein has won for the governor for North Carolina. We are still waiting for the lieutenant governor's race, the attorney general's race, the superintendent of schools race. All of them are really just too close at this point to call.
Absolutely, they're all way too close to call. Even races that have incumbents who've been there for a long time are tight. Elaine Marshall, excuse me, who's been Secretary of State since 1996. Obviously, everybody knows who she is, knows she's done the job. She's only up by less than 1% right now. And even Steve Troxler, who, well, when he's up by 7%, which again, he's been Commissioner of Agriculture for 20 years, very popular, everybody knows who he is, and he's only up by 7. So I think what it shows is we are becoming a much more partisan state, and people are going in and they're going straight, other than Mark Robinson,
right?
They're going straight down that ballot and they're going with their party.
All right, Ben Briscoe is back from his TV cut-ins and things of that nature. What new things have you seen?
So one thing that we're seeing is that we are still waiting for Mecklenburg County. That is the big question mark in this race, I think, right now. If you take a look at Mecklenburg...
Sorry, I took it
no
over while you were
problem.
gone.
If you take a look at Mecklenburg County, they are getting a few more, but they just got 20% of the vote in right now from there. And that already is showing a big Harris lead.
And we were calculating that's 100,000 votes in. If it's only 80%, that means somewhere around 400,000 votes yet to come in.
Which
and that percentage, if it stays 61, 30, whatever, that can easily make up 100,000 votes just in Mecklenburg County.
Absolutely. And one thing we need to know is, well, how is Donald Trump doing compared to the last time around in places where we do have votes? So let's take a look at Guilford County. Right now,
Guilford's up to 73, so they've
a big chunk in.
Chunk in.
Right now, Trump has 38% of the vote there. Last time around, he only got 37% of the vote, so he's performing slightly better in that area. Over in Forsyth County, 42% now compared to 42% last time. You can see not much of a difference. Over in Buncombe County, there was a lot of talk about the voting there, how it was going to go. They had an incredibly strong turnout there. And you can see Harris took 61% compared to just 59% last time around.
Interesting. Go back to Mecklenburg. Was it Guilford? I think you said it backwards. I think one of those, Trump's doing a little worse, and I think you said it.
No, it's almost the same.
One of I can't remember which one. Okay, anyway. Maybe
about the same. Buncombe, he was doing a little bit worse this time around. Over in Wake County, another Democratic stronghold, you've got Trump with 34% compared to 36% last time around. If she picks up little bits and pieces here and there, could that make a difference?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if I recall, Trump won North Carolina by about 1%, 1.3 total last time.
Let's look.
So, yeah.
1.4%.
Yeah, so, and that's 75,000. So if you pick up, again, let's go to Mecklenburg, and let's say 400,000 people vote, and you pick up 1%, that's 40,000.
And Mecklenburg was a place last time where Biden took it by about 200,000 votes. Right now, she's just up by 25,000.
Right. But again, that's 20% of the vote. If you multiply that by 5, which is what that will give you 125,000. And you said Trump won it by 198. Okay, so that's
by 74,000 last time.
Okay, I was in the wrong place. Yeah, so that'd be 50,000 vote difference. Now again, who knows what parts of Mecklenburg are in? You know, there's ifs and buts, and we know all that story.
All right, let's take a look. Can we look at the swing states and the electoral college numbers and see where we are now?
So Trump is still leading 192 to Harris's 112. All the battleground states still up in the air.
Are you hearing anything from the network on those battleground states that you're...
Okay, the only thing we heard was something about Wisconsin. Is that correct?
Yeah, that they're doing a slight recount of votes in Wisconsin. Only a small section of votes, but they want to make sure they got it right.
Yeah.
Everywhere else, it's just too close to call.
Yeah, well, I mean, remember Wisconsin, Biden won it by less than 20,000. So recounting 35,000 votes, that's more than enough to make a difference. It's the last 2 elections have been less than 20,000 in Wisconsin.
We know that Georgia extended some voting hours in some areas because of some bomb threats that came in that the FBI has said were probably linked to a foreign power, maybe Russia.
That's what I've heard, yeah.
It's just
you can't make this stuff up, right?
Exactly. If you put this in a movie, nobody'd believe it. So I'm looking at Nebraska. District 2 is the one that they think would go Democratic, and so it has not.
It has not been called yet.
Right.
And that one electoral college vote really could make the difference.
It could be the difference. Yeah, I mean, there is a map where that one vote makes it 270.
You know, what's become overwhelmingly clear to me is that neither side is going to have a landslide here. It really is so evenly split.
Well, what's interesting is, I've heard people say it could turn into a landslide. Well, it's ironic. We now define a landslide as 312 electoral votes. I'm old enough to remember Ronald Reagan winning every state but Minnesota in 1984.
Now that's a landslide.
Yeah, Richard Nixon won every state but Massachusetts in 1972. Barack Obama, even in 2008, won well over, like, I think 380 electoral votes.
You know, there was a lot of talk about could Harris build Obama's coalition back. It seems like it's not quite as strong from the numbers we're seeing.
Right. I mean, I think she's built it some. Where she has lost is that working class white male. He was able to, and that had to do, and Janae was talking about it. I mean, 2008, it was all about the economy, and it was those working class white males that were getting hammered by the recession. So that's the piece of the coalition she's been unable to rebuild.
Well, and some of the unions not endorsing this time.
Right,
That's a big
exactly.
change.
Sure. Yeah, you know, Pennsylvania, and that I think is her biggest problem in Pennsylvania. Such a union state. You got a lot of unions not and some states not endorsing anybody, but not endorsing her, which traditionally Democrats count on, and that's going to be a big deal.
So we continue to wait for more of the election results to roll in. And what's a little unusual, usually we have, I think, more election results from Guilford County specifically than we do have tonight. But we talked to the director for the Board of Elections in Guilford County, Charlie Collicutt, and we asked him, okay, when the polls close, what happens next? And then he kind of explains how long it takes and why it takes so long. So take a listen.
We are auditing, we are conducting recounts if we need to. We're dealing with issues or investigating things that may have come up. We're looking at provisional ballots for people that may have had questions about registration. We're looking at the issues that might have cropped up with voters and their ID. But the big thing is we are auditing and auditing to get to this final to the final certification of the election.
What happens next, of course, is what's called the canvass. And this is something that happens every single time we have an election. And it's funny because every time we do the story, people say, has it always taken so long? And the answer is always, yes, it's always taken this long. So the canvass in North Carolina is 10 days. That is when the election is certified. And so it takes that long to just make sure that now, results are already given out, right? But the election itself is not certified for those 10 days.
One of my favorite parts of this whole process is that at random, they'll go back and pick precincts, and then that machine that tabulates all the votes, they crack it open, and they make sure that the tabulation's matched up with the paper ballots.
And they do it by hand.
Everything right. Yes, by hand. Mm-hmm. And if they have any issues, then obviously they go bigger and they go look at other places. But they start with these randomly selected precincts just to make sure.
Mm-hmm. Throughout the canvass, too, if for some reason you had to vote on a provisional ballot because something happened, your address didn't match or something, or you didn't have your photo ID with you, that kind of thing, you have the opportunity to fix that and show that you are that person, right? You have like 3 days. The next 3 days to be able to do that. And that is part of the canvass as well.
And this canvass plays a big role in the election. Think about last time in Georgia when there was a lot of talk about former President Donald Trump calling the Secretary of State in Georgia and saying, I need you to find these votes.
Right.
It was during that canvass period that came up. So in the battleground states especially, you're going to hear a lot about the canvass in particular over the next couple of days.
Because they want to make sure that the count is correct.
Oh, absolutely. I'm actually looking at Michigan. There's only about 20% in, but Harris is up by about 3 points in Michigan. Again, only 18% in, but right now, and the Senate race is up, the Democrats up by about the same percentage, which to me bodes pretty well for her because I think people expected the Democrat to win the Senate seat. So if she's running parallel with her, that's probably a good sign. But again, we're 20% of the vote in.
Right, and none of the battleground states have been called, so we're just waiting for those electoral numbers to be able to do that.
Going over, we can actually see more detail about where these battleground states are right now. If you can take the screen for me here. Arizona, she's up right now, 15,000 votes, and Tom, you might find this interesting here. Georgia, huge lead for former President Donald Trump. Michigan, she's up. Nevada, tied. North Carolina, again. So I said huge lead in Georgia, but it's a similar situation in North Carolina where it really depends on which neighborhoods are in.
Right. Depends on, yeah.
That's why you might.
Pennsylvania's 51% in.
Yeah, you might be seeing these big numbers.
Wisconsin, Harris was up just a second ago, and now. So Nevada's tied. That's because they closed. It didn't come out
Yeah.
yet.
So it is still really close. In these 7 states are going to be hard to call.
Yeah. And I can't. I'm shocked that nothing surprises me in this. Well, Georgia, that's 82% of the vote in. That's going to be.
But again,
depending on where, if Cobb County, Fulton County, I'm sorry.
We have a lot of Atlanta that's not reported yet because of the extended hours. They're having some issues getting that in.
Yeah, we'll see.
Right, they extended voting until 8 o'clock, correct, in Georgia? Isn't that right?
Just in Fulton County.
believe.
Or was it total or just Fulton?
There was 2 counties, I believe,
Okay.
that they extended.
And so I'm looking at like when the polls close, like when they close there and then when they close to us, correct? So like Nevada, for example, they close at 7 o'clock their time, which is 10 o'clock our time. So that is why when people look at the electoral map and they are wondering why did these states get called and these states not get called? Like for example, like Indiana, Kentucky, we knew those were going to get called early because their polls close at 6 o'clock.
And they're reliably conservative.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
South
like
Carolina
Stein,
being
the
called.
margin was big enough.
Sure.
I mean, we still have all the way through Hawaii to finish voting. So.
Right, sure.
Well, Hawaii and Alaska, we already know. I mean, again, those are states.
I mean, they're not going to make that much difference when it comes to the Electoral College, right?
But they're
with the
also,
numbers.
Hawaii's going to vote Democratic, Alaska's going to vote Republican. I can tell you that before the polls ever open.
All right, let's take a look at the superintendent's race before we go to our reporter on scene there, just to see where we are when it comes to that.
So she's back ahead.
Right now, Michelle
keeps
Morrow is
flip-flopping.
leading.
Yeah.
Again, we're still waiting on a lot of urban areas, though, so could be interesting to see if it goes back. Or
What
not.
are the 3 counties that haven't reported over the? So you can see.
Alamance County, we have placed calls, by the way. They're so busy right now, they couldn't get to us.
Okay.
We have Burke County, which is a typically Republican county, but not that big, so there's not too many votes there. And Ashe County, the same thing.
Okay. And
We
so-
also have some out on the coast, too.
Then let's go to our live reporter there who is covering the state superintendent's race, and that's Denise McMiller. She is here in Greensboro.
Ballots are still coming in and being counted here at the Guilford County Elections Office, but as far as the superintendent's race goes, it is a very tight one. Right now, Michelle Morrow is slightly in the lead. It seems that some of the social media posts she has posted that have garnered national attention, brought more attention to this race, have not kept people from casting their ballots for her. Right now, we do know that some of her key issues that she plans to focus on are bullying, also making sure that students are safe, and also she is for teacher raises as well. And for Mo Green, who is the Democrat running against her, he is also focused on teacher raises. He also wants to try to work with the General Assembly to get more funding for public schools. He says that is one of the biggest issues that the school systems are facing right now. Michelle Morrow, on the other hand, she is for competitive and competition. She says that it's okay for parents to choose to put their kids in charter or private schools. She says that funding for public schools needs to be utilized more effectively, while, like I said, Mo Green would like to see some of that funding be increased. Both candidates have some similarities. They do want to focus on literacy instruction, teacher raises, as well as character and education. They do have different views when it comes to funding, as I mentioned earlier, and as far as some of their key issues, they want to have funding for teacher raises, as mentioned, but Michelle Morrow says she wants the funding to be used in a more effective way. We are going to continue to keep an eye on this race as ballots continue to come in. This is a huge position, a huge role to have as a superintendent. They are overseeing 1.4 million students, and they are overseeing a huge budget of $13 billion from state and federal funding. So this is a huge role, a huge task, and we'll be keeping an eye on this race.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, so we are back with you here as Itanese McMiller was talking about the state superintendent's race. The other live reporter that we want to go to is Sydney Moore, because she is looking at the sales tax referendum, which is supposed to go to schools here in Guilford County. So Sydney Moore is taking a look at that and seeing what's going on and whether that will pass or not. Sydney.
Voters could vote either for or against a sales tax increase, and if those taxpayers voted for the increase, it would help increase pay for teachers as well as frontline workers within Guilford County schools. Behind me, ballots are being counted here in real time at the old Guilford County Courthouse. Right now in Guilford County, folks pay a combined state and local sales tax of 6.75%, and that means that's $6.75 on a $100 purchase at a store. If voters vote for the 1/4 cent sales tax increase, that would bump that $6.75 to $7. Now, Oakley spoke about the benefits this would bring. She says if residents vote for this, it could mean fair compensation for our teachers and frontline workers such as HVAC workers, and it would help them have repairs done in a timely manner. If residents do decide to vote for this increase, it would mean $25 million per year within Guilford County schools. And Guilford County is not the only county here. There are multiple other counties who already have this tax increase implemented, including Forsyth County as well as Randolph County. Live in Guilford County, Sydney Moore, WFMY News 2.
All right, thanks so much, Sydney. And so, you know, it's been on the ballot many times, hasn't passed, doesn't look good this time around either.
Yeah, again, I don't think most people knew what it was going for. And I think that's a problem. If they knew it was going for schools and teacher pay, it probably would have passed. If you just see tax increase, you don't know where it's going, you say, oh, they're going to waste it anyway, and you're going to vote no.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that the Guilford County School Superintendent, when she was here not too long ago, said, we really need to let people know that this is what's happening, right, because they wouldn't allow us by law to put it on the ballot.
Yeah, and apparently they didn't get the word out. So.
Yeah. All right. So those are a couple of the things that people are voting on: the sales tax referendum, also the constitutional amendment. I haven't seen anything on that as of yet, but I'm sure.
Yeah, they announced a while ago that it's passed. They predicted that it passed.
All right. So many things coming in so quickly. That's not really. That was not a surprise.
No.
I mean, it was already on the books anyway.
Right. No surprise. No change in the law. Maybe it drove some conservative Republicans who were concerned about immigration to the polls. That would be the only impact.
Okay, so here's what I want to talk about. We have talked about how they're doing all of the voting and the results, and how it's taking painstaking time to get all the results in. Everybody's going to want to know, does my vote count? Does my vote count? How do I know that my vote specifically was counted, that it made it through the machine, that it was tabulated, all that kind of stuff? And there is a free and simple way for you to check that. Free and simple. And I'm going to walk you through. How do you check that your ballot counted? Board of Elections website. Then you click on the Voter Search tab. It brings you to this page. You're going to be putting in your name, your birth year, and selecting the county that you voted in. Then you click the search button. The website will bring up your name, and to view your information, click on your name. If you voted by mail or early voting, you're going to see this section. It shows the election day date, what county you voted in, the day you early voted, and in this example, it shows you the ballot status. This example showed a valid return and the vote status as accepted. If you voted in person on election day, you're going to look at the voter history section. This election day will show up at the very top of the list. Now, don't be upset if you don't see it right away. While voter history is updated after each election, it's after your county has gone through the process of assigning voter history to all voters' records, and this may take weeks or longer. All right, so that's how you're going to find out if your vote counted. And so that is all you have to do is that voter search tool. Now, we have to make sure that you know for sure. It shows you when you voted. It doesn't show you how you voted.
Right.
I think people really get confused by that, thinking that people know how they voted.
Yeah, absolutely not. All it reports is that you voted. And so, people, and that's public knowledge. So, if you voted and you're proud of it, people can know, and if you lie about it, they can find that out too.
Okay. All right. So let's take a look at some of the numbers. We've got some numbers coming in here. We're looking specifically at the Attorney General's race, and I want to go to the state numbers so that we can see that. This has flip-flopped a couple of times.
Yeah. And I think it will continue to flip-flop because we're so close. Again, 16,000 votes difference between the two. We'll see how that plays out.
Okay.
Same thing with public instruction. 32,000 votes now up by Morrow, so we will see.
And the Lieutenant Governor?
52,000 votes for Hal Weatherman. Again, let's see what happens with the remaining votes to come in, but we'll see.
Okay, and then I just want to take a look at the governor's race, even though it's been called for quite a while. The difference was 503,000 votes. Is that surprising to you?
Not the number. I expected this to be more like 15% difference because it stayed around this number pretty much for the last 2 hours. Again, let's see what happens if the rest of Mecklenburg and some of those areas come in, but we'll see.
Okay, and so in case you missed it, we do have Josh Stein's acceptance speech of when he went to the podium and said, "Okay, I'm going to be your governor." Yeah, let's take a look.
North Carolina is home to remarkable natural beauty, home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies, home to some of the finest universities and one of the best community college systems in the nation. And we are home to the best people. As we celebrate tonight, our hearts are with the folks of Western North Carolina who are still struggling. Hurricane Helene swept in devastation, destruction, and darkness. But the goodness of North Carolinians shone through. Neighbors helping neighbors, people dropping everything to lend a hand. And by the way, none of those folks cared whether the person they were helping was a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. They just showed up because that's who we are as North Carolinians. And we will show up for the people of Western North Carolina to help them rebuild safer and stronger than ever before. I ran for governor because I love our home state, and I believe in the promise of North Carolina, that where you come from should never limit how far you can go. That our kids and grandkids should enjoy a better and brighter future than we've had. That every North Carolinian should have a fair shot at success, starting a small business or getting a good paying job everywhere in this state, including small town North Carolina. To deliver on that promise, we must invest in our people and their futures, so that together we build a safer, stronger North Carolina where the economy continues to grow and works for everyone. Where our public schools are excellent and our teachers are well paid. And where our neighborhoods are safe and women can make their own decisions about their own bodies. Just like rebuilding Western North Carolina, these issues, good jobs, strong public schools, safe neighborhoods, and personal freedoms are not partisan issues. They are North Carolina issues. We have big challenges ahead, but we have even bigger dreams to realize. We can cut taxes for workers so you keep more of your own money. We can pay teachers what they deserve and open up doors of opportunities for our children. We can expand career and technical education because you shouldn't have to go to college to provide for your own family. To build this brighter future, we must put aside our differences and work together. We must reject the politics of division, fear, and hate that keep us from finding common ground. We will go further when we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work, and thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna. Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady. We are blessed to have our 3 kids here today. Sam, Adam and Leah. Mom and I love you very much and are incredibly proud of you. Fundamentally, this campaign is about you and all of the young people of North Carolina. We want all of you to want to call North Carolina home the same way we do. Friends, we are so blessed to be of this place. And while nowhere is perfect, I firmly believe that whatever may be wrong with our state can be repaired by all that is right. After all, North Carolina is where the Greensboro Four sat down and the Wright brothers took flight. It's where my father joined Julius Chambers and James Ferguson to form North Carolina's first integrated law firm to fight for equality and opportunity for all. It's where people come together to solve tough problems and believe that our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. This is our North Carolina. This is our home. Tonight, let's celebrate this hard-fought victory, and tomorrow we will get back to work to building a North Carolina that is safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
All right, so what you were watching there was Josh Stein's acceptance speech, and CBS called that race really early.
Yeah, and with good reason. I mean,
Sure.
you know, he was up by 20%. Now he's up by over 700,000 votes. So pretty easy call.
We want to show you the electoral map because, and go ahead and you can bring this full, because Iowa was just called for
Donald Trump.
And so that's the reason why this kind of like came into focus for us is because, was it just yesterday? I think it was the Des Moines Register.
Yeah, a couple of days ago, the Des Moines
They
Register
came out with
had
their poll.
that Harris was up 46-43.
Yes.
Nobody thought it was in play. I think most of us thought that's an outlier. And there was talk, well, women have really been upset about the Dobbs decision and they're coming out in droves. That was an outlier.
Okay, so we are still waiting for Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia to be declared. None of those swing states have yet to be declared. Not to mention, of course, Arizona, Nevada, but those are going to just happen so much later anyway. Their polls, in fact, just closed in Arizona at 10 o'clock our time.
Okay.
So they closed 39 minutes ago.
Yeah. So, and Arizona is usually slow counting ballots. They're one of those states that couldn't start
Like
counting the
Pennsylvania?
early ballots until the end of the day today. So it's going to be a while. So we'll see, but it's going to be a while.
All right, and the electoral vote count right now is 204 to 112. You said you thought someone could get to 270.
I think somebody will get to 270. I mean, you know, it's either get to 270 or we end up with 269 each. And again, that can happen, very unlikely. Obviously, Trump has an easier path right now. I think Harris has to win Wisconsin and Michigan. No doubt about that. Pennsylvania obviously is the key here, especially if Trump wins North Carolina. He was up big in Georgia. He's up pretty solid in North Carolina. Trump's got right now he's got the advantage.
Right. The thinking is that she's going to take California.
Oh, yeah. She's going to take California, Oregon, Washington. He'll take Idaho, which has 4 electoral votes. But she'll get, let's go ahead and count California, Oregon, and Washington. That gives her 74. Put 74 with the 12, and that's 182. So then she's getting 186. Sorry. She's getting a lot closer. But, again, it's going to come down to those 3 states. Little concerning for her, I think, that they haven't been able to call Minnesota yet. She should have already won Minnesota. Again, given that Minnesota's tight, that to me doesn't bode real well for the other states that are.
Oh, and did we just see Kansas or Colorado go? I saw something change there.
Yeah, Colorado, if it was Colorado, no big shock. I think that was one.
It went red for Trump, whoever it was.
Okay, it must have been Kansas. But Kansas, again, no surprise if it went red for Trump. All of those, again, those states there, none of those are surprises right now. So still waiting on the swing states, but I got to say right now, if I am Trump, I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay. All right. So, we have been going to each one of our live crews here and there, whether it's on a referendum or on a candidate. Nixon Norman, she is in Lexington, and she's kind of doing the whole kit and caboodle. She's got people from all different sides there watching the election together.
The room first, honestly.
Go ahead, Nixon.
Okay.
Make me more comfortable.
Hey there, yes, we are still here at Smokin' Oak in Lexington. I want to show you we're in another room where people are still watching election results in real time. This is all taking place here in Davidson County, but I'm here with a Greensboro man, Damian Tingle. He says he's been a member here for a little over a year. Damian, tell me what this place means to you. Like I was saying earlier to the camera and to the folks at home, seems to be a place of unity. Is that true? I mean, is that part of the reason why you keep coming back?
Yeah, that's what I would say. I would say it's a place of unity where everybody here feels like family. It's a really great place for community, and you just never know who's going to come through those doors, and whoever it is, to make sure that they feel welcome and they're appreciated and that they're meant to be here, no matter what.
And this is the first time that Smokin' Oak has actually put on an election night party, the first time ever. Why do you find yourself here tonight at an election night party? I mean, was that something you felt was important?
Yeah, so election is always a historical event. It's big. We're voting for the president, and we're going to see who's going to be the commander-in-chief. And, it's I just want to be here with my people, my brothers, and, I just wanted to share with folks that I might never see again, but, hey, we have something we can bond over.
Right. And that's part of it all. It's like I keep saying, it's this story of unity. There's people on both sides, Republican, Democrat, but people seem to be civil tonight. There's no disruptions. There's no fighting over the president.
No disruptions, no fights. Everybody's here watching, enjoying it, and having a good old time.
That's right. And we will continue to give you results, of course, on WFMY News 2 and WFMY Plus. For now, I'm live here in Lexington. Nixon Norman, sending it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thanks so much, Nixon. We appreciate that. People of all different factions getting together, talking about it, not having to yell at one another. Novel concept, right?
Novel concept. Used to not be. I mean, that's the thing. 20 years ago, people had differences, but it wasn't like this. So the idea of people sitting together from differences and having conversation and having a drink is a pretty good idea.
So here's a question, because people always banter back and forth. They ask questions and stuff like that. They were curious about Trump's term limits if he's elected. And right now he's leading in the polls, but anything could change. If elected, would he be able to be reelected in 2028?
No.
That is the question, right? You say no. Let's explain a little bit more about why.
The answer is no. Trump could not serve 2 more terms as president if he gets elected again. The 22nd Amendment of the U.S. Constitution establishes term limits for presidents. It says, quote, "No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice." Trump was elected president once already in 2016, and if he won again in 2024, that would make him ineligible to be elected a 3rd time. Only one president has ever served 2 terms that weren't back-to-back, Grover Cleveland. He was first elected in 1884, but lost in 1888 and ran and won again in 1892. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
All right, so we are looking at the State Board of Elections website right now. You've got that pulled up on your laptop, right? I've got some stuff pulled up on my big screen. What are you seeing that is surprising to you?
No big surprises now. There was some surprises early. Elaine Marshall was winning by a relatively slim margin. Now, if you look at the Council of State in North Carolina, Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General, Secretary of State, and Superintendent of Public Instruction, Democrats up by between 105 and 120,000. So I think the chances right now are pretty good that Democrats will take at least 5 of the 10 Council of State races. The other ones, Troxler, who's an incumbent, is ahead. Causey's ahead, Big, who's an incumbent. A couple other races, the Treasurer, Republican, is up by about 5%, about 100,000 to about 150,000 votes. No big surprises there. The Marshall race, initially being as close as it was a surprise to me. And she's still only up by about 3% for somebody who's been in that office for almost 30 years. And that's a little bit of a surprise that it's not bigger. But I think she's going to win.
Well, we have Troxler, we have Marshall, we have Causey. The rest of the state council is going to be all new.
Yeah, going to be all new folks. And again, for the first time since 2016, there will be at least an even number of Democrats and Republicans, and that Republicans have dominated it for the last 8 years. And that's important because they have some significant power. Like, they just gained the power to declare a state of emergency. Had been to the governor,
Right.
legislature changed that law. Interestingly enough, they changed it, and now the Democrats have an even chance of doing it at 5 and 5, more than likely, unless something major changes.
Gotcha. So we'll be taking a look at that, seeing where that shakes out. But right now, if we take a look at this big board so that you can see what we're seeing on those State Board of Elections sites. So you're seeing for Attorney General Jeff Jackson ahead of his Republican other side there. And it's a difference of 155,000 votes at this point.
Yeah.
But we're seeing it kind of go all the way down the line. So then you see Superintendent of Instruction. You're seeing the Democrat leading there, about 120,000. And then Lieutenant Governor, about 104,000.
Yeah.
They're kind of all in that same
yeah,
realm.
105 to 120, yeah.
And again, Rachel Hunt, the daughter of the former governor. So that name is quite
Well known.
familiar. The name of Maurice Green, or Mo Green, familiar with the folks here in Gifford County, just for the pure fact that
He was our superintendent.
Our superintendent. The folks in Mecklenburg also know him as well. And then when it comes to Attorney General, we've got the Jeff Jackson. So we're seeing Alamance County results finally come in. There were some issues there with Alamance County voting.
That's going to go Republican. It's still only 4% right now.
It's saying 4% at this point. Okay. And so, different counties have different, ways of being able to do some things. Things might have been slower. Things might be slower just uploading to the State Board of Elections website. So we're trying to answer your questions, too, about what's going on, because we asked Charlie Collicutt from Gifford County, hey, what's going on? Why is everything so slow? And he's like, we're reporting. It's just not being shown on the State Board of Education website as of yet.
Board of Elections.
Board of Elections, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yep. So, they can only do what they can do. And as he said, they're more concerned with getting it right than getting it fast. You got to get it right. Because if you don't get it right, even if it's an accident, you got to go back and correct it. Somebody's going to claim it was a conspiracy. So you got to get it right the first time.
You do have to get it right at the first time. It's better to be slow than to have to back up and think about, what's happening and explain what's going on and that kind of thing. All right, so they're telling me that we're going to be taking a story about absentee ballots, an absentee ballot when it's dead, like when it's no longer able to be used. So let's take a look at that, because absentee ballots took a long time to count, physically opening them, making sure that the photo ID was there, making sure that all the things were written the right way and all of that, not to mention just the ballot inside. So let's take a look at that story.
But what happens if a voter fills out and sends in an absentee ballot but passes away before Election Day in North Carolina? Does that vote still count? Let's get the facts. Our sources, Michael Dickerson, Board of Elections Director for Mecklenburg County, and the National Conference of State Legislatures. So different states have different rules about this. According to the National Conference of State Legislatures, these 10 states have statutes that prohibit counting absentee ballots for voters who die before Election Day. These 9 states have statutes that allow counting these ballots. Other states fall somewhere in between. In North Carolina, Dickerson says an early ballot cast by someone who later dies can be set aside if a challenge is filed before Election Day.
They had already voted during an absentee process. Then if I have that official notification, then I have to remove that ballot.
He says there are protocols which require official notification to nullify a ballot.
I have to follow everything. I can't just start willy-nilly taking people off of the records.
If someone dies close to the election, it can take time for death records to be updated, and there is a small window between when the ballot is cast and counted. But Dickerson says there have been some challenges in the county when people die before the election. However, he says it's very rare.
It's not happened a lot. And if anybody can challenge that in the absentee process, but if it does, it can happen.
With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
All right, so we are still looking at all of the election results, and we're hearing from Mecklenburg County that 181 out of 186 precincts have been counted already, and that 186, that last one, it's absentee ballots.
Yeah, so I think the string is running out on Harris. She's still got a couple 100,000 to make up, and if Mecklenburg's reported at over 90%, that's going to be a challenge for her.
You think that's a challenge for her when it comes to
make up this difference,
right, and to possibly win the state? Yeah, we're looking at the big board now with that. That's not correct.
Well, that's just Mecklenburg.
That's
go
just
up to
Mecklenburg.
state.
Let me go up to the state and just see what that looks like.
So she's still got 129,000 to make up, and it's interesting though. Her margin is, he's doing much better in the rural areas or something, because her margin in Mecklenburg last time was 75,000. It's over 150,000 this time. I think it was 170 some thousand. Go back on Mecklenburg if you would. No, okay. There
That's Mecklenburg.
Yeah, 175,000. And yet she's still losing. So I think he's got to be overperforming out in the red counties much better than he did last time. And let's go to Guilford.
He's not winning Guilford.
No. Wait. Okay. Good.
Yeah. This is Forsyth.
Yeah.
This is Guilford.
Yeah. Again, he's not winning. Can we go to 2020 on that? I'm just curious. So it's 52,000 this time, and there's still some to. And that says 27% reporting. So that tells me there's 78% of the vote total in. There's a good bit to come in.
Okay. So what I'm going to go to now is the electoral map.
They haven't declared any more states.
No, not as of yet. What I wanted to look at one more time is that history of the swing states and things of that nature, and how they have voted in the past. So we have a graphic that is able to show you the swing states, and then also be able to show you the history of those swing states. Excuse me. So here you have the battleground states. You have those 7 states that we are watching for, and that none have been called as of yet. And here's the history of what happened with those states when it comes to voting for the president. So we got Arizona and Georgia, both red for every presidential election up until 2020. This is when they turned blue for President Joe Biden. Then we have Michigan, we have Pennsylvania, and then we have Wisconsin. And so they have been blue every single year. Take a look at that list, except in 2016 when it turned red for former President Donald Trump. So Nevada went red in 2000 and 2004, but it's been blue ever since. And then, of course, we've got North Carolina. We've been a red state for every election except for 2008 when we went blue for Barack Obama. And we've got those 16 electoral votes. We're all looking at Pennsylvania because they have 19.
Yep. And Pennsylvania, I was just looking at it. There's a poll that Trump is doing better with independents in Pennsylvania than they expected, which could be a problem for Harris. And I think she has to have Pennsylvania now to have a shot.
All right. And I mean, when you look at that and you think to yourself, well, then could this possibly be called earlier than maybe what we thought? Everybody was thinking, oh, this might last till Thursday.
Yeah. Well, Pennsylvania's notoriously late coming in. So probably still going to be up into the night, maybe even into tomorrow, if Pennsylvania's close. Now, if it turns out Pennsylvania is not real close, maybe they would feel comfortable calling it. But I don't know it's going to be that big a gap.
So let me ask you this. As they're counting the ballots and stuff like that, are they counting until they finish, or do they go, hey, you know what, at 2 o'clock in the morning we all got to go home and we all got to go to bed?
They keep counting. They bring people in. They're going to keep counting as long as they got to count.
Fresh people come in to count.
Yeah.
And they have different staggered groups coming in for that.
Yeah, they're not going to go out. They're not leaving unless something major happens until, maybe if it wasn't close they might, but they know everybody's waiting, everybody's watching. So they're going to be doing it. They're going to stay as long as they got to stay.
And so when we're looking at that, I wonder then when Georgia will be counted?
Yeah, Georgia's usually pretty good at coming in, but I wonder. we know anything from Georgia.
And then I'm thinking, when will North Carolina be counted? Because we're seeing more and more votes come in with a lot of the.
So it's down a little bit, 141, but again, she's got an awful lot to make up there.
And we're just kind of going all around the states that you can kind of see how the percentages have changed in the different areas. You know, Asheville, really interesting too, because, you know, they really got out the vote. Early voting there trumped all the rest of the voting in the state.
Yeah, amazing. Like, you know, West Jefferson up in that area, Ashe County. Ashe County was the one that was the hardest hit, and they had great turnout.
Okay, and so we're paying attention closely to Greensboro, since that is in our own backyard, and for Forsyth County as well. The difference is, that's interesting, because this is Alamance County, and this is only the 4%.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, boy, Alamance County going Democratic would be a very big shock to me. But it's
We
only
expect
4%.
that to change with just 4%. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. WFMY on Plus is now going to go to our 11 o'clock newscast. That is where we are going to get our latest election coverage, and then WFMY Plus back here will continue back at 11:30. We're with you for the long haul. We're with you until all of this is said and done, and so we're going to be turning you over now to WFMY News 2 in the studio.
Coming into focus. A non-stop blitz of campaign visits culminate in one historic night.
National trends trickle down into what happens at home. A race too close to call for weeks. Every vote matters tonight.
In our state, we're learning the new leaders from Greensboro to the governor's mansion, your next superintendent, next state representative, attorney general, and governor, all determined by your voice and your vote.
It's election night in North Carolina. WFMY News 2 and 11 starts right now. No surprise here on election night, we have dead heats up and down the ballot.
Several races, including state attorney general, state superintendent, and lieutenant governor, are just too close to call right now. We do have a few races with winners.
Here's one of them. Democrat Josh Stein will be the next governor of North Carolina. The Associated Press and CBS News called this race within an hour of polls closing. In the race for Congress, the incumbent will go back to Washington, representing District 5. Virginia Fox is projected to be Greensboro's new congresswoman. You'll remember redistricting moved things around, including Fox to move to Greensboro. Voters overwhelmingly supported a constitutional amendment clarifying that only U.S. citizens can vote. But the big one is still too close to call. Former President Trump has the early edge in the presidential race in our state. And this is a live look at each of the campaign watch parties. Vice President Harris is camped out at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. And former President Trump is monitoring results from West Palm Beach, Florida. Harris voted by mail today and made one final stop to campaign headquarters in D.C.
Former President Donald Trump cast his vote in Florida this morning. We have been following this race extremely closely all night long. We kick things off with WFMY News 2's Ben Briscoe with a closer look at the vote count in our state.
What we are seeing is that former President Donald Trump is outperforming how he did last time around in certain areas. Take a look, for example, at Guilford County. Tonight, he has 38% of the vote with 78% of the estimated total in. So that 38% is slightly better than the 37.8% he had last time around. Last time around in Forsyth County, he had 42.4%. This time, 43%. Adding up slowly these numbers across the state. Mecklenburg County is where we really want to draw attention because it's been a big question mark for most of the night. We've been waiting for them to come in. We now see with 95% of their vote estimated in, Trump carries 32% of that. Last time around, he only had 31%. So he is slightly outperforming in those areas. When you look at the whole state, that adds up.
Ben, thank you. As we mentioned earlier, Attorney General Josh Stein is the projected winner in the North Carolina governor's race with a significant lead over Mark Robinson. We have two crews in Raleigh tonight with each camp. We start with WFMY News 2's Kevin Kennedy, who heard from the projected governor-elect.
Yeah, good evening from downtown Raleigh here at the Marriott Hotel, where the Democratic Watch Party, as you can tell, continues behind me. However, it's slowly starting to dwindle out a little bit. That's because the headliner has left the building. As we talked about earlier, Governor-elect now Josh Stein spoke about 2 hours ago to what was then a pretty crowded and packed audience, certainly kind of revving them up. He said that he is honored to be our next governor of North Carolina. He then talked about how the state has some of the best people. He then wanted to make sure that he mentioned Western North Carolina, saying that his heart goes out to Western North Carolina, and he promised to go ahead and show up for them and to help rebuild. He said he believes in the promise of this state, and it doesn't matter where you come from, that shouldn't limit your potential. He talked about investing in North Carolina, all North Carolinians, and he specifically kind of shouted out teachers in regards to them. He said that our state has some big challenges, but bigger dreams. He then addressed working together, Democrats and Republicans coming together to create a better state. Here's a little bit about what he had to say about 2 hours ago.
Thank you so much. It is a treat to be with you. Thank you, Governor Cooper, for that very generous introduction. And thank you, North Carolina. Tonight, the people of North Carolina resoundingly embraced a vision that's optimistic, forward-looking, and welcoming. A vision that's about creating opportunity for every North Carolinian.
Yeah, Josh Stein thanked his campaign staff. He thanked his wife, his kids. He then basically said, look, tonight is a chance to celebrate, but tomorrow we get back to work. We're live in downtown Raleigh. I'm Kevin Kennedy, WFMY News 2.
Kevin, thank you. Stein's opponent, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, watched the returns just 3 blocks away from Stein's event.
WFMY News 2's Amber Lake has been there all night and heard what he said immediately afterward.
Mark Robinson spoke for about 7 minutes and never congratulated Josh Stein when the race was called. Now, his head strategist spoke with us shortly after that speech was made and said that up until that point, he was unaware if Robinson even made a phone call to Stein. But Robinson did say that he fought the good fight, but he was expecting a victory tonight.
So I'm standing here now, and I'm not sad one lick. I'm a little disappointed. I'm disappointed for you because I wanted this so bad for you. I wanted this for the people of North Carolina, not for me. I wanted it for them. I wanted to represent them. I wanted to take their issues before the folks of North Carolina and really have those issues addressed.
Robinson says his head is held high because he ran a race where he did not have to lie, unlike his opponent. One thing Robinson says he hasn't done is shed tears, and says he won't be doing that tonight either because he has already accomplished so much.
Because only if you've been in the deepest valley can you ever know how magnificent it is to stand on the highest mountain. Folks, I have stood on the highest mountain. Going from being a factory worker to being the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina has been the honor of my lifetime.
Robinson says there's still a lot of work to do for him as Lieutenant Governor over the next couple months, and he plans to do whatever is needed for North Carolinians. He says after the first of the year, him and his wife plan to spend some much needed time with their grandchildren. Then he's going to take a step back and figure out what his next move is. Live in Raleigh tonight, Amber Lake, WFMY News 2.
Amber, thank you. One of the big things we've monitored tonight, the discrepancy between what we saw in the governor's race compared to what we are seeing in the presidential race.
Yeah, one race has looked extremely close for months. The other hasn't looked competitive for weeks. Let's bring back Ben Briscoe for a closer look at these.
Yeah, so Mark Robinson ended up losing by about 733,000 votes, including in his home county of Guilford County, where Robinson only took 28.1% of the vote. We expected that. Guilford County is heavily Democratic, so he wasn't expected to do well there. What's really interesting, though, I want you to pay attention to this big patch of blue up here in some more rural areas. So this is the governor's race. If we flip over to the presidential race, you can see a lot more red than you see in the governor's race. That is because more people who voted for a Republican president voted against Robinson, to the tune of, statewide, a difference of 733,000 votes, giving the race to Stein.
Ben, thank you. Let's move now to 3 state races: Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General, and State Superintendent. All of these races are too close to call. Hal Weatherman, for example, holds the edge over Rachel Hunt in the Lieutenant Governor's race. Many will recognize Hunt's name because of her father, former Governor Jim Hunt. Weatherman is a Wake Forest law grad. Jeff Jackson and Dan Bishop have traded leads all night in the battle for the AG's office. You can see Jeff Jackson with a slight lead, 52%, over Dan Bishop at 48%. 81% of precincts are reporting in this race. Green chose not to have a watch party tonight, instead opting to monitor results in private. But you can see here Mo Green with 51% of the vote over Michelle Morrow with 49%. Again, this is for the Superintendent of Public Instruction. Now, Green again chose not to have a watch party tonight, instead opting to monitor results in private. WFMY News 2's Denise McMillan heard from both candidates tonight.
Tonight, we'll find out who will lead the charge in public education. The role of our state superintendent of public instruction is a big one. They oversee 3,500 schools and nearly 1.4 million students. Mo Green is running on the Democrat side, and Michelle Morrow is the Republican candidate. Green has an educational background, serving as a superintendent of Guilford County Public Schools for 7.5 years. And before that, he was a deputy superintendent for Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Morrow is a political outsider, but has experience as a homeschool teacher and was a nurse for more than 30 years.
I taught for 9 years. I've been a nurse for 32 years. I think that all of those things, whether it's the mental health crisis, whether it's just the drug issues, the lack of safety in our schools, whether it's just getting back to some excellence in education, I feel like I've run the gamut.
I know what to do. And so it's just a matter then of elevating that to an entire state level. And being sure that we think about the sorts of things that are necessary to improve student outcomes, which includes certainly trying to request more funding for our public schools, elevating our educators, certainly engaging those parents and other community members in this work.
Both Green and Morrow support teacher pay raises, literacy instruction, and improving school safety. Live here in Greensboro, Denise McMillan, WFMY News 2.
Hi, Denise, thank you. Now let's transition to congressional races. Guilford County will have 3 new representatives in D.C. Greensboro will have a new congresswoman. Longtime Republican Representative Virginia Fox is the projected winner in her race. The hotly contested District 6 race, which covers High Point, has a projected winner. Trump-backed lobbyist Addison McDowell holds a large lead over his third-party challenger. McDowell all but locked this seat up in the primary when former Congressman Mark Walker opted against a runoff and instead joined the Trump campaign. Incumbent Kathy Manning did not run because of redistricting.
Now to incumbent Richard Hudson. He is cruising to victory in the District 9 race. His new boundaries include eastern Guilford County, plus all of Alamance and Randolph. He's been in office for more than a decade, getting 55% of the support, with 43% precincts reporting. Let's circle back now to the race at the top of the ticket. This is what everybody wants to know: who will be our next president? In North Carolina, 51% are voting for Donald Trump, 48% have gone to Kamala Harris. Let's check back in now with Ben Briscoe with a look at how the Electoral College is shaking out.
You know, just like North Carolina, the other battlegrounds are still too close to call right now. Trump is in the lead with 214 Electoral College votes compared to Harris's 179. But let's take a deeper dive into those battleground states. Arizona, Trump's leading by about 2,000 votes. Georgia, 142,000. Michigan, 82,000. Still tied in Nevada because the polls aren't closed there yet. North Carolina, you know, he's leading by about 136,000. Pennsylvania, 182, and Wisconsin, 62,000. It is looking like, just from this, that Trump will take the lead. However, a lot of votes still to come in are from Democratic areas. That is why these states have not been called yet. The statisticians are still waiting for those numbers to come in before they can decide who wins those states and who wins the whole election.
Ben, thank you. Let's rally through some results at the state level now. In the state Supreme Court race, Jefferson Griffin holds the early edge over Allison Riggs, but you can see and since I said that, it has now flipped. Allison Riggs now has a very slight lead over Jefferson Griffin. Griffin currently serves on the Court of Appeals and is a UNC grad. Riggs was appointed by Governor Cooper last year. In Guilford County, State Representative Tracy Clark is on track to keep her spot in Raleigh. The three-time Tar Heel was appointed to the Senate, or excuse me, was appointed to that seat in August.
Republican Alan Branson is also expected to keep his seat. He replaced longtime Representative John Hardister when Hardister resigned earlier this year. Alan Branson with 55% of the vote. Ragsdale alum and Democrat State Representative Cecil Brockman looks like he's going to be winning re-election handily. The High Point native is going back for his 6th term in the State House. He has 63% of the vote at this time. Senate Leader Phil Berger has been the face of the Republican Party in the state Senate for 2 decades now. It appears things will be staying that way as he holds a huge lead tonight. He declined our interview request today. He said he may make himself available tomorrow. Berger first got elected in 2000, then quickly rose the ranks. He has been the head of the GOP in the Senate since 2004.
Guilford County State Representative Pricey Harrison also appears on track to return to Raleigh 20 years after she first got elected. We talked with her about the continued support for 2 decades.
Been 20 years, and it's really been an honor of my life to be able to serve my constituents. I've been various districts, so a little bit hard to keep track because I think I'm in my 5th as a result of redistricting, but it's been a wonderful experience, and I'm very honored and excited to be able to serve another 2 years.
There do not appear to be any election night surprises for Democratic incumbent State Senator Michael Garrett. The UNCG grad is on track to win and head back for his 4th term. We caught up with him tonight as well.
It's overwhelming feeling of pride that the work that we do on behalf, and when I say we, it's my entire family, because being in public service takes our entire household, my wife and my children. So it's just real rewarding to see people supporting and appreciating the work that we're doing.
Let's look now at the effort to amend the state constitution. When you cast your ballot, you saw a question at the bottom asking you about who should be able to vote. The Associated Press projects the measure requiring that only U.S. citizens can vote will pass by a strong majority. To be clear, that's already state and federal law. Leaders say the amendment simply clarifies language.
In Guilford County, voters decided whether to raise the sales tax. It looks like that measure will be failing again. Voters have rejected this measure several times in recent elections. The county wants to use the money to give raises to teachers. 40% are for it. A majority, 60%, are against it. WFMY News 2 Sydney Moore has watched the results come in with county and school leaders. She joins us live now with an update.
And ballots are still being counted when it comes to this race, according to the State Board of Elections website. Just like you said, Julie, 60% of voters are voting against the sales tax increase, while 40% of voters are voting for it. Now, if voting for it wins, this would help boost teacher pay. Now, to put things into perspective, the 1/4 cent sales tax increase is a fraction of a penny. Guilford Education Alliance reps use this example, saying it's basically 5 cents on a $20 pizza. If voters vote yes, it would help increase pay for teachers and frontline workers. One of the representatives spoke about her hopes for taxpayers voting in favor of the increase.
We want to retain teachers, we want to retain bus drivers, we want to retain custodians and cafeteria workers. And again, these are people who every day are taking care of our kids.
And Guilford County would join 46 other counties in our state who have voted yes for this increase in the past. Live in Guilford County, Sydney Moore, WFMY News 2.
Sydney, thank you. It is now 11:16 on election night. We still do not have a winner in the race for president in our state or nationally. The latest results show that Donald Trump, 51%, has the lead in North Carolina. Kamala Harris with 48%. This race has been in a dead heat for weeks, according to the polls.
We will take another look at the latest results in the race for president. Plus, we'll break down some key decisions in the triad.
Stick with us as we watch the race for power unfold in real time. We'll be right back.
We are coming back on the air with some breaking news regarding the race for president in our state. The Associated Press has just called North Carolina for former President Donald Trump. You can see here the votes are 51% for Trump versus 48% for Harris. 82% of precincts are reporting, but the Associated Press has just called North Carolina for the former president. We will keep our eye on other states as this race progresses. In state races, several races races remain razor thin. For state superintendent, Mo Green, 51% of the vote. Michelle Morrow, 49%. 86% of the precincts are reporting in this race.
Now to the Attorney General's race. This one also too close to call, but Jeff Jackson has a bit of a lead over Dan Bishop. He has 52% of the vote versus Dan Bishop with 48%, with 86% of the precincts reporting. In the tight lieutenant governor's race now, this is a look at what is happening. Rachel Hunt with 50%, Hal Weatherman with 47%. This also 86% of the precincts reporting. For more than 20 years, the same man has steered the ship at City Hall in Winston-Salem. Mayor Alan Joynes will keep doing so for another 4 years at least. He had no challengers in the general election.
Joynes is the longest serving mayor in city history. He shared some plans as he gears up for another term.
We've made progress on addressing our violent crime issue here in the city, but we've got to continue to push on that and not get complacent with us. And of course, we always got to continue to create jobs here, recruit companies in, help existing companies expand.
And we are diving deeper into other race results shortly. Stick with us.
Just about 10 minutes ago, the Associated Press called North Carolina for former President Donald Trump. That leaves 6 battleground states that could decide this election. Let's check in on how they're doing in each one of those states. In every single one of them, except Nevada, where we still don't have results come in yet, Donald Trump is leading. I will caution you here, though, that the networks are saying that there still are a lot of Democratic areas in these states that have not reported yet. So that is why it is too early to call those states and call the election. Of course, we'll stay on top of it for you all night long.
One last look at some of the big races in the race for president. The Associated Press has just called North Carolina for former President Trump.
In the state superintendent's race, it is still a close one that is too close to call. Maurice Mogreen, former Guilford County School Superintendent, with 51% of the vote. Michelle Morrow with 49%. We are wrapping up our coverage on TV for now. We will bring you some more updates a few more times tonight on this historic night.
But you can stick with us nonstop on WFMY Plus. It is free on Apple, Fire, and Roku TV. We are going to take a quick break, then bring in Tanya Rivera and Ben Briscoe for more in-depth coverage. Stick with us on Plus.
The WFMY News 2 at 11 is sponsored by Skyla Credit Union. See what your money can do.
Hey, I'm giving you a mic check. Ice cold milk and an Oreo cookie. They forever go together like a classic combination. That is my normal mic check. A mic check from you. What surprised you the most so far?
I don't have my mic on, do I?
You do have your mic on.
What surprised me was the ease with which it appears Trump is winning the size. It's a good night for Republicans outside the state of North Carolina. Very good night.
Well, welcome back to our election night coverage. We're coming to you live on WFMY Plus. I'm Tanya Rivera. Ben Briscoe, you're going to be breaking down all kinds of results on that big board.
Yeah, we have seen some really interesting anomalies, let's say, in North Carolina between our presidential race and our governor's race. We're going to look at the differences there and the races that are still outstanding coming up.
All right, and we have UNCG expert Tom Little. He's here giving us all kinds of good insider experts, recommendations of what we should be looking at for the rest of the night.
Yep, looking forward to it. So. Interesting night, very good night for Democrats in North Carolina, not so good for Democrats the rest of the country.
One of the things that we're hearing that has happened just since the 11 o'clock news is that Dan Bishop has called Jeff Jackson, according to several reports, and conceded the election for state attorney general. That's a big update here. Yeah,
apparently he was giving kind of a speech of saying, okay, I didn't do it, we didn't win, that kind of thing, but we haven't heard from Jeff Jackson as of yet.
But just moments ago, the Associated Press did officially call this race, with Jeff Jackson getting 51.6% of the vote. We're going to check in with their camp here in a little bit. The other big announcement within the past 15, 20 minutes is that the Associated Press has called North Carolina for former President Donald Trump.
Yep, I think in the last week there was this feeling that it had shifted, that Harris might win North Carolina. And interestingly, if you look at the numbers, best I can read, she did quite a bit better in Mecklenburg and Guilford and Wake. So he must have done really well in some of those rural counties, because she doubled the difference between Trump and Biden 4 years ago in Mecklenburg County. So she should have done quite well, but it looks like she's going to lose by a larger percentage than Trump did in 2020.
And you'll be able to look at that when we have the touch board up and be able to see that.
Absolutely.
North Carolina, traditionally a red state.
Yeah.
The last time we went blue was 2008 for Barack Obama.
I do think it really shows, though, we talk a lot about the polarization between the two parties, but it also shows the difference between rural and urban voters and how that is still the biggest divider between the two.
If you look at that map, I mean, if you just looked at the counties, you'd think Trump won by 75% to 25%, but he won a lot of those counties that have a lot more trees than they have people.
And this is why the 6 other battleground states are still too close to call right now. Even though Trump is leading in all of them except Nevada, where we don't have results at the moment, there are a lot of Democratic urban areas.
Yeah, I was just reading Michigan, Wayne County hasn't really come in. Although I was looking at Wisconsin, Madison County, which is where the Capitol and the university is, has come in over 80% of the votes already in. So that doesn't really bode real well for the
Okay, and we need
candidates.
to see down there, the super that's underneath it, we need to change that, friends, if you can for me, so that it should say when AG's race. Okay, all right, so Ben, is that right that we're going to be going over to you and the big board next?
Yeah, so all night long we have this new tool that can really dig into the numbers. And we talked about those battleground states that are still out there right now. Let's just get you caught up if you're just now tuning in. Right now, Donald Trump has 230 electoral college votes. Harris has 192. We know at this point this election will come down to the 6 battleground states that are still undecided. I want to show you, with 50% of the vote reported, Arizona is leading towards Donald Trump with 2,000 extra votes towards him. Georgia, 91%, 134,000. But you're saying 91% of the vote, why can't they call it? Well, there's still a lot of votes from Atlanta that have not come in this particular area. Michigan, 38% of the vote is in right now, 144,000 votes up for Trump. Again, Nevada, we don't have polls results in yet because they're still voting at this point. North Carolina, 90% of the vote is in, and that is why they were able to call it for former President Donald Trump. He took our state by 141,000 votes. Pennsylvania, 80% is in. Trump is up by 210,000. Now, Pennsylvania is perhaps the most important battleground state out of all of them, not only because it has 19 electoral college votes, but it also is the swingiest of all the states that are up right now. Wisconsin, Trump leading there with 74,000 votes. I want to hop back over to North Carolina, though, and go over some races here that are really important. Again, North Carolina, Trump took 58% of the vote. You can see, like we were talking about, that he did really well in those rural areas. If I turn on our heat map function, what's really interesting to me is that not only did he do really well, but he did better than Harris did in the Democratic areas. Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh, those should be really dark blue areas, but they're kind of blue. You can see, though, the rural areas definitely solidly red for Trump. Let's take a look at Mecklenburg County, because that was the big question mark for most of the night. They hadn't reported a lot of their votes in through about 10:30. Finally, we started seeing some trickle in. Right now, 99% of their estimated votes are in, and you can see Harris won Mecklenburg County by 65% of the vote. Trump, 32%, but that's actually better than he did last time around at 31%. So he picked up in some of those urban areas as well as winning the rural areas. That's why he carried our state tonight. If we look at other races here, we've got governor's race. We've got Governor Roy Cooper won last time. Josh Stein won this time. 55% of the vote compared to 39% for Robinson.
Okay, and with that said, what we want to do is we kind of want to take a look at, we've got both speeches from Robinson and from Stein. Anything in either one of those that you thought was like surprising to you?
No, not really. You know, I was a little bit surprised at Robinson's speech. He, you know, kind of made it sound like he was the victim of somebody, you know, bad campaign, you know, but he never denied the scandals. He just said, you know, he had been positive the whole time, and his opponent, unfortunately, had been turned negative. Not a big surprise there. Interesting, he was saying, you know, I'm still going to be around, I'm going to be doing things, I'm going to be involved, but I don't really know what I'm going to be doing yet.
There are actually reports that the Robinson for Senate websites are already up, saying that he might run for Senate later on.
I don't see how in the world he got 40% of the vote in a year that Trump's winning the state. I mean, I think if he's not at the top of that ticket, if Dale Folwell was who had won the primary, I think we have a very different Democratic election in the state. I think because the other Council of State folks, nobody won by more than 2%. You know, we know that Stein won by about 16, but if you look at AG, Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, and Superintendent of Public Instruction, nobody won by more than 150,000 votes, to less than 2%. And I think you have to attribute that to Robinson being at the top of that ticket.
Okay. All right, so what we want to do is we want to give you a snippet of the Stein acceptance speech so that you can see it in case you missed it.
North Carolina! Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. It is a treat to be with you. Thank you, Governor Cooper, for that very generous introduction. And thank you, North Carolina. Tonight, the people of North Carolina resoundingly embraced a vision that's optimistic, forward-looking, and welcoming. A vision that's about creating opportunity for every North Carolinian. We chose hope over hate. Competence over chaos. Decency over division. That's who we are as North Carolinians. And I am so honored that you have elected me to be your next governor. And I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask y'all anyway. Who here, like me, loves North Carolina? North Carolina is home. Home to remarkable natural beauty. Home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies. Home to some of the finest universities and one of the best community college systems in the nation. And we are home to the best people. As we celebrate tonight, our hearts are with the folks of Western North Carolina who are still struggling. Hurricane Helene swept in devastation, destruction, and darkness. But the goodness of North Carolinians shone through. Neighbors helping neighbors, people dropping everything to lend a hand. And by the way, none of those folks cared whether the person they were helping was a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. They just showed up because that's who we are as North Carolinians. And we will show up for the people of Western North Carolina to help them rebuild safer and stronger than ever before. I ran for governor because I love our home state, and I believe in the promise of North Carolina, that where you come from should never limit how far you can go. That our kids and grandkids should enjoy a better and brighter future than we've had. That every North Carolinian should have a fair shot at success, starting a small business or getting a good paying job everywhere in this state, including small town North Carolina. To deliver on that promise, we must invest in our people and their futures so that together we build a safer, stronger North Carolina where the economy continues to grow and works for everyone. Where our public schools are excellent and our teachers are well paid. And where our neighborhoods are safe and women can make their own decisions about their own bodies. Just like rebuilding Western North Carolina, these issues, good jobs, strong public schools, safe neighborhoods, and personal freedoms are not partisan issues. They are North Carolina issues. We have big challenges ahead, but we have even bigger dreams to realize. We can cut taxes for workers so you keep more of your own money. We can pay teachers what they deserve and open up doors of opportunities for our children.
All right, so what you were listening to was a snippet of his acceptance speech. An email came out at 9:42 from Josh Stein, and it says, "I'm honored beyond measure that North Carolinians came together to elect me as the 76th governor of North Carolina." And so he says, now it's time to get to work.
So speaking of getting to work, he's going to have to work with the General Assembly, which going into the election had a supermajority, which meant that they could override the governor's veto.
Which they did a lot.
Yes. The big question, will they hold that this time around?
I did a quick count of the Senate, and it was quick. I might have missed one, but if my count was correct, the supermajority is broken. If my count was correct, it's going to be 29 Republicans, 21 Democrats, and they need 31 for a supermajority.
That means that there'll hopefully be a lot more compromise in
Yeah,
Raleigh.
yeah. We'll see. Again, next break I'll count again and see if I was correct. I was working on the House. Haven't quite gotten through that yet.
A lot more there.
A lot more, 120 seats.
So not only balance of power here in our state up for grabs, but balance of power, of course, in Congress up for grabs too.
Yeah, and looks like the U.S. Nationally, it has been a very good night for Republicans. It appears they're going to pick up at minimum 5 seats in the U.S. Senate because West Virginia has already been called, Montana's been called. I think I saw that Ohio has been called.
Yes.
And Pennsylvania, Casey is losing. And right now, and Wisconsin's got a ways to go, but right now Tammy Baldwin's behind in Wisconsin. So there's a very good chance that what was a 51-49 Democratic majority is going to be 54-46 Republican, maybe 55. The House, who knows? The House is probably, again, too close to call, but I would say, given how well the Republicans are doing elsewhere, I would be surprised. And going in, I thought Democrats would take the House. I am less sure of that now, given how well Republicans are doing in other races.
What do you think has led to such a strong Republican showing tonight?
I don't know. It looked like, if you'd asked me 2 weeks ago, Trump and Republicans were going to do well, but the last week there seemed to be this movement a little bit towards Harris. I think people are still upset about the economy. I think they're afraid in immigration. And even though crime has gone down markedly, I think Trump has been able to convince people that crime has gone up, and there's this fear that Democrats are soft on crime. I think Democrats were counting on the abortion issue to be bigger than it turned out to be.
We just got word that Virginia has been called for Harris.
No surprise. And again, now when Biden was on the ticket, there was Virginia was looking close. But Harris, I think the last poll I saw had her up about 10 points in Virginia. So no big surprise there, because most of the votes are now in Northern Virginia, which is becoming increasingly Democratic.
Right. All right, so what we're going to be doing is we're taking a break from the stream right now. We're going to get set up for our TV cut-ins. And so we're going to be back with you. You're going to be seeing Chad and Julie here as we change all of this around. And then we'll be back with you to talk a little bit more.
Hi there, 1, 2, 3. Jeff Jackson's going to be taking the stage.
Can you hear me? Hi, Alabama, Alaska.
Thank you for staying with us. We understand that Jeff Jackson, the projected winner for the Attorney General's race, is taking the stand right now. Let's listen in to him on the podium.
Mission. And I would like you to meet our family. This is Hayden. This is Avery. This is Owen. This is my wife, Marissa. Please say hello to them for me. We ran this campaign together, but that still meant spending a lot of time apart. Making it to this moment and sharing it with them is one of the best moments of my life. I'm so happy that they could be here, that we were all willing to stay up late to celebrate this moment together. And it's something I'll never forget. Will you please join me in thanking them for the sacrifice they made for this campaign? And now for our campaign team. Our campaign team was small but mighty. Behind everything that voters saw from this campaign was a group of incredibly hardworking, upbeat, and just truly talented people who decided to give this effort every bit of focus and energy that they have. I'm so grateful for every one of them. They deserve all the credit in the world, and a bunch of them, actually almost all of them, are in the room with you right now. Will you join me in thanking them? I'd also like to congratulate our current Attorney General and our next governor, Josh Stein. Josh set a powerful example for how to do the work of Attorney General with integrity and with a focus on keeping people safe. His work holding opioid manufacturers accountable was historic. He leaves a proud legacy as a great Attorney General. His work has raised the bar for what people will expect from me, and I welcome that. And to our governor and former Attorney General, Roy Cooper, thank you for your support. Thank you for your leadership for our state. And it's my intention to bring the same level of integrity to this job that you did. We are still waiting on the outcome of a lot of elections, so I just want to say this. What I suspected to be true at the beginning of the campaign proved to be true during the campaign, which is that What most people are looking for in elected officials is a simple set of values: honesty, decency, integrity, being a basically reasonable person who actually cares about other people. I firmly believe that's the way forward. It isn't a slogan, it isn't a faction, it isn't outrage. It's simple, straightforward public service. That's how I plan to do this job, and I can't tell you how excited I am to get started. Thank you so much. One hand. Thank you.
You just listened to the acceptance speech of Jeff Jackson. He is the projected winner for North Carolina's Attorney General race. He had a few things that he said on the podium. He thanked his family. He recognized Josh Stein. He's going to be replacing Josh Stein as the AG, and Josh Stein will be the next governor of North Carolina. He said he's going to bring the same level of integrity to the office and to the state as Governor Cooper, as well as Josh Stein. He also said he's excited to get started.
It really is. I like that he pointed out that it's kind of been like a pipeline. The last three candidates, you start out as state attorney general and then you go to the governorship, and that's what we've seen the last two times with Governor Cooper and now today with Attorney General Josh Stein. So a lot of Democrats happy at that party tonight after several statewide wins.
And that is a win over Dan Bishop.
All right, well, we've got a lot coming up. Please stick with us on WFMY Plus as we continue our live coverage of Election Night 2024. Stay with us.
And we are back with you on WFMY Plus. I'm Tanya Rivera. This is Ben Briscoe.
Hey there. Well, I'm so excited to have Tom Little here, UNCG political science professor, because there's a lot to break down from tonight. We'll get to all the national races in a minute. But first, our state election, the supermajority was up for grabs. That's the veto-proof majority that the Republicans had in the General Assembly.
And that they used often.
Yeah, they used often with Cooper. If, in a quick count, if my count is correct, two things. If my count is correct, and if what's currently being reported by the Board of Elections is accurate, Democrats are going to break that supermajority. My count has 70 Democrats in currently, and our 70 Republicans, they need 73 in the House, 29 Republicans in the Senate, they need 31.
Okay, so the big question, it might be an obvious answer, but I think we should ask it anyway. North Carolina goes for Trump. A lot of the state councils are going Democrat. They're gaining seats, the Democrats in the General Assembly. What's the difference here?
I think the difference here was Mark Robinson. If Dale Falwell, let's say, who ran in the primary with him, who is the treasurer, if Dale Falwell is the nominee, maybe Stein wins, maybe he doesn't, but he's not going to win by 16%. And I think that was enough, because if you look at all 5 or 4 of those other council state races won by Democrats, they were won by 2% or less. And I think the problems with Mark Robinson's campaign, those scandals, was enough to bring down those Republicans. I think that was the big factor.
Okay.
We talked about there would be down ballot effect. There wasn't an up ballot effect to help Harris, but I think there was a down ballot effect that helped those folks.
All right, so what we want to do, we heard Stein's acceptance speech. We now want to hear Robinson's speech as he was making the concessions and what he told his supporters.
We love you too. We love you too. Well, as always, very first thing we're going to do is do what? Thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And we thank him a double portion tonight. Because I can tell you this right now, the window of opportunity for us winning this race is closing quick, folks. We realize what we're up against. We realized what we were up against from the very beginning. We knew that we were ordinary, just an ordinary person getting in this for the right reasons, to fight for the people of North Carolina, and to make effective change. You know, it doesn't seem like it's going our way tonight. But it's always going our way. Because it's going the right way. Whether people want it to or not, people of faith know it's going to go the right way. Because we've read the back of the book. And we know how this all comes to an end. Those who would promote evil and promote wrong and call it right, they do not win. They may prosper for a season, but in the end, we win. So I'm standing here now, and I'm not sad one lick. I'm a little disappointed. I'm disappointed for you, because I wanted this so bad for you. I wanted this for the people of North Carolina, not for me. I wanted it for them. I wanted to represent them. I wanted to take their issues before the folks of North Carolina and really have those issues addressed. Not for the purposes of climbing a political ladder, but for the purposes of fighting for the people in the state that I love. But it was not to be, it appears. And I can tell you this, we're not going to stop here, folks. We don't stop here. We've got a lot of work still to do as Lieutenant Governor. We've got a lot of work to do in Western North Carolina to continue to help those folks to get back to full normal. We've got a lot of work still to do in the sphere of education in these last 2 months. We've got a lot of work to do still for the people of North Carolina. We're going to do it with great energy. We're going to do it with the same intensity that we've been doing it for the last 3.5, almost 4 years. You know, I'm standing here now, folks, and guess where my head is? My head is held high. And the reason why my head is held high is because I ran a race where I did not have to lie. I did not have to tell half-truths. I did not have to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars demonizing anyone. I simply traveled this state and told people about my vision. Told the people of North Carolina that I have an unabiding faith in them. And told the people of North Carolina as well, it will not be the government that will build this state, it will be you. That is the message that we delivered to the people of this state. A true message of real hope, a real future, where every single solitary North Carolinian can make a great living. My wife and I will now take our time. I'll work these last 2 months as Lieutenant Governor. I'll continue to do what I need to do for the people of the state of North Carolina. And after the beginning of the year, I'm going to spend some time with my grandchildren. They are getting older, and so am I. And so we'll spend some time with family, and we'll assess, and we'll move forward from there. But, you know, I want to leave you with a quote from a often demonized politician who said something quite profound as he was resigning from office. He said, we think sometimes when things don't go good for us, when we lose an election or someone dear to us dies, that all is ended. It's not true. It's only a beginning, always. Because the greatness comes, not when things go always good for you, but the greatness comes when you're really tested, when you take some knocks, some disappointments, when sadness comes. Because only if you've been in the deepest valley can you ever know how magnificent it is to stand on the highest mountain. Folks, I have stood on the highest mountain. Going from being a factory worker to being the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina has been the honor of my lifetime. Now I'm proud to stand in front of so many supporters and have so many votes cast for me by people who have confidence in me. It's not about the lies. It's not about the half-truths. It's about the people who believe in you. And it's about the state that you love, a state that I fully intend to continue to serve for the next 2 months. And who knows, maybe in the future once again, somewhere in office. Who knows? I don't know. But we're going to take our time. We're going to assess. We're going to spend time with family. Before I leave this stage, though, I want to say to each and every person I'm looking at right now, I see so many faces I can't name them all. I love each and every one of you. Not only have you added value to this campaign, you have added value to my life as friends, as supporters. The one thing I have not done this entire time in this campaign is shed tears. And I will not shed tears tonight because I stand here strong and proud, glad to have run a race that was upright and decent, while others around me refused to do so. So we leave this place tonight with our head held high. And the only disappointment that I have inside of me is the disappointment that you all feel. Because I know so many of you want it so bad to see nothing but victory tonight. But remember, victory is pleasing God. Victory is pleasing God. And sometimes in order to please God, you have to lose in the sight of man. So God bless you all. Thank y'all so much for everything that you've done for me. We love y'all. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right, so what you were watching was the concession speech from Mark Robinson. Right now, we're showing you a live look at the election watch parties. This one is the Harris Watch Party, and this is at Howard University, her alma mater.
You know, earlier in the night, we saw people dancing, they had music going. There's a lot of heavy faces now at this point after North Carolina has gone towards Trump. This is now the Donald Trump Watch Party down in Florida. You can see lots of people glued to those screens trying to wait for more results to come in.
And we're going to be showing you those live looks here and there throughout the night. I wanted to make a quick mention of the speech that Mark Robinson had alluded to. He said that one candidate, and that would be Richard Nixon. Because everybody was asking, all right, well, what is it? So, you know, we're Googling this, all this kind of stuff. So it's Richard Nixon that he was talking about. And that was his farewell speech to his staff.
You know, I think a lot of people would say maybe that's part of what did him in, is referencing politicians like Richard Nixon and Clarence Thomas. He repeatedly used politicians who have also been through their own firefights.
It didn't start as a governor battle that was far apart. It started out as very contentious. It started out as neck and neck. The polls from the very beginning were really, really close. And then all of that widened after the whole CNN situation.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think he was already in some trouble because Stein had done a good job of defining him, used some of his own quotes on abortion, but it blew wide open after the CNN report.
And I just want to pull up, Stein ended up winning by 789,000 votes, 55% of the vote compared to Robinson's 39% of the vote.
And I just did another quick count of the Senate. I may have miscounted. It looks like in the Senate maybe they held the supermajority. Looking at it now. in North Carolina. It looks like they got 31. So either I miscounted or
Things have
the things changed.
Well, and it's the ticker is continuously changing, right? More things are still coming in.
Yeah, so they may have held this. I haven't looked at the House, but they may have held the supermajority of 31 in the Senate.
The Associated Press has just also called the U.S. Senate for Republicans, saying it is now going to be Republican controlled.
Yeah, definitely. Because Ohio, they've already called Ohio. They'll be calling Pennsylvania soon for McCormick.
And that was a flip-flop.
That was a flip. Pennsylvania's going to be a flip. Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin's in trouble, which nobody saw coming. So we'll see.
And so you also were looking at Fulton County in Georgia. And what were you seeing when you looked at those numbers?
When I looked at those, 93% have reported in Fulton County, and Harris is still down by well over 100,000. So that's not looking good in Georgia.
That was the area that the Harris team was really counting on,
right.
getting
that
a lot of the urban
canvassed
votes.
and gone door to door and tried to get the vote out, that kind of thing.
So if Trump takes Georgia, he's taken North Carolina. He just needs basically two more battleground states to take the election.
Yeah. Is it two or maybe even one at that point? Yeah, I think if he takes Pennsylvania, I think that may be it. Even if she wins Wisconsin and Michigan, if he wins Pennsylvania and takes the other two, I think that's it.
And let's talk about, like, even if she wins at this point, now she's going to be dealing with a Senate that would be Republican, possibly a House that could be Republican controlled also. How do you get stuff done in a divided government like that?
Well, the Republicans had enough trouble getting stuff done when they had united government because the Senate was so divided, and the House. It'll be interesting if it holds that the Senate majority, instead of being 52, is like 55-45. They can afford some of those moderates to walk, like Murkowski from Alaska, Moore-Cavato from West Virginia, Collins from Maine, who are a little bit more moderate. If they're up 55-45, they can let those senators walk and still have a majority of 52. That's going to be really different than, you know, when you're dealing with a 51-49 split. And the House, again, I don't know the numbers, but given how well Republicans are doing everywhere else, to my surprise, I suspect they're going to hold the House and maybe add some numbers.
So if Trump gets in, that means a lot more of his agenda actually could get
Could
passed.
possibly get passed. Yeah, we'll see.
That's the big answer for tonight.
I know,
we'll see.
Yes, for sure. Okay, when I look back at the North Carolina ballot, though, I just kind of want to look at what you call the Council of the States. And that's everything from the Lieutenant Governor to the AG to the Auditor.
Yeah, we got 10 Council of State officers, statewide elected officers.
And we've got 7 new faces.
Yep, you got 7 new faces. Now, some of those new faces are faces that have held other offices. So, you know, Stein was the Attorney General. Now he's going to be governor. So they're new faces to the positions that they're in. So 3 incumbents won. The 3 incumbents that were running: Causey for Labor, Marshall for Secretary of State, and Agriculture. Those 3 incumbents won. But of the remaining 7, 4 of those were Democrats that won, who were going to be new to the position. So Hunt at Lieutenant Governor, Jackson at AG, Stein at Governor, and Mo Green at Superintendent of Public Instruction.
That's right, and that's where we're going to throw things over to Ben Briscoe so that you can take a look at where those votes came for Mo Green.
So even though Mo Green is up right now by quite a bit, the Associated Press has still not officially called this, but 92% of the estimated vote total is in, and Mo Green is leading by 135,000 votes. So it is a strong likelihood that he will take this election, unseating Catherine Truitt, who is the Republican, who's the currently state superintendent, who actually lost in the primary to Michelle Morrow, a far-right version of her plan. So let's take a look at where Mo Green did really well. He's from Guilford County. He was the Guilford County superintendent for a long time. Took 65% of the vote in Guilford County. He also was the deputy superintendent down in Mecklenburg County, took 65% of the vote there. But if I turn on this heat map, you can see that there's nowhere really that Michelle Morrow did a really strong showing other than some of the counties out to our west where there's just not a whole lot of people. Like take, for example, Wilkes County. Michelle Morrow won 74% of that, but that's only 26,000 votes. When you compare that to 333,000 that Mo Green won in Mecklenburg County, it's easy to see how he adds up more votes than her across the state. I also want to go ahead and jump over to Lieutenant Governor for a second, because this one has also not been officially called. It's really interesting to me tonight because right now Rachel Hunt is ahead 118,000 votes over Hal Weatherman, but take a look at the third party candidates here. Shannon Bray from the Libertarian Party got 95,000 votes, and Wayne Jones, an independent, got 49,000 votes. When you add those together, that is more than the difference between these two, and it could have made a big difference in this race. Also, we want to run through some other quick races really quick. Attorney General Jeff Jackson has been declared the winner in this one over Dan Bishop. And we've got some congressional races here to update you on. Virginia Fox, Congressional District 5, will now represent part of Greensboro. You might remember that this is currently the district that Kathy Manning is in, but it was redistricted to get more Republicans into Congress from North Carolina. So Kathy Manning, the Democrat, was drawn out, and take a look at this. Instead, Virginia Fox, who is from the Boone area, will now cover this one that stretches over into our area. We also have here, this is the last race there. Let's get to the current one here. Addison McDowell is going to cover a part of Greensboro now through District 6 in the redrawn. We have in District 9, Richard Hudson taking 56% of the vote there. That is Asheboro and a little bit up into the eastern part of Guilford County. And District 10, we've got Pat Harrigan with 57% of the votes.
All right, so when we take a look at those kinds of numbers, and we take a look at how they've kind of like snaked through our state, Jeff Jackson, Kathy Manning couldn't run in their districts any longer because of what that looked like.
Well, they could run, they just couldn't win.
And they knew that.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
why run?
Why waste your time?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And when you think about that, you were saying that, you know, maybe after a while they won't think that that was so smart to push him out, Jeff Jackson, anyway.
Yeah, because, you know, again, I don't, given the way the numbers play, it maybe another Democrat could have won that seat, but he had name recognition having been in Congress. They may have held on to AG, and they lost it because they pushed him out.
You know, Kathy Manning is one of the best fundraisers in North Carolina politics. Do you think she's done after this, or could you see her running for something else?
I could see her running statewide. There's not going to be a congressional seat for her until the redrawing in 230, which would be, the seat would be in 2032. So I don't know if she wants to wait that long, but I could absolutely see her getting involved in party politics and then using that to run statewide. You know, again, I don't know if she'll run against an incumbent Democrat, but let's say that Green decides, you know, he wants to do something else, or one of those seats, or let's say Elaine Marshall. I mean, Elaine Marshall will have been in that seat for 32 years. Let's say in 2028 she decides, oh, you know, I don't want to run again. I could definitely see Kathy Manning running for a statewide office like that.
You had brought up a point that I wanted to make sure that we get to before Tom leaves, because you can't stay with us all night, right?
No, nobody wants that.
We were talking about how Trump took North Carolina, and we were wondering how he got some of those votes while so many Democrats won in our state. And could it have been those unaffiliated voters or even Republican,
could
Democrat
Democrats have voted
voters
for Trump?
that voted
Did we
for
see
him
that tonight, you think?
in some of those rural areas?
Yeah, I think some of those rural areas where the economy is still a challenge. The growth has really come. North Carolina's had a lot of economic growth, but most of it's come in the corridor between Chapel Hill, you know, the Triad Park and all of that. And so a lot of those rural, especially out in the eastern part of the state, what we used to call Jesse-crats. For those who are a long time ago, they were Democrats that voted for Republican Jesse Helms. A lot of those Jesse-crats out there who still registered Democrats and probably vote Democratic statewide, but they looked and said, Harris was part of this administration where if prices went up and things aren't getting better out here in our county. So I think that, and you know, some of the unaffiliated, but I think there were some Democrats who didn't want to say that, and it may have been that hidden Trump vote that we've talked about for the last two elections that they thought this time. Pollsters said, we figured out how to get to those. Maybe we didn't.
I have a question about North Carolina. When you think of rural voters, you typically think of Republican voters, but North Carolina has a big chunk of rural voters that traditionally vote Democrat. Why is it different here?
It's the history, you know, and it's throughout the South. It's not just here, although I think it has been a little stronger, lasted longer here. But you know, after the Civil War, Democrats controlled North Carolina and all of the South through the 1970s. Even though they may have agreed with the Republicans, there's a great song by Alabama that talks about they ought to get a Democrat to vote like that, talking about his father. That these Southern Democrats that might agree with the Republicans, but Abraham Lincoln was on the other side of the war, and we ain't letting go of that. I mean, you still have some of that, and it's tradition. So you have those, but those folks are moving away from the party now.
Although we haven't seen, I mean, we can count on one hand how many Republican governors we've had.
Right. And again, it's interesting, a couple things going on. One, this time was the choice of candidates, and Republicans haven't chose, other than Pat McCrory, who was a very qualified candidate. You go back and look, they haven't always made the best choice in their candidates for governor. And the folks that are running, other than McCrory, you look at some of the ones in the early 2000s were really conservative. Go all the way back to Pat Ballantyne, who really just had a lot of name recognition. So part of it has to do with the candidates that they've chosen.
Okay.
Well, sir, thank you so much for being here. You always teach us so much.
Oh, enjoyed it.
We've really enjoyed your commentary. We're going to get ready now for our TV version of this cut-in, but you'll still see it on WFMY Plus. Just hang with us for a minute. Hi, what do we want to talk about this time, Tom?
We're going to need packages and things in the next one.
See you, man. Good to see you.
Enjoy it.
Hi, Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois.
Hi there, 1, 2, 3, 1226, burning the midnight oil and then some. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right now, we are nearly 30 minutes past midnight, and we are still all engines go on our Election Day coverage.
Let's get right to the vote totals for several key races. Let's look at where the presidential race stands. Donald Trump is the projected winner of North Carolina and our state's 16 electoral votes. This race called by the Associated Press.
The governor's race shook out much differently. Attorney General Josh Stein is the clear winner over Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who conceded hours ago. You see Josh Stein with 55% of the vote to Mark Robinson's 40%. 94% of precincts are now reporting.
We will have a new Attorney General in North Carolina. Democrat Jeff Jackson is the projected winner. He already spoke with his family next to him. Republican Dan Bishop also spoke and conceded the race.
Agriculture Commissioner incumbent Steve Troxler was up for re-election, and he will stay commissioner. You can see here he has 52% of the vote over his closest opponent, Sarah Tabor, with 45%. 95% of the precincts are reporting.
Next, Insurance Commissioner Mike Causey was also up for re-election. He currently has a lead over Natasha Marcus. 52% versus Natasha Marcus with 48%, with 95% of the precincts reporting.
And in the race for Secretary of State, incumbent Democrat Elaine Marshall has a lead over Chad Brown, 51 to 49%. This race much closer than some of the others we have shown you tonight.
Now to the race for state treasurer. Brad Briner, 52% of the vote. Challenger Wesley Harris with 48%, with 95% of the precincts reporting.
Ben Briscoe here with two other big races that are still too close to call in North Carolina tonight. The state superintendent race has still not officially been called by the Associated Press. Right now, Mo Green is leading with 51.3% of the vote over Michelle Morrow's 48.7% of the vote. That is 136,000 votes difference. Mo Green used to be the Guilford County superintendent, easily winning Guilford County with 65.3% of the vote. He also was the deputy superintendent down in Mecklenburg County, winning that with 67.5% of the vote. But still too close to call because only 92% of the vote across the state estimated is in right now. They just want to be extra careful. The message of tonight is we want to get it right, not fast. That's our message. That's the message of election officials. Everyone's saying, really, just take a breath. We'll get the information as soon as we can. Another race that is still too close to call is the lieutenant governor race. Right now, Rachel Hunt has 49.7% of the vote compared to Hal Weatherman's 47.5%. That's a difference of 118,000. What's interesting is if you add up the third-party candidates, that's more than the difference between the two of them. So it clearly made a big difference in the election results tonight. I want to show you where Rachel Hunt is doing really well. The areas you'd expect, all the Democratic areas. The question is, did she carry enough in those rural areas? She's got 25%. Really, you would think that she needs about 30%, but when you look across the state, there are places where she did that, like Wayne County with 42%. We'll get the latest numbers in for you and update that throughout the night.
Still a lot of races too early to call, Ben. Thank you so much. And when you need election results, check us out on WFMY Plus. That's where our wall-to-wall election coverage continues right after we go off the air.
You can find it on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. We'll give you another update in about 30 minutes here.
Well, welcome back to our election night coverage. I'm Tanya Rivera.
And I'm Ben Briscoe. We appreciate you joining us on WFMY Plus, where we've been online now since 7:30 this evening.
Yep, it's been a little while. That's okay, because we're with you throughout the night to show you all of the sights and sounds of what's happening on election night. One of the things that we want to take you to are to the watch parties for both Vice President Kamala Harris and for former President Donald Trump. This one here is the watch party for Harris. This is at Howard University. This is her alma mater. And you see people are still there. They're kind of waiting to see what's going on. At this point, it is still in play.
It's still up in the air. There are 6 battleground states at this point that are still undecided, and it really could go either way. And what I have to say is that we've not heard from them yet. At this point in the night, every other election, we at least heard from one of the 2 candidates.
Yeah, the only thing that I've heard, and it hasn't been anything like on TV, it's been like through an email saying, hey, everybody go to bed. We're going to continue to fight tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. So I've seen that from the Harris campaign on email. I haven't seen anything from the Trump campaign on email.
Which indicates that they believe it will be a long night ahead. We're going to be here through all of it for you. Battleground states are the key for this year's election. Let's look back to past battleground states and where they stood.
All right, so we start there with Arizona and Georgia. They were both red for every presidential election up until 2020, and that's when they finally turned blue for President Joe Biden. Next up, Michigan.
Pennsylvania and Wisconsin have been blue every year except in 2016 when it turned red for former President Donald Trump.
And Nevada went red in 2000 and 2004, but has been blue ever since.
And of course, North Carolina, we've been a red state for every election except 2008 when we went blue for Barack Obama.
So that's just kind of like a look back at all of the different things so that you can kind of see what the lay of the land is as we're waiting for all of these battleground states to be called. Of course, North Carolina was called and went in the direction that we thought it was going to go in.
It's not just the national races in Winston-Salem. Voters saw the race for mayor on the ballot. However, there's only one option, incumbent Alan Joynes.
Yeah, well, Joynes, was elected mayor in November 2001, so he is the longest serving mayor. We spoke with him about his plans for his next term.
Well, we've got a lot of work to do over the next 4 years. We've got an aggressive housing development program. We have a need to create about 13,000 new housing units over the next 8 to 10 years, and I want us to get a really good start on that, create the infrastructure to move it forward. We've made progress on addressing our violent crime issue here in the city, but we've got to continue to push on that and not get complacent with us. And of course, we always got to continue to create jobs here, recruit companies in, help existing companies expand, and create a infrastructure here for entrepreneurship, so that I want us to be one of the top places in the country for individuals to start and grow businesses here.
And of course, Alan Joynes, he wins with 73% of the vote in the primary there before even heading, of course, now here when he was unopposed.
So breaking right now, the Associated Press and CBS News, which one is it that has called that? Have called Georgia for Donald Trump.
Okay, so and what we were just talking about with Tom Little before he left, he was talking about how if Donald Trump gets Georgia, he probably only needs one more.
1, maybe 2, depending on how the numbers shake out. So he's now won 2 of the battleground states, 2 of the 7, Georgia and North Carolina.
Okay. All right. So while it's going Republican, it seems that way, and that is a Republican kind of sweep on that one side. What we're seeing here in North Carolina, at least for all of the state races, have been a kind of a Democrat sweep.
Yeah, Jeff Jackson has won our Attorney General over Dan Bishop. The Attorney General is a big role in North Carolina because it often leads to running for governor.
Well, we've seen that a few times, haven't we, right? We saw that with our governor now, Roy Cooper, right, Josh Stein, and they reminded me that Mike Easley also took that route as well.
So we want to hear a little bit from Jeff Jackson earlier tonight.
Thank you. That was wonderful, thank you. We've got some good news for you. It was close, but we won. It's been a long campaign, a lot of miles traveled, a lot of time away from family, but now seeing the returns come in, the support from across the state, is overwhelming. To every voter who supported us in this election, thank you. It means the world to us. And to every person in this state, whether you voted for me or not, it will be an incredible honor to serve as your next Attorney General, and I will give this job everything that I've got. The Attorney General's job is to be a shield for those in harm's way, whether it's violent crime, folks pushing fentanyl into communities, scammers going after your bank account, people polluting the air or the water. It will be my job to stand up to them on your behalf. I look forward to getting started, and I'm especially looking forward to joining the dedicated public servants at the North Carolina Department of Justice in that mission. And I would like you to meet our family. This is Hayden, this is Avery, this is Owen, this is my wife Marissa. Please say hello to them for me. We ran this campaign together, but that still meant spending a lot of time apart. Making it to this moment and sharing it with them is one of the best moments of my life. I'm so happy that they could be here, that we were all willing to stay up late to celebrate this moment together. And it's something I'll never forget. Will you please join me in thanking them for the sacrifice they made for this campaign? And now for our campaign team. Our campaign team was small but mighty. Behind everything that voters saw from this campaign was a group of incredibly hardworking, upbeat, and just truly talented people who decided to give this effort every bit of focus and energy that they have. I'm so grateful for every one of them. They deserve all the credit in the world, and a bunch of them, actually almost all of them, are in the room with you right now. Will you join me in thanking them? I'd also like to congratulate our current Attorney General and our next Governor, Josh Stein. Josh set a powerful example for how to do the work of Attorney General with integrity and with a focus on keeping people safe. His work holding opioid manufacturers accountable was historic. He leaves a proud legacy as a great Attorney General. His work has raised the bar for what people will expect from me, and I welcome that. And to our Governor and former Attorney General, Roy Cooper, thank you for your support. Thank you for your leadership for our state, and it's my intention to bring the same level of integrity to this job that you did. We are still waiting on the outcome of a lot of elections, so I just want to say this. What I suspected to be true at the beginning of the campaign proved to be true during the campaign, which is that what most people are looking for in elected officials is a simple set of values: honesty, decency, integrity, being a basically reasonable person who actually cares about other people. I firmly believe that's the way forward. It isn't a slogan, it isn't a faction, it isn't outrage. It's simple, straightforward public service. That's how I plan to do this job, and I can't tell you how excited I am to get started. Thank you so much.
And just moments ago, the Associated Press called Richard Hudson the incumbent for Congressional District 9. His district was newly redrawn. It now includes the western part of Guilford County, as well as Alamance and Randolph, and then goes south from there. One race, though, that is still up in the air is the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. At this point, we have 96% of the estimated vote total in, and Mo Green is ahead by about 104,000 votes. It's really not clear why they haven't called this one yet. I've been looking at the map, scratching my head, trying to figure it out. But we do know that Mo Green did pretty well in some solid areas like Guilford County, winning 65% of the vote there, and in Mecklenburg County, where he was the deputy superintendent, also where he got 67% of the vote there.
Okay, so right now we are taking a look at the boards showing that, Donald Trump being called, of course, right, for North Carolina. I'm not sure what this board is showing something different.
Apparently we're going to be hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign rep right now. Let's take a listen. Okay, so whatever was happening there, we've missed it. But it seems as though whoever came up on stage, seems as though they told him to go home. I don't know what this means. I'm not sure. We saw this once before. I don't know, Tanya, I don't know if you remember this. 8 years ago, when it was Hillary Clinton who was losing to Donald Trump.
Right.
And Roy Cooper at the time was the Attorney General, and he had just won for to become the governor.
Right.
At the watch party, I was there 8 years ago. They sent everybody home because they're like, we don't know what's going to happen. The night's over.
Right.
We'll regroup in the morning,
tomorrow.
and so it's possible maybe that's what happened there.
Right. Well, she had sent out an email. I want to say it was like 45 minutes ago or so, but you just saw that there was, people there. And she was saying, you know what, everybody go home, go to bed. We're going to keep fighting, but we'll see you tomorrow morning. So that must have then trickled down to the crowd that was there.
And then you saw, I mean, the last shot that we saw was
somebody
walking away from the podium as if they were just finishing telling them that's the case. We don't know if that's the case yet. We are working to confirm that. But, I did see an interesting shift that has occurred over the past couple of hours when you've looked at these presidential watch parties.
Okay.
If you've been watching, like we hope you have, you've seen live pictures of watch parties for Harris and for Trump. Early in the evening, they were both kind of even keel, same energy, same momentum, and then it started to shift. The states started coming in. It looked as though Donald Trump was going to be getting more states than anticipated, or more states than Harris's camp was hoping for.
Right.
And you saw the energy really start to get sucked out of the room from the Harris watch party.
Right.
And it kind of all went over to the Trump watch party. I think a lot of people are starting to see, it's all these races are now coming to a head, and we're getting a better idea of what this nation will look like when it comes to red and blue states.
Yeah, it's just like whenever you're at like a ball game, right? And your team is winning, and all of a sudden the momentum changes, and you really can feel that shift.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but it was surprising to me that there weren't as many voters out today.
Well, and part of that, right, we had 57% of our voters who voted during early voting. So
maybe that was it. It was just, I could not, when I went to vote today, there was one other person there. We had as many DJs at the polling place as we had voters. That's pretty, remarkable, I would think, on a day like today. I went at 12:30 in the afternoon. A lot of people could have been going on lunch breaks, but there was just no one there.
Which is interesting, because you would have thought that it would have been a little bit more populated.
Yes, absolutely.
Or at least we would have heard about a bunch of lines, like early in the morning maybe, or later in the afternoon when people were getting off work. And they kind of said it was just kind of steady-ish. That's what we heard.
And we've seen a lot of video from places like Philadelphia and Detroit. And obviously these are very big cities. Lines of people. It just didn't seem to happen here.
So you're thinking that maybe when we get the final tally in, it's only going to be like maybe 70% voted, and that would only be, a small percentage that actually voted on Election Day.
Yeah, for here. And I'm curious to hear what the analysts will say about that. Is it that maybe Harris supporters didn't show up the way that Trump supporters did on Election Day? Maybe there just wasn't the energy there for her supporters, and that's why we're seeing some of these races go red instead of blue.
Could be. It's one of those things where we're probably going to be like talking about this for like the next
Another
month.
4 years.
Okay, so I'm trying to listen to what my producer is telling me about where we're going next. And what did you say?
We've got
we're going to do some boards.
Results.
Okay, so let's take a look at some of the boards that we have here. So we're looking at the U.S. presidential race, of course, the candidate leading, right, by 196,000 votes, and that, of course, would be Donald Trump.
And this is just for our state here.
Correct.
So obviously 95% of the precincts are reporting, and both the Associated Press and CBS News called this race a couple of hours ago. So we know that all eyes are now on the other states that have yet to be called.
Right, we got the 16 electoral votes, all of them going to Donald Trump. All right, let's take a look at the governor's race. Shook out very differently. Attorney General Josh Stein is the clear winner over Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who conceded hours ago.
And we had been getting polling over the past couple of weeks saying that this race would turn out very similar
Yes.
to how it did. I mean, you know, you can only take so much a grain of salt with
for the polls,
with the
because they
polls.
are people saying, yes, I'm going to, or yes, I have, but you don't know because you weren't in the ballot box with them.
Right, the most recent poll, I think it was had Stein winning by like 12%, so obviously this is a bit more, but going along with what the polls have been saying.
And that's totally different than what it was about a year ago.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so in this next race, we have a new Attorney General in North Carolina, Democrat Jeff Jackson, the winner. He already spoke with his family next to him. You saw that. Republican Dan Bishop also spoke and conceded.
That's right. And moving on, Agriculture Commissioner incumbent Steve Troxler was up for re-election, and he will stay commissioner. We're showing 3 candidates in this race: Republican, Democrat, Libertarian. Troxler has 53% of the vote. Sarah Tabor, the Democrat, with 45%, and Sean Huff with 2%. You know, I liked how Ben was pointing out in one of the other races that, you know, sometimes a third-party candidate can steal the race from, well, I guess whoever loses, because I mean 2% is a pretty large amount when you're considering a race that is this close.
Right, and it was interesting because Tom Little had said he was surprised how the incumbents didn't pull away more, especially because they had been in office for so long and that they have such great name recognition. And so Steve Troxler with 53%, but thinking that he should have probably gotten a little bit more. Insurance Commissioner Mike Causey, also an incumbent, up for re-election, and he wins as well. But again, a narrow margin, 52% to 48%.
And, you know, he's been one that is a very well-known name in our state. I guess I wasn't really sure how this race would turn out, but a very close one here, too. All right, let's go to Secretary of State, incumbent Democrat Elaine Marshall, with a lead over Chad Brown.
Slim.
This is also a very close race. I'm bad at very quick math, but looks like really only under 100,000 maybe votes between these two, but 99% of the precincts reporting. Oh yeah, I see up there on the top left. Candidate leads by 93,000.
You didn't even have to do the math.
Oh, and I didn't even have to call out that I was bad at math, but here we are.
All right, now to State Treasurer. Let's take a look at that board there. So Brad Briner being called as the winner, the Republican, at 53% over Wesley Harris at 47%. And this is, of course, they're going to be taking the seat that is now held by Dale Falwell. And so he tried to go into the governor's race and didn't make it past the primary. And so now his seat has been vacated, and Brad Briner will be taking that position.
It's interesting to see how it's going to be, just with me personally, just trying to remember that all these new faces, right, and new positions. And we'll have to learn all this over the next couple of months.
Well, there's 7 new faces. Right, so you're going to be seeing that. There's only so many incumbents that actually went up for re-election and got it. So 7 faces there. All right, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing that transition thing again. You're about to be on TV.
Yes, again,
Okay.
but on a different TV, right?
All right, so we're going to be getting ready for our cut-in, but you stay right here on WFMY Plus because we're continuing our election night coverage. We're just doing the changeover, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Yes, I am. And why do you sound so strange? You sound like you're underwater for whatever reason. You sounded like that before. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California. Oh.
Hi, who's underwater? Who's swimming? Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hi, you really do sound underwater. Like
Right now it is 12:56 on our extended Election Day coverage, and even at this hour, several races are too close to call.
Let's check on some of the key races. The race for president still too close to call nationally, but in North Carolina, former President Donald Trump is the projected winner. We also just learned that he is the projected winner of Georgia. That is another swing state.
The governor's race shook out much differently. Attorney General Josh Stein is the clear winner over Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who conceded hours ago. 15 percentage points separate these two.
We will also have a new attorney general in North Carolina. Democrat Jeff Jackson is the projected winner over Dan Bishop. Jeff Jackson, 51%, Dan Bishop, 49%. On the state Supreme Court bench, here is a very close one at 50-50. Jefferson Griffin with a slight edge over Allison Riggs, but as you can tell, it is too close to call.
Yeah, just 16,000 votes separate these two candidates. And the state superintendent race is still a close one. Mo Green, 51% to Michelle Morrow's 49%. 99% of the precincts are reporting this race separated by about 110,000 votes. And for the first time in nearly a decade, someone besides Dale Falwell is headed to the state treasurer's office. The Forsyth County native didn't run as he pursued the Republican nomination for governor. Brad Briner with 53% of the vote here, 47% for Wesley Harris. Again, 99% of the precincts reporting.
Voters decided whether to change the state constitution, asking you about who should be able to vote. The Associated Press projects the measure requiring that only U.S. citizens can vote will pass. It is a resounding yes at 77% for. To be clear, this is already state and federal law. Leaders say that this amendment simply clarifies the language. Locally, voters are deciding on whether to raise the sales tax in Guilford County. It is leaning toward voters being against the raise. 4 votes getting 40%, against 60%.
Ben Briscoe here. Tonight is former President Donald Trump's third time to win North Carolina, and it is the largest margin by which he won the state. He's winning right now by 193,000 votes, and he did that by outperforming where he did last time around. In Guilford County, he got 38.4% of the vote this time. Last time, 37.8%. We saw similar issues in Wake County, where he got 36% this time, 35% last time. So he did better in the Democratic strongholds, urban areas, but he also did better in the rural areas. If we take a look here at Randolph County, he got 78.6% of the vote this time compared to 77% last time. When you add all those up across the state, you get this total here of him going from just 70,000 votes winning last time to 193,000 this time. Now that did not translate over in the governor's race, where Josh Stein easily beat Mark Robinson with 54.8% of the vote. We're going to continue to get numbers all night long on the races which are still not called, like the state superintendent. You can get all of those updates with us on WFMY+.
Ben, thank you. And we have just learned that we should be hearing from former President Trump any moment now. So we will continue to monitor that. Meantime, our wall-to-wall election coverage continues live right now on WFMY+.
You can find it for free on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. We'll see you again in about 30 minutes, if not before then. And we are continuing our election night coverage on WFMY+. I'm Tanya Rivera.
And I'm Ben Briscoe. Right now, there are 5 remaining battleground states that will decide this election. One of them is Arizona, where right now, former President Donald Trump is up by 12,000 votes with 51% of the vote in.
Yeah, and we're hearing that he may address his watch party crowd. We'll see. In the meantime, what we want to do is we want to go to Arizona because their polls closed at 10 o'clock our time. So that's 3 hours, right? And so now that's when their elections results are really starting to come in. So we want to see how election polling and results are going there in Arizona.
And we are lucky enough to have a team of journalists with Tegna across the nation, including in Phoenix. We want to send it over to them for a minute to check in on Arizona.
As we come on the air, 12 News is bringing you live pictures. This is from Mar-a-Lago. That is the stage. You can see with it the American flags all lined up behind it, where we are told that former President Trump is en route to Mar-a-Lago to speak to this huge crowd. Whether or not he's going to declare a victory, we don't know.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, Arizona is a battleground state. We're seeing the results come in. We want to get you to the very latest results right now for the office of president here in Arizona. And right now, Trump is leading with a small lead right now. We've got 50% for Trump and 49% for Kamala Harris. Bram, I want to bring you in to give us a little bit of insight into the results that we're seeing right now.
This is really interesting because part of Donald Trump, the Trump campaign strategy here in Arizona was to try to run up the score outside Maricopa County, which he lost by 40,000 votes back in 2020 to Joe Biden. And it appears he's done that. In particular, he's doing much better in Yuma County. I believe he's doing much better in Mojave County. But the net is Kamala Harris is winning Maricopa County by 25,000 votes. Donald Trump is winning the rest of the state by 37,000 votes.
Interesting.
And That's what's put him in the lead. He might win Arizona without winning the state's largest county.
Which goes against conventional thought, right?
Totally.
Which is if you win Maricopa County, you win the state.
Right.
And let's give this some national context. Right now, if my numbers are correct, you have former President Trump with 248 electoral votes, needs to get to 270. Vice President Harris with 216. She has to win Arizona.
I'd put it another way. She has to win the blue wall. She has to win those 3 states to get, I believe, and Will correct me if I'm wrong.
But wouldn't you say at this point, and we'll check in with Will, that at least one state that she wasn't expected to win? Now, we know that former President Biden won Arizona narrowly. That was a crossover that helped put him over the top.
Certainly. And it's fair to say that Arizona was a lower tier state for the Democrats. Among pollsters, it was viewed as a lower tier state. The race was always close here, but it wasn't going Harris's way. So it didn't appear that Arizona was going to deliver anything. But at this late stage on election night, it is clear that Arizona won't help her unless she gets the blue wall, and the blue wall states are not going her
But we
way.
do want to point out, we're still waiting on possibly some significant ballots being counted.
Here in Arizona,
Here in
yes.
Arizona,
We
yeah.
still haven't heard from Apache County. That's home of a large Navajo Nation vote. We still haven't heard from Cochise County, which is home, southern Arizona border county, home of a large, fairly large Republican vote that could make some difference in the race. Certainly Harris won't get those votes. Joe Biden won Apache County with 66% of the vote back in 2020. So still waiting for them. About more than half of all the projected votes have been counted so far. Okay. So there's still a lot left out there. The vote count has been slower than usual tonight on election night, slower than what we're used to. Yeah. We were warned about this, but even then I'd say it's gone even slower than the warning.
You were saying some of the trucks with the ballots hadn't even returned yet.
Our Colleen Sikora was sharing with us that this is as of about 30, 40 minutes ago, none of the trucks from the tabulation centers had arrived with ballots or the memory cards that have the votes that were cast.
Yeah, so that could be tens of thousands of votes, right? That still haven't even been
hundreds.
counted.
Could be hundreds of thousands.
Okay.
Hundreds of thousands.
Okay, well, with that
Which could
said,
change things up,
yes.
obviously.
Okay, well, with that said, let's go to the U.S. Senate race here in Arizona. This is a big one. Ruben Gallego, the Democrat here, at 52%. Republican Carrie Lake at 46%. So you've got Trump leading, Carrie Lake trailing.
Right. Carrie Lake has underperformed Donald Trump in every poll, virtually every poll, I think except 2, going back several months. That is a striking result. Ruben Gallego could be pulling off what might be considered an upset. Carrie Lake ran for governor, lost what was a winnable race, many thought. Ruben Gallego would be the 4th consecutive Democrat to win a Senate race in Arizona in just the last 6 years. That says a lot about today's Republican Party as much as it says something about the Democratic candidates who voters have decided are clearly better.
Another race we're keeping our eyes on, folks, is the race for Maricopa County Sheriff.
This one was a tough one. You had 2 candidates with pretty rough track records. Plenty to question about their past. Jerry Sheridan, former number 2, second in command to Joe Arpaio, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who was responsible for the Melendres case, which resulted in a remediation plan that has cost Maricopa County taxpayers $350 million and counting. Melendres was a civil rights case. Arpaio, a judge found, discriminated against Latino residents of Maricopa County. Jerry Sheridan was the second in command. Jerry Sheridan tries to separate himself from that, distance himself from Arpaio, but he played a central role in a lot of that. Tyler Camp has been a Democrat for less than a year. Former Phoenix police lieutenant, has some sexual harassment issues in his past. Tough sell to Democrats. This was just a tough race. to watch Jerry Sheridan up by 2 points and might be returning to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. And this, I think, is his third or fourth try.
Wow.
In a sheriff's race.
All right, well, we're going to actually head out to Chase Golightly. He has been at Sheridan's watch party for this entire evening. He caught up with Jerry Sheridan just a little while ago. Let's check back in with him right now. Hi, Chase.
Hey, Karibe. Yes, we are still at the watch party, and we're actually joined by GOP candidate Jerry Sheridan right now. Thank you again for staying out late.
No problem.
I know we talked to you shortly after 8 o'clock when that initial ballot dropped. It's been a couple hours now. We've had a couple more votes come in, it appears. How are you still feeling heading into tonight?
I think we'll be fine. You know, it's better to be 2 points up than 2 points down, right? So I think we're going to be okay. And as they continue to count the ballots and the early ballots that came in, I think we'll be fine.
Is there anything, I know that you are currently leading as those still results come in, anything you wish that you could have done differently over the past couple months of years in your campaign?
I hate to say no, but I told myself just the other day, Jerry, you'll be fine. It's up to the voters now, and what happens, happens. It's out of your control. You've done everything you possibly could, and that was really my goal. I worked really hard for 2 years, 7 days a week, and if I wasn't out at an event speaking with some people, I was on the phone trying to make some money for the campaign, to bring money in. We did a pretty darn good job. We raised over $700,000. So in that regard, I think we did well. And then I would answer people's phone calls and text messages and emails right away. And a lot of them said, wow, nobody's ever gotten back to me. I've asked them questions, but you did. And so I tried to do everything I could. Within my experience, I had a great team that was helping me to do some of those issues. And so, no, I don't think I could have done anything else. It's in the fate of the voters.
We were talking about the issues that the sheriff's office is currently facing. If elected, what's your top issue that you want to see change within with the sheriff's office? Your top issue?
My top issue is staffing. And I know that's not very sexy, but think about it. The sheriff's office is supposed to have 4,006 employees, and currently they have maybe 2,600. And we cannot do our job keeping people safe or keeping those jails safe if we don't have adequate staff. So I've been working on that since August of last year, and I've got ideas. And again, don't forget, I spent 40 years there, 20 of those years as an executive chief. So I know how to hire people. I know how to get things done, and I know how the pre-employment services, the recruiting, all those things need to be enhanced. And I can't wait to get there to do it.
And I know, just talking about your experience, like you said, 40 years with the sheriff's office. Like you said, you started when you were about 18 or 19 years old and kind of worked your way up to the ladder. I know you said that you've served underneath 4 sheriffs, but of course, whenever we talk about you, Sheriff Joel Arpaio always comes up. Mm-hmm. Has he reached out to you at all tonight? When was the last time you talked to him?
I talked to him. He called me on Sunday. And, you know, we had a 5-10 minute conversation. And so that's the first time I talked to him in a couple of months.
Gotcha. Did he endorse you in this race?
No, he did not. And if you remember back in 2020, he ran against me in the primary. And then he told me earlier on this year that he was going to stay out of the race. And then he wound up endorsing one of my opponents. Mm-hmm. And he knows I didn't seek his endorsement. I want the public to understand I'm Jerry Sheridan. I'm not Joe Arpaio 2.0. And that I know how to run the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, and I'm not going to do it under the shadow of Joe Arpaio. I'm old enough and I'm experienced enough to do this myself. And I know the media loves to bring him up. And, you know, for a long time, he was a great sheriff. He did a lot of wonderful things. And towards the end, he made some big mistakes, too. So, you know, I want to remember him for the good things that I learned from him on how to treat people, how to treat the deputies, how to get things done. And I'd rather people begin to forget about the things that he did that were not so
Good. And then just talking again about, the sheriff before you, Sheriff Paul Penzone, who stepped down because he said with that federal monitoring that's going on, he felt that he couldn't fully carry out his duties as a sheriff, a reason why he stepped down. And we know just with everything going on, it's cost the taxpayers a lot of money. Is there any way past this? It's been going on for a long time. Can you see a future where the sheriff's office moves forward past that?
Yes, absolutely. Again, these are things that I think about and have for the last couple of years. I have a secret weapon. I'm not ready to say who he is that I'm going to bring in, and I can't really do that until I know I'm the candidate. I'm not the candidate anymore. I'm the sheriff-elect. But somebody that's pretty prominent in town that is going to be very good to help me with the Melendrez lawsuit. And so I've already, this is what I think about at 3 o'clock in the morning, okay, when I should be sound asleep. But I worry about these things because we need to fix this. It's costing the taxpayers a lot of money. And I think all it is a miscommunication between the court and the sheriff's office. Let's face it, the judge wants bias-free policing. I want bias-free policing. How do we do this? How do we measure this? And I think that's really the only thing right now is how do you measure that? And maybe we all can sit down at a table and figure it out.
Definitely.
Right?
Well, we'll see if if this comes your way, who you're bringing on board, so we'll be able to keep a close eye on everything.
Well,
but sir, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're out here in North Scottsdale, but we'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in studio.
All right, Chase, thank you. 248 electoral votes has former President Donald Trump right now. That means, if my math is correct, 22 votes away from 270, which would put him back to the White House. He has taken Georgia and North Carolina and has a fairly comfortable path to return to the White House at this point. As Bram mentioned earlier, Vice President Harris would have to take all the blue wall states and probably win a few more along the way, maybe or maybe not Arizona. So how are the Democrats feeling about that? For more on that and the Democratic situation tonight in Arizona, let's check in with Tram Mai at Democratic headquarters. Tram?
Hi, Mark. Yes, the party is wrapping up right now. It just ended at 11 o'clock just a couple of minutes ago, but I can tell you it has been quite the party here, even though so many races too close to call, as you were just talking about. However, one race that we have been watching very closely, obviously, the U.S. Senate race between Democrat Ruben Gallego and Republican Kari Lake. And what was interesting, as I bring in Joe Dana, what was interesting was when Ruben took the stage, he pretty much made a victory speech.
Well, it had that tone, except he did make sure to say that it was still too early, right?
Right.
And so, but he talked about his life story and sort of put into perspective the possibility that he could be heading to the Senate. In fact, let's take a listen to a little bit of what he said.
Growing up the way that I did, the son of immigrants, I would never thought I would make it this far. To be here on this stage tonight. And while we're still waiting for results to come in, I believe that when all those ballots are counted and every Arizona's vote is counted, a poor Latino boy who grew up sleeping on the floor will be headed to the floor of the United States Senate. The first Latino senator in Arizona history.
So, a night of mixed results for the Democrats and potentially devastating results on the highest level, right? Did have this very bright spot. And in terms of morale of the crowd, I think it was important for them to hear from Congressman Gallego. The fact that he has this kind of lead certainly looks good for him, but obviously a lot of votes left to count.
Yeah, his speech was very personal. I mean, he was thanking his brothers in the Marine. He was thanking his family who was out here, kids, wife Sydney. I mean, a lot of people. It was very, very emotional, and he truly spoke from his heart.
And let's not forget, he has talked about protecting democracy as a U.S. Senator. And if the trends continue, and you do have President Trump in office, if he wins, it will be senators like Ruben Gallego who Democrats and many others will look to try to hold the line on, all kinds of issues. And so Ruben Gallego, if he does end up winning, could be a key leader for Democrats in the coming years.
All right, Joe, thank you so much. We want to continue our live team coverage and bring in 12 News journalist Erica Stapleton. Erica, we know that you've been watching a number of races, many of them too close to call, one of them being the Maricopa County Recorder's Office.
Yeah, Tram, speaking of counting votes, that's what the Recorder's Office does. And we are watching this race. It's between Republican Justin Heap and Democrat Tim Stringham. And right now, Stringham has a slight lead over Heap, but it's absolutely too close to call, especially because here in Maricopa County, we have not seen all those ballots come in yet, or at least be tabulated. So we've only gotten one initial batch that's come out so far. And it's really important to watch this office, I think, because they've gone through a lot over the past few years. With the 2020 election, a lot of people calling up doubts, saying, oh, we don't trust the voting process. The recorder currently, Stephen Richer, he's put a lot of effort into trying to dispel those claims of voter fraud and say, hey, here's our process, here's where we're transparent. He ended up losing in the primary, but he's still going forward, trying to say, hey, here's how we're doing our job, it's going through now. And that's been a big topic throughout this entire race, is how can people trust the election process? And that is something I was able to ask Tim Stringer earlier tonight. Take a listen. There are people out there that don't trust the election process. What do you say to them to restore their faith?
Yeah, come inside. You can volunteer to be a poll worker for next cycle. We're going to start up tours again down at the tabulation facility. And if you have well-founded concerns about the election, we want to hear those. And if Justin Heap beats me in the election, I'll give him the call tonight. I'll wish him well, and I'm sure he's going to want to hear those concerns too.
And Tram, Tim Stringham also talked a lot about reaching across the aisle, saying he's a Democrat, but he needs to reach Republicans. We're at a point where it's so divisive and people don't trust the other side, and we need to come to a point of unity. So he spoke a lot about that, and not just for his office, for all the offices, all the people that are up for election. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, and certainly something to ask candidates as they officially become elected to these races now.
Yeah, that idea of unity was a very common theme throughout tonight. I think that's something that both parties can agree to, is how to come together in this very divisive environment. All right, I want to thank you, Joe. Thank you, Erica, for this live team coverage here at the Democratic Watch Party. This place is starting to clear out here at the Hilton Phoenix Resort, and that's going to do it for us for this long night, but still a night that has still a lot of races that are too close to call. So with that, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that's right, Tram. And of course, we do want to mention again that the Republicans did not hold a watch party this election. The Democrats did, which is why you're seeing some of the coverage there. The Republicans did not. However, we do have our 12 News journalist, Bianca Bono, who has been standing outside of Kari Lake's campaign headquarters all evening long. Bianca, what have you seen there? Have we heard from Kari Lake? We know that she is tweeting on X right now. What are you hearing?
Yeah, we have been monitoring Kari Lake's campaign office here in Phoenix all night long, where we have seen some of her team members come and go throughout the night, but we believe Kari Lake has been monitoring the results alongside her family and some other team members. But as you alluded to, other than some reposts on X regarding frustrations about Maricopa County's tabulation process and a message about former President Trump's race, we have not heard anything from her or her team since polls closed, and certainly since the initial results dropped. But we are closely watching her on social media to try to get a sense of how she is feeling so far. But leading up to this point, she said she has felt confident. She told me on Friday that looking back on her campaign, she couldn't think of anything that she would have done differently. But we have seen in these initial results, with again still a lot more to come, those elusive voters that pollsters were talking about leading up to this election, they exist. Voters who casted their vote for Donald Trump, but instead of voting for the Trump-endorsed Senate candidate in Kari Lake, they voted for her opponent in Ruben Gallego, and that was especially evident in Maricopa County's first ballot drop tonight. Now, notably, earlier today, when we caught up with Kari Lake at a polling location, she was asked if she would accept the results of this election regardless of the outcome. She said yes. We're live in Phoenix tonight. Bianca Bono, 12 News.
Thank you.
So that was one of several battleground states we're still monitoring across the nation.
That's right. Our sister station there in Phoenix, Arizona, giving us kind of a look at what their election results look like for tonight.
Here in North Carolina, former President Donald Trump has taken our state with 51% of the vote.
And we're waiting to see what those other battleground states do, if there's another battleground state that will be called tonight. We're also looking to see if President Trump is actually going to address his viewers.
But right now, we want to go ahead and get ready to do a TV cut-in with Chad and Julie. Keep watching on WFMY Plus. You'll see it all.
Right now it is 1:26 a.m. in our extended election night coverage, and many of the races are still too close to call.
Let's get you up to speed on some of the key races. All eyes are on the presidential race. There is no winner yet, but Donald Trump picked up 2 swing states, including North Carolina. Trump is also declared the winner of Georgia. The other 5 battleground states are still too close to call.
In the governor's race, Attorney General Josh Stein will replace Governor Cooper in the Raleigh mansion, beating Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who conceded hours ago. I think a lot of people were surprised this race was called as early as it was, but you could see the difference there, 15 percentage points between Stein and Robinson.
With Josh Stein heading to the governor's mansion, we will have a new attorney general in North Carolina, and that will be Democrat Jeff Jackson, who is the projected winner over Dan Bishop. A spot on the state Supreme Court bench is still very tight at this time, 50% versus 50%. And the difference in votes is about 1 million right now.
1,000.
1,000, sorry.
One too many commas.
Yeah, and this poor eyesight, you know, when you get a little bit older. All right, so Allison Riggs, Jefferson Griffin, each at 50%. Now to the state superintendent race. This one is very close too. Mo Green with 51%, challenger Michelle Morrow with 49%.
And for the first time in nearly a decade, someone besides Del Falwell is headed to the state treasurer's office. The Forsyth County native didn't run as he pursued the Republican nomination for governor. You could see in this race Brad Briner with 52% of the vote over Wesley Harris with 48%.
Voters decided whether to change the state constitution, asking you about who should be able to vote. The projection is this measure requiring that only U.S. citizens can vote will pass. 4 with 78%. Remember, this, though, is already state and federal law, but this amendment simply clarifies the language.
And locally, it's looking like Guilford County voters rejected a sales tax increase. You see on the top of your screen, 100% of precincts are reporting. 60% of voters said they do not want a local sales and use tax increase.
Now to the race for state auditor. It has not been called yet, but right now Republican David Bullock holds a slim lead against Democrat incumbent Jessica Holmes. You can see, though, this case is of a third-party candidate's votes playing a role into who wins, so this one's still too close to call.
Ben Briscoe here, tracking the county by county races. You know, it's not unusual in North Carolina for us to vote for a Republican president but a Democratic governor. What is unusual is the margin by which Josh Stein won tonight. 817,000 votes over Robinson. Take a look at last time around. Cooper only won over Dan Forest by 248,000 votes. Part of that is because Robinson lost more in the urban areas like Guilford County, but also the rural areas. Take a look at Alamance County. Last time, Forest beat Cooper in Alamance County by 49% of the vote. This time in Alamance County, Robinson only took 42% of the vote and Stein won. So when you add up that across the entire state, you get that total of 817,000 votes that Stein wins by.
Ben, thank you. Our wall-to-wall election coverage continues live right now on WFMY+.
You can find it for free on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. Welcome back to our election night coverage. You're watching on WFMY Plus. I'm Tanya Rivera.
And I'm Ben Briscoe. We've got complete coverage of all the state and local races as well as your national picture. I do want to tell you just moments ago, if we can hold on a second, Senate Leader Phil Berger sent out a statement about his win tonight, saying, since 2010, North Carolinians have put their faith in Republicans to guide the state. Tonight's results affirm their continued support of the policies that make North Carolina the best state in the nation to live, work, and raise a family. Now, he says that despite the fact that our new governor will be a Democrat.
That is correct, right? So keeping on with Democrats, we've actually had like, what, a handful of Republican governors in our entire state. So, all right, let's take a look now at how the Electoral College is shaking out. This is the big picture that we are talking about.
Yeah, there are still 5 battleground states left to call. 5 very important ones left to call as well. This apparently is how it went, was predicted to be going today based on the polls.
All right, and so what we're thinking is that President Trump is supposed to address those who are at his watch party tonight in Florida. We're kind of waiting to see if that is going to happen. We have heard from the Harris campaign by email and also at the watch party that she was not going to be talking tonight, that she was going to continue to fight through the night and that everybody else should go home and that she would see everybody the next day.
Yeah, that party quickly turned from a big celebration early early in the evening where they were dancing and singing to a lot of heavy faces, and then that eventual announcement to go home.
So we're continuing to wait on more election results. Here's something else you want to know. You want to make sure that your vote counted, right? When it comes down to it, we want to know that whatever ballot we cast was actually tabulated and actually made it there. So this is how you check to see that your vote counted. This is how you find out if your vote was counted. You start here, the North Carolina Board of Elections website. Then you click on the Voter Search tab. It brings you to this page. You're going to be putting in your name, your birth year, and selecting the county that you voted in. Then you click the search button. The website will bring up your name, and to view your information, click on your name. If you voted by mail or early voting, you're going to see this section. It shows the election day date, what county you voted in, the day you early voted, and in this example, it shows you the ballot status. This example showed a valid return and the vote status as accepted. If you voted in person on election day, you're going to look at the voter history section. This election day will show up at the very top of the list. Now, don't be upset if you don't see it right away. While voter history is updated after each election, it's after your county has gone through the process of assigning voter history to all voters' records, and this may take weeks or longer. Now, we hope it doesn't take weeks. Most of the time, it takes just a few days.
As a matter of fact, the entire vote will be canvassed over the next 10 days. So really, that's when the election officials are going through and making sure that the machines counted the votes correctly and that everything is on the up and up.
That's right. That's when they make sure that if for some reason someone had to submit a photo ID later or proof of an address or something like that, they have a couple of days to do that. They certify the election, they audit, and then they audit again.
Now, we want to point out that the race is still too close to call in 5 battleground states. CBS News, the AP, they both say that there's a lot of ballots still to come in key areas there, and that's why they haven't been able to call it yet. But still, some people are curious about Trump's term limits if he does end up winning.
So if he was elected this time, would he be eligible for re-election in 2028? Our Verify team has the answer.
The answer is no. Trump could not serve 2 more terms as president if he gets elected again. The 22nd Amendment of the U.S. Constitution establishes term limits for presidents. It says, quote, "No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice." Trump was elected president once already in 2016, and if he won again in 2024, that would make him ineligible to be elected a 3rd time. Only one president has ever served 2 terms that weren't back-to-back, Grover Cleveland. He was first elected in 1884, but lost in 1888 and ran and won again in 1892. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
All right, so we are continuously waiting for all of those battleground states to then be called, right? So we've got North Carolina and Georgia have been called.
Yes, North Carolina went to Trump. Georgia went to Trump.
Right.
The other ones, Trump is leading right now. I want to try to pull it up here on my map so I can tell you the exact numbers. But again, he might be leading in those areas, but they're still saying there's some key areas where Democratic votes might come in. For example, Pennsylvania, the all-important Pennsylvania. Right now, 93% of the vote is in. He's leading by 196,000 votes.
Okay, and so Pennsylvania, of course, one of the keys there because they have 19 electoral votes.
Yeah, where it's closer this evening is in Arizona. Only 51% of the votes in there, and right now Trump is up by 16,000. But I want to tell you, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, all of the battleground states, Trump is up right now.
Okay, and so Arizona, if you were watching on WFMY Plus, we kind of dipped into KPNX's coverage. That's our sister station there in Phoenix, Arizona. And they said some really interesting things about how normally if you win Maricopa County, which is their largest county, then you win the state. But what they're seeing right now is that Trump is not winning Maricopa County, but he's winning the rest of the states.
He kind of used this same method here in North Carolina. Think of all the rallies he's had, so many recently, really trying to get the rural voters to come out. What's different in North Carolina, though, is he also did better in the urban areas than he did last time around. Like he did better in Guilford County, better in Mecklenburg County.
All right, so this is going to be something that goes on well into the morning. It's 1:38 right now. We're talking about this well into 5 a.m., 7 a.m., 10 a.m., noon, all of that kind of stuff. What we want you to know is that we are here with you. We are on WFMY Plus, we are on YouTube, we are on the web. We're going to be on TV later on this morning as well. And we want to make sure that you know that you can count on us for your election coverage.
And there are still several races that are uncalled. Leave this on all night because we're going to have updates throughout the night. That state superintendent race, the lieutenant governor race. As we get more information in, that will come on this screen.
Yep, and we'll continue to update you on different kinds of races that are changing and the boards and showing you all of the numbers and things of how that happens as well. And so we'll be seeing you throughout the rest of the morning.
ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. An American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but that but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks and A lot of people don't like to. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There's no need to feel down. I said It's fun to stay
Hey, good morning, everybody. Meteorologist Christian Morgan at 417 as we head closer to our 4:30 show, the Good Morning Show. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. We'll give you some extra clouds around today, but again, a few peaks of sunshine, a lot like we had on our Tuesday. Some morning fog is possible too. Then we'll warm it up into those mid and upper 70s again for this afternoon. Still keeping an eye out for a sprinkle or an isolated shower once we get into the evening. And moisture pumping in continues to give us those clouds and a scattered shower chance for our Thursday as well. Drier weather is back by Friday. We're cooling it down into the 60s as we get into the weekend. Dry on Saturday, but bringing back an isolated shower chance Sunday and into the early part of next week on Veterans Day.
All in it. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Good morning. Thanks for joining us. The election results are in. Can you hear me testing on this thing? Okay. Yeah, turn it off and let's see if this button is working.
Hello, good morning. Meteorologist Christian Morgan taking a look at a partly cloudy sky today. Temperatures get back into the mid-70s. It'll be a little warm and a little humid.
Hey, mic check for me. Am I in the 4:30 now? Did they add me in? Okay, good. Just want to make sure.